Alright, so let me go back here and we'll use the shallow. If you're just joining us, this is the Syndicate. We heard from Legacy that if you write threads, you can blow up on Twitter Spaces and Twitter itself. So we figured, fuck it, let's test it out. And it worked yesterday. So let's see if it works today. I'm sure it's going to work today. And if it doesn't work, we're going to learn. That's okay. So,
can I invite some people too?
Absolutely.
All right, hold on a sec.
Mm-hmm. So, mission, desired, and state. Thread that generates 1,000 new followers. In 24 hours. All right. So
I just invited some fire people to this.
Amazing. So
because this is going to be good for a lot of people.
it's gonna be great.
Like we could have these every once a week or something, and we just build people's followings.
Oh,
and that would be such a cool thing.
Oh man. So one of the things I do is I go to, let me put Legacy's thing up there. Legacy Builder. And I'm going to throw up some threads that he's done. I grew up surrounded by drug addicts. Here's how I didn't become one, a thread. Like, it's fucking amazing. Sandra.
Man in the woods, bear attacks, will you survive?
That's it. Since the dawn of mankind, prophets have attempted to predict the future.
Yeah, see, that's a good one of mine because you're like,
right?
How, you know what I mean? Like, and then I can tell some stuff, and then other people can jump in, and we can have like a thread, and then we could do the same thing. It's like a thread party.
Well,
this is just amazing.
Here's what's crazy.
A sewing circle.
Yeah. So the cool thing is in the bottom right hand corner. So if you're just joining us, this is the Syndicate. We're our co-hosted today with Crypto Swarm. The reason that we're doing this space is because we found some. Well, depending on how you read it, we found some pretty remarkable success with following Legacy Builder's advice. And his advice was, if you want to grow your following from tens of people to tens of thousands, then one of the most effective ways you can do that is write threads on Twitter. Now, that might sound hokey and it might sound simple, but what is a blog but a thread, right? What is a Substack but a thread that hasn't been broken up into individual chunks? Now, in like psychology, they recommend when teaching that you chunk information, and threads are individual pieces of chunked information. And so the idea today is how might we collectivize our brain power to create a thread that generates 1,000 new followers for Crypto Swarm AI in less than 24 hours. Now, again, one of the dangers is that, you know, they say a camel is a horse designed by committee, right? So that's the known risk. But, you know, we're just trying out this idea. And at the end of the day, I'd rather lose than quit.
Oh, I have some data we could use. We could kind of use one of Lewis's essays or something.
How about this? How do we search for your most popular and resonantial content? So if I look at Crypto Swarm AI, right? If I look you up, so Crypto Swarm AI, and I do a search and I go top. right? Top is the first thing that comes up. Oh,
Yep.
Well, a day ago, it's how do I take advantage of crypto storm AI? That was us. Be a part of the OG 300. You know what's so funny? If you look up crypto storm AI, it's a lot from our spaces. That's weird.
That's funny.
So I'm just looking through. Ah,
I do a lot of spaces, but I don't do a lot of recorded spaces.
Yeah.
And I don't do, you know what I mean?
hey, nobody will blame you for that.
I've said some dumb stuff.
Yeah. This is great. I'm just looking through. And again, anyone can interrupt me. You know what we're doing. I just have myself off mute because it's a bit easier. I hope it's not disrupting anything. We're just cycling through these tweets to see what is. No, how about this? Let me just look up some keywords. So, prediction markets. How do people? What is a language that people use to describe this on Twitter? So if I type in prediction markets,
Hive mind is usually what people say.
hive mind, yeah. So prediction markets. To be honest with you, nobody really gives a fuck about that phrase on Twitter.
No, because it's all a friggin' dancing and shit like that, and people have lost faith in that stuff because it's been wrong so often.
Hive mind.
That's
You guys hear about that company that says they are 85% at working at picking Ethereum? They're super wrong about it, and this is the funny thing is the way they got away with that is they predicted it like 5 times, and then they only counted the times that they got it right.
so. Is the hive mind the beast in the woods?
The funny thing is the hive mind. We were talking about some things yesterday. With power, with ultimate power, corrupts up absolutely. Like we can do a lot of good things with the hive mind, but someone with a twisted mind could do just as bad. And I think that's with everything. Like a bullet is only as good as who has it.
So the twisted minds of the hive. I'm thinking about the first tweet of the thread because you want to grab attention. That's something I would write, and it's who knows if that people would engage with that. I just like the way it sounds.
I like the way it sounds too, but I don't think it's the right thing for this.
Twisted minds of the hive. Yep, but the idea that you have what was the technical term for it, or the term we're not super interested in?
Predictional. It's prediction analytics, and no one really. It doesn't excite anyone.
What is like the why
What
are
gets
they
excited people is the hive mind, like being part of the hive mind, or uh, stuff like that, like the future of what is Web 4.
Well, prediction analytics, I think, predicting the lottery winning ticket numbers, I think people will be excited about that.
Yeah, but I mean, people would be excited the same way with predicting a trifecta on a superfecta on the Kentucky Derby, and we did that.
Maybe it depends if you like the horse races or not.
Yeah, true. Yeah, if you're not into horse races, that probably wouldn't be that exciting. But, you know.
Well, if you're betting on the horse races, I guess that would be exciting, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it was crazy odds. Like if you would have put $1,000, you'd have made just so much money.
So it is what Michael said. It's about predicting the future. Now I know why he said that. Like since the beginning of time, man has tried to predict the future.
We kind of do predict the future, but we can only predict the future with data. Like it's not predict the future without data. Like I can't tell you, like the lottery, who's going to win, the lottery or things like that. But things that you can do with sentiment and with research, that's where we shine, and that's why we're going to crush it in the crypto space. When it's a sentiment market, we usually do very, very well. Like not many things can predict the Oscars, but we can predict the Oscars at anywhere from 90 to 95%. So we're expecting the crypto market to be about 90%. We've already done some tests, and that's pretty much where we are. So I think we're in line to do some very big things. And it's a kind of funny thing is like the reality is we're at that chicken before the egg stage kind of, and it's chicken egg stage right now. We really just need 300 people so we can start producing data. And then once we have 300 people doing the data, then the sky's the limit. Like we won't have to advertise for anything because all we have to do is show our data and the production that we do.
So,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what do we? I need to sign up for that. I'm sorry, I just haven't done it yet. Ooh, sorry. Just go to Discord and sign up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. It's kind of funny thing is like once people get it, they're like, "Wait a minute, what are you doing?" It's hilarious because it's almost a aha moment that I hear in people's voices because they hear it like 5 times and they're like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
It's freaking hilarious because like that's what we're doing. We're bringing in this software that's been for 7 years, big companies, the United Nations has, and the military have been using to make decisions and predictions, and we're bringing it to the everyday man, and we're gonna make a big difference, and that's what we're doing. So, and it's pretty fun.
The altcoin fear and greed and fear and index. Do you use like information that like they use?
No, we actually use people. That's why we'll assimilate all alpha sources out there. Like any alpha source out there, when I start talking, doesn't really like me at all because they start figuring out that anybody from their group can come to my group and then I have all their alpha. And it doesn't work vice versa. Because they can have some of my alpha, but they won't have it. Like they can't keep going. They can't share it all because they have to go into our system and do the swarms. So I'm just saying is like any alpha out there, even analytical out like computer alpha, like Nansen. If you own Nansen and you have the insight from Nansen, then you come and join my swarm. Then we have the insight of Nansen. If you go to like bullshit trader, whatever his name is, and go to his site and get his information, you're a member of his, but you're a member of ours. You can bring all that data to us. You will bring all that data without even trying because it'll be in your insight. So everyone anywhere a person goes that's in our hive, all that insight, all that information is going to come back to the hive, and then the hive will just get smarter and smarter. And then over the period of time, the AI in the hive will also make it more intelligent by answering questions over and over again. It can adjust and get anomalies out of it so that it'll get better and better.
Are you going to track like who's a newbie and who's been, I guess, there longer, or it's like, I guess it would always be a mix anyway,
yes.
right?
Technically, we'll track anomalies. We're not going to track newbies and people that haven't been there for a while or people that have been there for a while because that's not a good that won't see if they're good or bad at predictions. What will be is like their predictions. So what we do is we have a back end that predicts all that, and we can actually affect if we have problems with someone that we can actually tell if someone's really sure about something if they're not. And if they're not, and they're just repeatedly like that, then we could just disregard them, and they would just be considered an anomaly.
When the crypto market reached its height, I did have I was wondering, it's stuck here for a while. Maybe the people are saying that it's going to go higher, and I don't know, I might have had a feeling that maybe this is it, so.
There's money to be there's money to be made at all the times of the market, in the bear market and the side market and the bull market. There's tons of money to be made. It's not just Bitcoin. It's not just the Ethereum and the idea that people call them shit coins. There's all kinds of ICOs. There's all kinds of NFTs that can make money. There's people that are making hand over fist money right now because in a bear market, that's actually where a lot of money is made. And when the bear market changes, to the bull market, is when the most of the money is going to be made.
Yeah, I'm
And that,
happy. I don't know how many people are with me, but I'm happy for it to go down lower so I could buy a bunch of cheap stuff.
no, I totally get it. There will be cheap stuff out there, and that's the thing. You have to be careful about cheap stuff because some cheap stuff's cheap for a reason. Some for cheap is just because it's just because it's a bear market. But there's different reasons why things are. But with what we have is really going to make a hive mind to make decisions, and it's better to have not just you should do your own research, but if you have the research of another 1,000 people that you can actually come to a consensus, that's going to be better than just your research alone.
One thing I've done is like look at the Twitter sentiment, just try to see like how many people are tweeting about it, how often, to see what the hype is.
Yeah, that's definitely a good way. But there's a lot more places to research than just Twitter. So I mean, there's all these people that research for a living and trade for a living, and getting their sentiment and their almost inside information from them. But if you had 1,000 people before Shiba Inu went and exploded, odds are one of those people or a bunch of those people would have known about it, and then they would have, that would have been one of the things that they would have chosen. So that's one thing we're going to be looking for, is that next big thing, not just the regular things to invest in.
Yeah, there was this, I don't know, maybe it was Crypto Banter, that they were talking about this website. There's probably more of them, to see like where the I don't know, they call it the smart money is going. Like, I just don't remember the website. Like, if you can include stuff like, well, I guess I don't know, I guess you're doing it more. Well, I guess that would influence people's decisions that you're tracking if they know about that and look at that.
So if we bring it back to the thread, the problem isn't necessarily the predictive market. It's services that purport themselves to be the best in the business when they're actually not. Is that accurate?
I would say that. I think anything that's AI is not the best in the business. I think humans are much more intelligent. And if we weren't, why would we be doing better than AI? Even at this point, like one of the case studies at our Discord talks about a test between, and it was like last year, and it was against machine language. Machine language has been saying that they're really good at picking out pneumonia in X-rays. And they've been working on years on this project to be able to pick out pneumonia in X-rays. Well, we took 7 doctors, radiologists and doctors, and put them and used a swarm against machine language and to pick out pneumonia on X-rays, and we beat them by over 30%. So I don't think AI is there yet. Maybe it will get there. It's never going to be a human. So therefore, it's always going to have some disadvantages. But at the point when AI is smarter, then we can throw an AI bot in there that will act as one of the people in the swarm. So, but I still think we're trying to avoid that thing where AI takes everything over, when we can actually use AI as a tool, not as the tool.
So if we think about this this framework of I grew up surrounded by drug addicts, here's how I didn't become one, what is the crypto swarm version of that?
Nobody's going to know until after we've created it and it's gone viral. But we can make an attempt. I'm writing in the background. What are you guys up to?
I know you are. Oh no,
Could
I was just thinking. I did grow up around drug dealers, and my father was, But yeah, yeah,
Go
do a different
ahead.
version than that.
could
Julian,
you
this is the first time I've ever heard your voice.
Oh, hi. So could you like to predict virality, could you like look at have the AI observe things that were viral in the past and different aspects of it and somehow program it to predict like how your thread would do.
No, it's not AI. It's AI to correlate human intelligence to make the decision. So it's not. It's nothing like that where we can go and it would be the opposite. So it would be a bunch of people like yourself would have to go and research how Twitter results were for a bunch of different tweets, right? And then all together get together and do a human swarm, and then we would decide the humans would come to a consensus on which one was the best one, and the AI would just correlate it.
Yeah, I think that the title of this, if you made a thread that was called "Thread That Generates 1,000 New Followers in 24 Hours," I think people would be interested in that.
That's what we're
That's
doing.
legacy. That's legacy. I've invited him already. We'll see if he shows up. All right, so this is what I have so far. We'll test this joke out with you guys. All right, so since the dawn of mankind, prophets have attempted to predict the future. A thread. Nostradamus, Joachim de Fior, and even Busta Rhymes all wrote page after page about the extinction level event. Today, there are many people who believe that they can defy the odds and become the modern-day Nostradamus. Thus far, all who have tried to foresee the future have failed and gone bankrupt in the process. But all of that is about to change.
Is that one tweet?
No, that's probably the first three.
I'd be curious to see, like, what would be really interesting is if you had analytics to see what the sort of, that's how good it was, Michael. They're coming.
Yeah, it's like you live in Little Jamaica. That's how they appreciate music.
So,
But-
are you gonna send that to me, and then I'm gonna tweet it out in pieces?
Well,
Is
what
that-
I'm going to do is I treat writing copy like stand up, where I just say the joke a bunch of times until I get it right, and then I'll send it to you for proofing, right?
Okay.
And then I'll even you know how I will do. But I'm just that's where I am right now. I just want to let me finish off the next three, and I'll report back.
Cool.
What I wonder is if you think about the conversion funnel for a thread, is your target market going to do the click through or the read through based off of what Michael's put forth?
I think they will, and I think they'll add something to it. That's the whole idea, is you start getting an internal conversation going on in the middle. That's why it succeeds.
Yeah, invariably there's one of the 5 to 10 tweets that really hit a nerve, and then people will all of a sudden pile on to that one tweet and disagree. And it's kind of, you guys know about Trevor's axiom from South Park?
No.
Okay, this will explain everything about how to go viral on Twitter, I think. And to be honest with you, I have a bit of success with making things popular on Twitter. A buddy of mine, he wrote a song that ended up becoming the Twitter Spaces theme song. So if you type in Twitter Spaces and theme song, that's my buddy, and I edited that video. And I think it's 55,000 views or something like that. So we have done it before. Hold on.
My face is still puffed up from COVID. Freaking weird.
How you feeling now? Better?
I'm feeling better, but my face isn't. It's all blown up like a balloon. I work with my brother, and I told him that he could tie a string to my foot, and then we could go to work together.
Why would he do that? What do you mean?
I said my face was blown up like a balloon.
Oh, slow today. I'm getting my coffee right now.
Is it a helium
Oh
balloon
no.
or just air?
It's pretty bad. I'm trying to ice it right now, and hopefully it'll go down. It's not. It's no fun though.
Oh no, that's awful.
Yeah.
That was a thing with COVID,
Yeah,
but
it's a rare thing of people allergic to COVID. Yes, they say you're not allergic to COVID, but it sure as hell feels like I'm allergic to COVID. It's actually an overactive immune system. Super blast. And I had SARS before, so I already had some immunity toward COVID, but uh, frustrating.
that's very frustrating, and I'd be pretty aggravated myself. I had COVID.
Yeah, I'm pissed off at this point, really. I'm like, I'm deciding if I'm gonna go to, I can't, I have a front-facing job, so I'm gonna look like a friggin' lunatic if I go to work.
Oh no.
Did they give you paid time off for having COVID?
They will.
That's good.
You could lean into it. Have some jokes ready about your puffed up face. That might be endearing.
No, not what I do for a job. I move around people in an airport, and they're all so scared of COVID and monkeypox and
Yeah,
everything.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's not a
That,
good idea.
that coming into work sick is like literally they'll treat me like a pariah, and no one will come near me, and it won't it'll be crappy.
But you're still pushing forth on your enterprise, on your business, even
Of
in this
course,
compromised state, and that's
of
something to
course.
applaud. So I will do that right now.
Thank you. Of course, though, this is my passion. Like, I don't know if you've heard my story, but I this is my idea. Crypto Storm is my idea. It came out of nothing, and it's my baby. And I might not be the lead founder in it because I couldn't afford to pay unanimous enough money, but I am a founder, so I am
Hell
pretty
yeah.
psyched about it. And I don't look at it as just a crypto project. I look at it as something making a hive mind that will actually do a lot of things in Web3 when Web3 really exists.
Michael, what's the last sentence in the last tweet? Was it until now?
I'm still editing it away. I'll probably be done in about 5 minutes. Right now, I'm just kind of working on the beginning and being like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
so for example, I said Nostradamus, Joaquim de Fior, the Mayans, and even Busta Rhymes all wrote page after page about the extinction level event. So I'm just kind of like tuning things up. Today,
Yeah.
there were many people who believe that they can defy the odds and become the modern day Nostradamus. Day traders, for example.
But there eventually will be something that says until now, or this is how you survive in the woods when the beast
But
attacks.
all of that is about to change, I think is what I used.
All of
Or
that
until
is
now,
about to change. Yes, that's what you said.
yeah.
So
The idea
now
that
you
you have
have,
these conjunctive sentences that lead you with like breadcrumbs to the next thread.
yeah, because I could just retweet all of that is about to change, dot, dot, dot. And it's like, what
Yeah.
is?
Yeah, the
Uh,
interesting thing, I mean, engagement is not likes or retweets, it's comments and tagging people. That's what we're
is it
really going
tagging?
for. Tagging, like if somebody writes a tweet and I tag you in it, that's like super engaging. You're going to really look at that tweet. You know what I mean? And you'll probably respond to me with a comment.
So eventually, all of that is about to change. It's going to lead into a sort of elevator pitch, right? It's going to be that one sentence, but maybe not. Maybe this format allows for something a little more dynamic, a little more
You
storytelling
could,
wise.
yeah, you could throw in the call to action there, right? Like if you look at, did I add a call of action to Brad's?
Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta call a doctor. I'll call you. I'll be right
Mhm,
back. Then.
mhm. Let's see if I can find Brad's. Where is Brad's? Who's a true Brad? Um, Oh yeah, begins with 10.
How about you start it with, do you want to predict the next extinction level events in crypto?
Right? You know, has it
Yeah.
already happened with proof of stake, or is Ethereum just going to become a security, ushering in the new age of currency in North America?
So you start. We're starting with humanity in general. We zoom in to cryptocurrency. So that's sort of your second chapter
Yeah,
of
the idea
this
of
thread.
it's the process of romance precision generalization by Alfred North Whitehead. If you look up the aims of education by Alfred North Whitehead, you'll see the best single lecture ever devised on the planet about education. It's amazing. Story
Romance, precision,
generalization.
generalization.
Tell them the story, tell them the theory at the heart of the story, then throw that theory into ever newer combinations across domains. And when people see that story go from story to theory to seeing how that theory plays out in other domains, Whitehead said that was a religious experience.
Yeah, that's interesting. I have my interview tomorrow at Uncommon Schools, but I actually have to follow a script, so I might not be able to employ that, but it sounds good. Someday. Cryptocurrency. All of that is about to change. So really what you're saying, you just want to retell what you just said through the lens of cryptocurrency.
It's one of those, because I think about like who is going to be interested in this project. It's people that are already gambling in the Web3 space. Gambling, investing, speculating, call it what you want, you know? Buyers are buyers.
Buyer to buyer. So you want to present the problem because there's a man in the woods, beast attacks, will he survive in cryptocurrency for sure.
Well, consider, consider the phrase "since the dawn of mankind," right? Which is an established phrase, right? It's very greasy, that phrase. Does that make sense? It doesn't require you to learn something new. You've seen that phrase before.
Yep.
Right? Profits. Now, when I say profits, that is going to speak to a very specific person. And every founder thinks they're a prophet.
Yep. In entrepreneurial
Right?
operations system,
They
they
all
call
think they're
them
prophet.
visionaries.
Yeah, I'm a prophet. Look at me. Follow me. This is the future. If only, with my ideas and your money, how could we lose?
Yeah, that can make it
Genesis Flock is
more
here.
like intriguing. You add that like slightly magical twist to it.
Yeah, it's that. What if I assume that nobody give a fuck about the technology? You know what I
I
mean?
think you would be safe.
Right? Brad, how you feeling? How are your emails looking today?
He took he agreed to 20%.
Congratulations.
Fucking amazing.
Yeah. He just emailed me. What did he say in his email? Hold on, I'm gonna look because it was pretty cool.
I'm gonna pause writing this thread just to let my brain relax. But yeah, Brad, tell me more. I'm so interested. And Brad, could you catch the room up on what's going on? I don't think Emmy or Julia.
Fucking stoked.
Yeah. So his email said, "Now you're talking. Works for me."
So what
I don't know what
happened?
you're talking
Yeah,
about.
what happened in the past 48 hours, Brad?
Mike introduced me to a friend of his who he was the CFO of the decade, which is crazy to say. And he is investing $10,000 into me.
Love to hear it.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
What's your what business are you doing?
I trade Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. So
He's a monster. He's a monster.
Yeah, I trade Bitcoin on leverage. So, yeah, it's it could be really good. Takes a lot of money to make a lot of money. So
good luck.
this is the first step.
How much bum do you have today? Barrels under management. I told them don't use assets because what the fuck is a dollar worth? Use barrels of oil instead.
I have 120 barrels of oil under management today.
Fantastic. 120 barrels.
Yeah.
120 bums.
How do you explain? Can you explain more of that bum situation? I'm lost. That
Yes.
sounds fucking amazing.
So typically, and the amount of money that every hedge fund is ranked at the end of the day by a single scoreboard, and that score, right? And so the scoreboard is assets under management. They say you have a gajillion dollars of assets under management. You have a billion. You know what I mean? But what does that mean? What's $1 billion worth in this market? I don't know. Probably not $1 billion though.
It's
So
worth
I asked
about
myself,
100 million barrels of oil.
yeah. So why don't we just get to the oil part in the beginning?
Hey, Genesis.
Okay.
Are you joining? Are you going to be part of the Hive Mind?
Sure.
Cool.
But I'm not sure what we're talking about, but I'm down to be a part of whatever, bro.
No, you've been in my Discord, haven't you?
Oh, no, I don't use Discord, man.
Oh my God. How am I going to send you the information? You want me to DM it to you so you can understand my project fully?
No, I'll go on Discord.
But listen, let me tell you something though. We made it so it's great for everybody, right? We give you we're only doing 300, and then when we do our second release, we're giving you another one, so you can sell it and recoup the money that you spent on the original one, and then that will add another person to the Hive Mind. But you've made your money back already.
How much does it cost?
1 ETH.
1 ETH?
No, don't even cough after that. It's expensive because there's a lot involved in it. Like, we have a team of 30 people that freaking make it possible. It's not like we turn a button and then have everybody.
No. I wasn't scoffing at 1 ETH.
Yeah, no, that's him actually coughing.
That was just me.
You started coughing before you
That
said
sounded
that.
like gas.
Then I dropped my phone. That wasn't your fault either.
Yeah, sorry, dude. I'm not really with it today. I feel like crap.
No, you're okay, man. No, I don't. I honestly, I can't afford to spend 1 ETH right now. But
Right on.
give me a couple of weeks, and I probably will be able
Well,
to.
it's the 31st is the mint.
Okay. Yeah. I should be able to pick one up by then.
Since the dawn of mankind.
Since the dawn of man, there has been one joint standing in my way, and I am constantly trying to smoke it.
Since the dawn of mankind, man has tried to predict the future. No, what is it, Michael? Nostradamus, Busta Rhymes have written pages and pages to attempt to predict the future.
I have a question for you. In Greek mythology, there was some guy that had something that kept on reappearing, and I can't remember what it was. It was maybe a sword that kept on reappearing, or a brick of gold.
Prometheus' liver.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you should Prometheus joint.
Bro, that's the best idea I've ever heard. Or like a Sisyphus joint. Every time I try to smoke this joint up the hill, it just comes back.
Every time you roll it, it rolls itself.
Well, one must imagine Sisyphus happened.
That's a backwood. Backwoods and roadies.
I think it's funny that a lot of people out there think when they buy vapes in at their regular dispensary think that they're actually getting D9 when they're really getting D8 that's been converted to D9, or
Yeah.
CBD that's converted to D9.
Yeah.
And I would say it's about 80% of people that do that, because unbeknownst to people, their growing of the bud, a growing bud is so expensive now.
Yeah.
That you can't actually financially make it viable to put it into a distillate when it could have
the
almost
fractional return is so small. It costs so much weed to make
30x, almost like a 30x return when you sell it as a bud. If you take that and you put it in a distillate, you're losing that 30x, and you're getting to like a 4 or 5x.
You know how I used to make distillate, dude, is I would run crude oil. I would run machine trim, and then I would send that machine trim oil to the distillate guy.
They still do that, but to get your purest distillate that they're marketing as pure, you're putting some serious stuff into that. Some stuff you don't want to vape.
It's so funny. When I was smoking weed every day, I just had a guy who sold me weed, and I bought the weed and I smoked the weed, and I feel like I missed out because I don't drink or do drugs anymore. But there's seems to be a lot more precision to it these days.
Oh, you didn't miss out on anything. All that stuff is vaping. Is if you think about the science of a vape chamber, you are adding heat and pressure together to and then throwing in a chemical. Now, any reaction that occurs is going to occur. So yes, you're going to get your occurring of where you're going to burn down THC, but you're also going to have other molecules that combine. You're going to have
entourage effect.
Yeah, you have no idea what's happening in that combustion chamber if you're doing vaping. So everything is going to get vaped, and it's not. I mean, all of it's vaporized, but you're at the same time you're making new stuff going on, even just then. So it's like a chemistry experience. You're doing a chemistry experiment every time you push the button.
So the Kentucky Derby, the Oscars. Can you give me another correct prediction? The Derby, the Oscars. I need there's threes, right? So imagine
we also predicted before Donald Trump took office. We predicted his rating in 100 when he went 100 days. That was pretty cool.
What was it? I don't remember.
7.
Nice.
No,
how many days?
Elon Musk. Jeff Bezos asked us for advice.
But the Trump thing, how many days?
100 days.
Trump's approval rating after 100 days in office.
Yeah, and it was 40 or something, or 35, but we got it right perfectly. If you look at it in the tweet, it's on one of my tweets. I don't know what it is.
That's what's up. Dude, could you use your system to predict when Elon's going to tweet about Dogecoin?
No, see,
please.
We can't do that because that's just
$1 million to me.
Yeah, we can't do stuff like that because that's like a wild horse kind of thing.
Right.
That would be like we couldn't predict the Kentucky Derby this year because frig nobody could. Do you know what I mean? Like that's not our forte is not sports. Even though we're above, we're at 55 to 60%.
So you need a sufficiently complex system so that individual consciousness doesn't affect the outcome.
Yeah, but at 55, 60%, we're really good at sports. That's against the spread. But we're not great on sports. But we are great on sentiment.
Sure.
If there's something that can be measured by sentiment, we can crush it. That's why we're going to crush in the crypto.
Yeah.
Because it's a research-based mathematical things, and sentiment are things that will just crush. And we've already done some crypto predictions. If you look at the ones that we did in our test predictions, I think we have ETH exactly, which everybody thought was bullcrap when we did it. I think it was 1900. We actually predicted ETH to be 1900 when everybody else out there was saying that it was going to fall to the 1,000, and we actually predicted it this way. So, we might have something here. And then we also
ETH would see 900. I planned to buy one ETH if it hit 900, but it never did.
Yeah, and then we also had a thing where um, the first crypto prediction we did was this company came to us that produces NFTs, and they were releasing 7 NFTs, and we needed to figure out which one was going to do the best because they were going to
Yeah.
do a trade, some sort of trade for the one that was doing the best.
Mhm.
And we predicted with 100% accurate. We predicted which ones were going to sell out in 24 hours.
Nice. Yeah.
So we've been doing crypto predictions. We've just been kind of low key about them.
Yeah, that makes sense, man. I really mean it though. I wasn't trying to scoff at what you're charging for, because it makes sense what you're charging. I know how much work goes into it. I hope you didn't take offense, bro.
Dude, I love you, man. I don't think I take any offense. I think I love your sense of humor. You're funny as hell, and the way that you have a dry sense of humor, I appreciate it because it's a rare thing. So
Yeah.
Right.
Well, growing up watching British fucking sitcoms.
Well, you do offend a lot of people, so I appreciate that you say it.
Yeah. Well, offending people is sort of a hobby. It's not really a hobby. It's a passion. Like I hope I can.
I have this thing saying that if you offend offensive people, then you're doing the good things.
Yeah, you're doing God's work, is what you're doing. You got to find the funny in a world that's falling apart, bro. Like if you're not mining for fucking funny, in a world that's literally collapsing around us.
Oh, dude, have you heard dude? I am a wordplay. My thing is wordplay. Like I can't stand. I love it to the point where it's disgusting. So I in my Discord, like people get sick of the things that I say. Like instead of D-gens, we're B-gens.
Oh God, I like that though.
But now because we're doing 300, I've lost my mind. We're doing only 300 mint for our original mint. So now we're doing the thing from the 300, Spartans.
You should. I'm trying to find a way to combine the word Spartan and the word bee, but it's hard.
Spartan.
Sparbies?
Shut up.
This is Sparby.
Oh my God.
We're doing awoo, 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 awoo is our yell.
So
It's like The Simpsons would predict Sparbies as an episode.
So Simpsons is a good predictor. One thing I was looking at is Ezra Stiles, then the president of Yale University in 1783, predicted that America's population would reach 300 million in 200 years. A little over 200 years later, the U.S. population hit 300 million. So since the dawn of civilization, despite our reliance on artificial intelligence, no better predictor. There has been no better predicting engine than the human.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the best prediction engine that I know.
Is that like
There you
gut
go.
instinct?
Uh,
I mean, I think it's because so humans have this thing we call intuition, but really it's just your ability to take in complex, seemingly nonsense data from your environment, and then correlating that data to the events that are about to occur.
But that also takes into bad feelings. Do you ever when you get those cringes? That's your body taking in outside stimuli and figuring it out before you.
Yep.
Like if you're for an example, if you're at the table, if you're a poker table and you're half awake and you're in the hand and all of a sudden you just get a cringe. You're like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on? And if you really think about it, then you can catch up and your body already caught up and said, whoa, fold this hand, get out of it. There's no sense for you. You're in a bad place. Go away.
Yep. Yeah.
What's
No, it's
going on?
100% right.
what's up, Ruben?
Oh, Ruben's here.
To be fair, there's been no worse predictor than humans either.
Now that's interesting.
That's true.
Crypto, I sent you version 2 of the thread. Let me know what you think.
How about the 8 ball? I wonder how that matches up.
I always ask the 8-ball whether or not I should jerk off, and the answer is always yes. I think the 8-ball might be gay. I don't know.
Or the NSA.
Oh, God damn it.
Holding you down, dude. Letting go of the spirit
down.
energy. And be like, look, if we
Everybody
can get this Bitcoin oracle to let go of his spirit animal energy, we'll have contained the future possibilities that might go astray.
Are you
Product
suggesting that
Oh, go
that
ahead.
his 8-ball is a saboteur?
Ruben, what's going on?
Product idea: a set of ostensibly identical 8-ball, but one of them only has variations of "yup" and "sure," and the other one's like, "No, not today."
We should get a couple 8-balls and figure that out.
You should just make them all
We
say,
should get a
"Yup."
couple of 8-balls and snort them.
I knew it was coming.
That
I was waiting. Who was going to get that one?
How about you have like an 8-ball that's actually, you program it, but you don't tell the person you're giving it it's programmed, and
Oh,
this
dude,
funny
you know,
things.
like those little LED screens they put on keyboard keys? Make the cube in the 8-ball out of those, and you can make it say anything you want with Bluetooth.
But you could say, "Yup, yup,
Oh,
yup,"
that's
and
an
hey,
idea.
there's someone behind you.
Dude, you could be standing behind them with an app just typing in what it says, paired with Bluetooth.
That would be great at a party.
So you,
Yep, 8-balls are always great at parties.
when you say break it apart, right? Did you put the things where I break it apart, or it looks good? I just don't know which part will be separate.
Let me see how it looks to you. So, okay. So, you know what? What happened is when I sent you the message, it ended up not adding the multiple break lines. So I'm going to send you a Google Doc with
Okay.
the break. All right?
Okay, cool, awesome.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be perfect.
No, I get it, but I want it to be better than what it is. So
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the character limit is key.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can't fall off the floor. Hold on, let me send this to you.
yeah, you could have some serious fun with an 8-ball. Oh my god.
What are we working on? What's the thread?
So, I mean, after the success of your thread, from going from thread to what, 120 bums,
Yep.
right? We said, all right, fuck it, let's do another one.
It's actually, I think, 121 bums now.
Should I add a picture to it? You think, like one of my history or something?
I would. Well, once we get the words, then we can add pictures, right? So, for example, when we talk about the Kentucky Derby, we had the picture of that, you know? None. And, sorry, let me go back on mute. I'm going to send you a Google Drive link with,
This is good insight for me because right now I'm trying to get people to upvote a South by Southwest panel. I wonder if I could use the same technique.
How about you use the swarm where someone tells everyone about their life and then they predict what's going to happen?
Oh, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to get fucked and shot again.
Uh-oh.
Fucked.
Somebody's going to shoot me again.
Oh no!
You've been shot once?
I've been shot twice.
For what reason?
Living in the hood.
Being a dick? Was it related to being a dick, or was it random?
I mean, it was probably tangentially related to being a dick.
But you can be a dick in certain areas without getting shot.
But I lived on the south side of Chicago, so like I just got shot because I lived in the hood and people, you know.
I almost got shot, but I did not get shot because the gun jammed. So I'm not sure if the gun had a bullet in it or what, if he just forgot to put a bullet in it. But he went to click.
Saying I got shot is so relative to where and who is in the room of where you got shot. Because when you said Chicago, I just thought immediately in my brain assessed it with, oh, you got a tattoo. You know,
He's like, got
just
shot. Was that Bob? Did Bob shoot you?
So here's the
I
question.
mean, I don't know why.
Genesis, if the third time's the charm, what is the utility of that charm and what is the effect of that charm? Where will you be after receiving the charm?
The effect on the panties of women when they find out that I've been shot twice and stabbed 7 times and I'm just standing there talking to them like everything is fine, it really works well for me, man. There's a huge amount of utility in that.
But the third time is the charm. So what is
I
the
think
charm?
I'm hoping the third time gets me, to be honest.
The charm is the sweet release.
Oh God, let me out of this mortal coil.
So there are services, mostly in Europe, as far as I know, where you can actually schedule that kind of thing. Not so much schedule, but sign off on it, and it'll just happen.
See, yeah, that's the thing is I need it to be a surprise.
Natural. Well,
right?
That's what
And
we're
also
selling.
the person who's coming to
Organic.
kill me
You want it
needs to
organic.
accept that I'm going to try to kill them.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
You want,
Because
like,
my
sort of
instinct is to fight, not to run. So,
So this is earned media. You don't want paid media
no,
for this shot. Got it.
no, I want somebody who really, really thinks they can fucking get me to come get me. And then I want to die in a gunfight. That'd be great.
So
Because after the life
Western
I've lived,
style.
if I die in a bed, that's sad, bro.
Or
die in a
wear
bed?
wear
Who
a
wants to die in a
bulletproof
bed?
vest.
Well, that's counter. You don't want to wear a bulletproof vest.
Yeah, no. Bulletproof vests are for guys that can't dodge.
It's also for
Matrix.
people that don't.
The Matrix.
The Matrix?
Yeah, you got to be Neo.
Or you're talking
What's
about
up,
doing
Zach?
the limbo.
Good morning, brother.
The
But Zach
bullet
knows what I'm
dodging.
talking about, dude. Every time you go into battle, you sort of hope that this is your last one. It's not because you don't want to go home to your family. It's not because you want to die. It's just because, like, every time you go to war, you might die. And eventually you get tired of thinking about it. And you're just like, maybe it's this one. And then the next time somebody shoots at you and you don't die, you're just like, well, fuck. Okay. I guess I'm actually invincible. You need to get shot every once in a while to remind yourself you're not bulletproof.
Or like our conversation, you just wear a very thick flannel.
Yeah.
Or a
Thick
or a
flannel.
Carhartt jacket.
A Carhartt jacket is basically body armor.
That's why everybody wears them in Brooklyn. I just realized this. There's so many flannels and Carhartts. It's all about being bulletproof. A lot of people drink bulletproof around here too. It's all making sense. It's all clicking together.
Yeah, there you go. The puzzle puts itself together.
It's the demographics.
The song "Bulletproof" I don't hear at all. In fact, most people, when blasting music, it's really from the 90s. Nobody plays top 40 around here. I love it.
That's not bad. You live in Brooklyn, Emmy?
Should I put a picture with "Since the Dawn of Time" or should I just post that for the first of the thread?
Good question. I like the idea of putting a picture of Nostradamus with his finger in the air with a book in his hand during a sandstorm, like he's King Lear, upset at the world. You know what I mean?
Let me see if Dolly can draw that.
You could also put the cover of the album Nostradamus.
I'm going to copy an image and send it to you.
Wait. I'm seeing if Dolly will draw a good one.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, this is what the swarm is for, right? Oh, fuck, you gave me an idea. See, that's what the swarm is for. I'm going to use wombo.art to take this picture of Nostradamus sitting at a table with all the alchemical rethodes around him, and then I'm going to do it like Salvador Dali or some shit.
I'm sure somebody already asked, but you feeling better?
I'm hearing you're under the rug, Zach. Unfortunately, I can't.
He's in the ocean.
Can you hear me now?
He's actually in a submarine.
Yep,
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Good.
Crypto
Yes.
Swarm, I was
Think
just
about that.
wondering if
Great
you
campaign. Great
better.
campaign.
You got rugged again.
5x5, I love you.
That was me. But then as soon as you said the last word in your sentence, you got rugged again. So it was more like 3x5.
Oh, I know Crypto Swarm got the vid. I was wondering if he felt better. He was like having trouble breathing last time.
Oh shit! I didn't know you had COVID, bro.
Yeah. I'm
I
sick
thought
as
you
shit.
just weren't feeling good.
Oh no. This is like my 4th time.
Dude.
Yeah, it sucks. I work in an airport, so it's kind of like par for the course kind of thing.
Yeah.
As long as I'm not look, dude, as long as it isn't causing breathing problems, then I don't care, honestly. It just made my body inflame up and shit, so I am fine.
And you talk about the future of work. This is amazing. Crypto Swarm is sick in bed, and yet here we are working on marketing in this collective, consensus-driven way. It's a beautiful thing.
Brad, did what I sent you go through yet?
Nicole hasn't texted me back yet. So as soon as she checks her phone, she'll let me know whether or not it's come through. Dude, she got to talk to the president of her company the other day. That was pretty cool. She works at a really small pharmaceutical company that's owned by Moda. And like they had a board meeting at her office. So she got to see the whole entire board of directors. And then when she told me about it, I like nerded out. Like she met celebrities and she just like looked at me and she smiled and she's like, "You are such a fucking money nerd. Are you excited because I met the board of directors?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah. You met the board of directors of a pharmaceutical company. That's fucking cool." Like, how do you not think that's really fucking cool?
What kind of folks are on the board of directors of a pharmaceutical company typically? What kind of backgrounds do they have?
Most of them have backgrounds as executives in pharmaceutical companies and now are presidents or, retired.
It's interesting. There are not a lot of like pharma startups. That's not really a
There's
thing.
more than you might think, but there's not a fuck ton.
It's yeah, I guess.
Are you one of the people that hates Martin Shkreli, Emmy?
I enjoy Martin Shkreli. I can't speak to whether, I don't believe in good and evil.
Okay, good.
And I think that Martin Shkreli is an avatar for many forces at work. And but Martin Shkreli is not the problem. I don't really care. I think it's kind of funny. I don't know. I don't have strong opinions about Martin Shkreli.
Okay. Well, he's out of prison now, and he streams his investing strategies on YouTube like he used to. By the way, if you want to really get good at finance, watch Martin Shkreli's streams. Because, he replies to the people who talk to him in his chat. So if you have questions, he'll answer them. And Martin Shkreli is the smartest human being walking the face of the earth right now when it comes to finance. There's no one better than him. There is no one smarter than him. And personality is what it is, sort of like Emmy said. And it's important that most people know that the media really lied about how evil he was because he was giving that medicine away for free to the people that needed it.
All you have to do is look up Martin Shkreli organic chemistry and sit your ass down and take a pen out and learn organic chemistry. This guy taught finance and chemistry for hours.
Yeah.
On YouTube, and they're all still available. It's wild.
Yeah. It's one of the things that supercharged my knowledge of finance. For real.
And the man bought the Wu-Tang album and held that shit. That's gangster.
Yeah. That's gangster. He still has it.
Super gangster. How you,
dude?
Jesus.
I got
There's a
to
lot of
meet
people
Ghostface
who
Killer once.
I have a picture with Raekwon.
Nice. I didn't get a picture of his face, but he gave me a hug and he called me God. He was like, "What's up, God?" And I was like, "Oh,
What's up, God?
What's up,
They
God?
call lots of people God. That doesn't mean you're a god.
Yeah,
No,
like,
it
are
means
you
that
saying Wu-Tang is
it means
colonialist?
no, it means that like I've been listening to
You're
Ghostface call people God for my whole life, and Ghostface
yeah.
hugged me and called me God.
It's a well. It is, yeah. It's a respect.
Like that was crazy, dude. He didn't smoke weed with
Even
me though, because he quit smoking weed with strangers, which I understand completely. You're a grown man. You don't want to have a flu all the time.
Right.
But I did get to smoke weed with Killer Priest.
Killer Priest. He's like the George Harrison of Wu-Tang.
Yeah,
That's
that was
I'm not.
well
I'm
put.
not.
Emmy.
Don't quote me on that.
That was well
But
put.
you can don't quote me. You can say it. Just don't quote me.
I'm gonna say it was every time I think of Emmy, they, themmy, because I
That's
really
me.
enjoy it in my brain. Like the
Emmy, they,
rhyme
themmy.
makes me happy.
Hey, Brad, your idea was right. By using Wombo .ai for the image, it looks so much better.
This
Oh
is
wait, I forgot to click generate on mine.
Wait, is that like the dancing and singing one?
This is just AI art. If you just type in, if you Google Wombo art, WAMBO, it's probably one of the fastest way to generate AI images I've ever seen so far. No code,
and
just text.
also this was some iconography of Nostradamus himself.
Yeah, so
that he used.
the one I did was a picture of Nostradamus holding a book with his other hand pointing one finger up towards the sky in a sandstorm in the style of Leonardo da Vinci.
Oh, so you didn't use a existing image. You just used the Nostradamus in a prompt.
Yeah.
Got it.
I'm using Dolly though. I'm not using Wombo.
So
Every
you
time I
can
think of
upload
Wombo. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
so you can upload an image as well as speak with
Oh
it.
yeah, you
But
can
Yeah,
no
you
name
can
the
do
face.
that
image,
with Dolly as
pick a
well. Yeah.
No
style.
faces on Dolly.
You can
Oh wow.
You can name it, pick a style. Like for example, I could have done Salvador Dali. I could have done steampunk. I could have done retro.
So you have Dolly Genesis?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
works a lot better, huh? Could you do like War Bee or something like that, like Samurai Bee, and show me what it looks like?
Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. Let me finish rolling this joint.
I have.
I got some cool ones from the Nostradamus thing. I'll post them up in the nest here in a second too. Sorry, Zach.
I have it.
What's your first name?
He's Mike.
Mike.
I have an interesting thread idea because I see it all the time and it generates a lot of followers. If that's the goal,
Yeah, Mike, did
is
you
the
see
psychological.
Mike, did you see that I posted it? So should I put the second one up now already?
Put them all up. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to try to bear out the idea of Legacy's idea that threads lead to a lot of followers. We all were participating in kind of co-authoring a quick thread that talked about the main things that Crypto Swarm was able to do, that Nostradamus and Joachim de Fior and even Buster Rhymes wasn't able to do. Shout out to the Mayans, all love. And so what Crypto Swarm's about to do is post the thread to the top. And if you'd like to participate and help out Crypto Swarm, retweet, like, and comment. That is all.
And this is Nostradamus, not Nostradamus, because Nostradamus is an alter ego of Nas.
Nostradamus is the only one who was able to predict the future. Just look at Black Girl Lost.
Nostradamus.
I never really listened to that album. Is it?
It's a
Because
dope album.
I was pretty obsessed with of course Illmatic, and of course It Was Written, and then also Stillmatic. Even Hip Hop Is Dead. I like, but I know that Nas has lots of albums.
I liked Nostradamus. It wasn't.
Let me check it out. I heard One Mic when it came out. I think it must have been 2001, and I was 11 years old, and I was like, holy freaking
One of the
hell.
craziest songs of look what Nas has over what Nas has over he's German, right? Nas has Usen sorry. So what Nas has over other rappers is that he invented in completely new genres of music. So he's like in Rewind, if you listen to Nas Rewind, he tells the whole fucking story backwards.
Yeah, I like Rewind.
The man
The
gets
bullet
hit with the
went back
gun,
in
the
the
bullet
gun.
goes, yo, it's sick.
But there's so many good songs. Second Childhood is a beautiful song. Although
Black Girl Lost, I'm telling you.
that song I've heard that's on Nostradamus.
You know that one song he did that was like, I know I can't be what I want to be. What was the name of that song?
If I work hard at it,
Yeah,
I'll be where I
I'll
want
be
to
where
be.
I want to be. Boys and girls, listen again. This is no time for little boys trying to be men. Yeah, this is dope. I don't remember the name of the song, but I remember the words.
I can. It's it was written.
I am, or I was it.
What was your idea for a thread that you were saying a second ago, Zach?
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say there's those threads that are like a depiction of psychological ideas like imposter syndrome or Dunning-Kruger, right? Type that into DALL-E and say AI generated a thread of AI generated representations of psychological things, right? Like, because I feel like what AI thinks imposter syndrome is, what it derives it as, might be interesting to see.
All I need is one blunt, one page, one pen.
There's 16 shots in each Glock. That's 32 shots between each. One shot between you and me, that's 33. Jesus Christ. I don't remember the exact words.
Jesus Christ died at age 33, and then there's this. That's what he starts with.
Yeah.
Which means one of my guns, it's amazing. One of my guns was holding 17, 16 hit your crew, or no, 13, something hit your crew, 6 went into you. Everybody's got to die someday. Hope your funeral never got shot up. Bullets tear through the innocent. It's really fucking goes for it.
Beautiful.
You know, that both New York State of Minds, I think I broke those songs listening to them. Where he talks about, I used to have a crew of 10, 10 went to 9, 9 went to 8, 2 went to prison, 2 got killed, now it's just me.
Wait, there's 2? Oh, New York State, freaking Billy Joel. Wait, is that what that song? Yeah, they're both New York State of Mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, pretty different, but also that's what's great about New York. You've got Billy Joel talking about reading the newspaper, and then you've got Nas saying a lot of different stuff in that track. I think of that more, that's like it has some specifics, but I think that's like sort of setting the stage for the whole album. And the beat is that's like one of my favorite beats of all time.
Nas picks the coolest beats.
See, there was Gangstar, which was, DJ Primo and Guru, right? But then, they never formed a band, but most, if not all, of those tracks are DJ Premier, dude.
DJ Premier is dope.
by the way.
Speaking of dope, what I put into the top is the culmination of the past hour, which is a thread that we all kind of wrote together, mostly just me and you know, and so I wrote the thread. We broke it up. We used AAR to change the Nostradamus picture into something maybe more interesting. And there's the thread at the top. So if you want to support crypto, Swarm AI, and more importantly, if you want to support you in the future, you better support other people. Because if you don't support other people first, when you ask them for support, then they're not going to give it. And you're going to ask yourself, hey, why isn't anyone supporting me? Well, because you didn't do the first thing that's required of getting supported, which is support other people first. So if you want to support Crypto Swarm and give yourself good karma, retweet, comment, and share, and otherwise amplify that thread if you find that it's consistent with your values.
Cool pick.
I just put my Nostradamus pictures up in the nest, by the way. Well, not mine, the ones that Dolly made.
So what is the, or I guess I should just go with what resonates. But I was wondering, like, you said comments are the best?
That's right. So retweets are nice. Nobody really cares. Likes are nice. Nobody really cares. What the algorithm really cares about is Trevor's axiom. Are people arguing with each other in the comment section? That's the only thing they like to see.
So
should we get into a fake fight?
If you wanted to, we could create a fake fight. One might argue that what has already happened in journalism is that when you see comments at the bottom of a post where people are fighting, that's actually written also by the people at the newspaper to create, the illusion of dissension.
Well, New York
basically, I
Times
should give a
does
little bit
the
of hate.
selected.
So should I give some hate in the comment when I really, enjoy and love hollering at him in this space?
Or what I would do is, the way to do it is to be like, yo, Busta Rhymes is right. Or, you know what? Nostradamus wasn't wrong about all things. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, it would have to be like really, the more authentic the dissension, the better. You know what I mean? Right? If you see something you disagree with, great. If you don't see anything you don't disagree with or doesn't resonate with you, I wouldn't even comment, right? But if you see something that you disagree with, great. I would argue that there's nothing you disagree with that we haven't written a good enough thread yet.
I love that you mentioned Busta Rhymes.
You have to. That's the whole basis of his first 5 albums.
It's true. God, he's so good.
Early Busta is scary.
Fire.
Super, super crazy.
I make sure everything remains raw. Have you ever heard that song? Dude. There's nobody else who can do that song.
I like that, and we all know they went from diamond hands to toilet paper hands. That's really good.
Yeah, I decided to like leak in some humanity a little bit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm writing this, but I'm still kind of a human. You know when you peek the humanity through the copy?
Yeah.
Oh my God, y'all just made me like Google Busta Rhymes' old shit while my kids wasn't around. And I just saw that when he was in that group. It was fucking damn it. It was Leaders of the New School. Fucking
yeah, man.
Jesus. Fucking elementary school. Oh my God, that was so horrible.
That's all. Who's the other guy? What's his name, man? Q-Tip.
Boy, yeah.
Q-Tip.
Yeah.
Q-Tip's albums are crazy, dude.
That's like the start of fucking De La Soul. If you think about like back then, that's like holy shit.
Dude, remember that? Remember the beat for "Breathe and Stop"? Oh my God.
Yeah, hard.
And one thing I was sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say his breath control, even back then, the way he put it together, I think it was the people right after him who were they were like lyricists or college grads, linguistic majors was DOS Effects. And they had some crazy stuff, but nobody could like twist that shit like Busta. Not since back then. It's crazy.
My favorite thing with rappers is when they sneak in ideas about like coping with mental illness. And one of my favorite things that Busta Rhymes did in the song "Gimme Some More" is you take something that's, you know, at surface level might just be like, I have a lot of stuff and like I always have it available, but really what I'm hearing is I constantly need something to take my mind off of like my own spiritual sickness, you know, because if you listen to like what he's saying, no matter what it is, give me some more. And he's kind of angry in that Busta Rhymes way where it's confrontational, it's an interrogation, it's, you know, give me some more, whatever it is, I need it. And that's what always spoke to me about that song. I think his delivery is very
Emmy,
well
where the
suited to
fuck
that.
have you been all my life?
Brooklyn. Well, for the last 7.5 years I've been in Brooklyn, but before that I was in North Jersey. Sopranos territory, I call it.
Oh, well, fuck. You're exactly the nerd I needed to be friends with, like, in the 90s.
Yep. Well, I was a young child in the 90s, and
well, I'm 40 years old. I don't know how old you are. Sorry.
I'm 32, so we could have been friends, but you would have been like maybe a sort of like a young mentor. I'd
have been like Obi-Wan, bro. I'd have been your Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan, which would make me Luke Skywalker.
That's not bad, right?
That's good.
That's pretty good.
He's the chosen one, right?
Yeah. Chosen. All right, so I'm working on your B images, Crypto. I'm refining the prompt.
Now, this is interesting, right? My comment on Crypto's forums, the level of engagement that I'm getting right now is a lot more than I usually get. So here we go. You help people and it helps yourself. What's that?
How so? What are you observing?
Well,
I'm observing a lot of engagement.
I don't tweet that often, but when I do tweet, it's probably about something that I want some sort of call to action for. But I'm pretty sheepish about it. But in this case, because it's Crypto's forums, and I found part of the thread that I have something to say about, I said it, and because we're all talking about it already, we already have this built-in engagement engine. So yeah, like the speed of engagement and the volume of engagement is, I would say, high for me. I also never talk about hip hop in my tweets, so this is a good chance to talk about hip hop. I like hip hop.
Word, me too, dude. It was really amazing when I finally I moved to Portland like 12 years ago, and one of the things I do is I always try to find the highest level of the hierarchy of the social structure that controls access to the things that I might want to do. So that's who I try to make my circle of people I know out of, right? Because I don't really hang out with people. So, like, I hang out with you guys, but I don't hang out with people in real life. I don't want people to come to my house, dude. That's weird. You know?
Not an entertainer.
No.
Hey, but they
if you want to come over to my house and just sit on my couch in my office and smoke weed while I smoke weed, and we can tell dick jokes every once in a while, that's fine. But if you want to come over to my house and get my attention, You are not more interesting than a Bitcoin chart.
You can come over to my house, but you better be okay with being a chair for my cat.
Bro, I live to be a cat chair.
You said you live in Portland. I live
Yeah.
in Southern Oregon, out in Medford. So y'all keep
Nice.
it real fucking weird up there, and I
Yeah,
know
bro.
what goes down. You don't let nobody over your
Nah,
house.
man.
I don't know if
No.
you could fucking turn into a pumpkin at 12 o'clock after 2 glasses of wine and wig the fuck out.
If you guys got
Bro.
like an open sweatshirt, my cat will love to just sit inside your coat and stick his head out, and then it'll just stay there for a while. And he deems you safe if you're here for a half hour. So he has to he weighs it. He's like, all right, you've been a half hour. He waits. He'll sit right next to you, but he'll kind of like rub your arm and stuff till then. But once he deems you a safe person, he'll literally go in your coat and stick his head out.
I need that in my life, bro. I want to go over to your house right now.
He is a fucking.
My cat will smoke with your cat.
My cat his name is Jimmy, and then I have my second cat that is not my cat, which is my wife's cat, which is Tuxedo Bunny Esquire, the lawyer of all cats. Whatever, that's his name.
That's amazing. Bro, my dog.
So it's a black and white cat, then, I assume.
I used to have a dog that was
Jimmy
half
is the
pit
boy
bull.
cat. Tuxedo Bunny is the girl cat, and Bunny is this cat is insane. She's not crazy like a crazy cat, but she can get anywhere in her house, everywhere. Like she can hop from the
Sorry,
floor to
Bill,
the top of the fridge.
the thread isn't showing up properly. All of the, if you go to the bottom of the thread, you'll see all of that is about to change. You might have to delete some of the ones below and add them separately. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, wow. That got real weird. That prompt I don't like. I got a really cool fucking samurai bee though, I think. I'm going to send it to you. Why is everybody not talking? What happened?
Hey,
I'm trying to like water a pig and fucking 4 piglets and chase my son around this farm.
Could be a good commercial. So what you'd have is a voice actor and some ambient synth, a little bit dark. The script is right here. Do people watch video these days?
I watch video.
I like video.
Okay.
But a bee.
Okay, Crypto's form. I put the samurai bee from Dolly up in the nest.
Gosh, that really is that image it's amazing. The fact, Dolly, it's crazy. But
yeah, it's not bad. The prompt is 2 sentences long. The prompt is image of a bumblebee with samurai armor carrying a samurai sword, with a Japanese mountain in the background. Well, Japanese mountain scene in the background. Because when I first rendered these, it rendered a bunch of samurai bees on a white background. You have to tell it what to do with the background. And I just started training this Dolly model though. It's like brand new, so it's not very good yet.
it reminds me of what was the game, Ghost of Tsushima? Anybody play that?
Oh, I never played it, but I know the one you're talking about. Yeah.
I mean, the fact that samurais have been around a long time, obviously before that game, but I played that game all the way through, and it brings back memories. It's very fun.
Yeah, I heard it was a really good game. I won't touch a PlayStation because they're terrible.
Oh man, I grew up on PlayStation, Tomb Raider, 2 Extreme, definitely a PlayStation kid. Tekken, basically,
you know what, man?
was my life.
I'm just kidding about them being terrible, obviously, but I just never got into PlayStation because I hate the interface. I always found
You're
it.
terrible, Brad. Stop talking shit about PlayStation. No, sorry. But it was
Stop
yeah,
it!
it's like
Stop it!
just stop it, all right? Please.
I don't want to
to
defend Sony. It's hard.
Oh god. I applied to Sony for a recruiter position. They rejected me. So I hate them too. I'm not going to touch my PlayStation anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell the recruiter that you just lost a customer, my friend.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, I
You know what
already
I
bought
just
the
did?
device.
You know what I just did?
What
Bong.
did you do?
I just pressed order on an Xbox. You fucking son of a bitch. I'm out.
Yeah. I like this. It's rejection retaliation in the job market. This is something we need to normalize.
And also, we need to normalize attempting to destroy huge corporations. I think trying to destroy huge corporations should always be the right thing to do. It's like, should I punch this Nazi? Yeah, 100%. There's never a time where the answer is don't punch the Nazi, right? Like, that's the backbone of civilization right now. Like World War II, our post-World War II industrialization is all built on punching Nazis in the face. So I really think that
and keeping them from themselves.
we should do that for corporations, man. We should punch corporations in their metaphorical face.
But if you punch Sony in the face, there's a lot of people who like their Sony devices. They might say, why don't you punch Sony in the face? Why don't you punch freaking Microsoft in the face?
Yeah. Well, first we're going to punch those people in the face for questioning our punching decisions. Because who the fuck are they? Right? And second of all, we're going to punch Microsoft in the face too.
I for one, am in complete support of these corporations, and I think we should all support them too.
Is there a way to punch them in the face while supporting them? Some jabs.
Yeah, so how that works is what you want to do is you want to go in for the punch at the same time as you caress the back of their head. So that when your fist contacts their fucking stupid face, their head gently, well, not gently at first because you punched them, but, gently eventually leads them towards the ground so that when they fall down, they don't bonk their head.
Is that a Dirty Sanchez?
No, that's something else.
No, that's a different thing.
Okay, I've always had this firm belief: if the Nazis are on your side, you're on the wrong side.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I call it the Nazi index. If you're doing anything that Nazis are like, yeah, great idea, you're doing something wrong.
This is good. This is good intel because I'm the founder and acting president of the New York Cybernetic Society, and if someone comes up and says, "Hey, this is really exciting. I'm a Nazi," I'll be like, "Okay, let me do a retro on that. Why is this exciting to Nazis? That's a good metric.
Yeah.
Nazi engagement rate.
Yeah.
How do I want to keep that low? I want to keep that very low.
Really low. Near zero. Yeah. Negligible.
So I don't know where you guys stand politically, and I have to be super careful about this because I am talking as a company.
Well,
this is not my company's point of view. This is not my company's point of view. This is just Ken Kimball, is a point of view.
Wow, you're about to say some fucked up shit. All right, let's hear it.
Whoa, what was that? That was awesome.
I don't know.
Yeah, I fully dox myself. I'm on my website anyway. I mean, we work for the military. We're fully doxed anyway, so I don't care.
No, I'm sorry. There was a sort of brief cacophony, a very warm, echoey cacophony that I really enjoyed, and I think it got in the way of what you might have said.
Yeah, I heard
Like a really big burp too.
Oh, it's me.
Well, I'm just saying is when someone does a search warrant, this is hypothetical and nonpartisan in any way. When someone takes the time to do a federal search warrant, usually there's a reason that they do those, and they usually already know what they're looking for, and they already kind of know what they want, and they have to be very, very serious that they're looking for something, and they don't go looking for like, a lost piece of paper that someone misplaced. That's all I'm saying. And I guess we're going to find out more in the next couple days.
Oh,
I think we can't forget that what we're doing is watching TV. This is television.
Reality TV.
This is political reality TV, and the truth is difficult to tell in real time.
True. Hey, I think I fixed it. Can you go look and see if I fixed it?
Yeah, let's take a look. So if you're just joining us, welcome to the Syndicate. Today we're focusing on Crypto Swarm AI. That's right, Crypto Swarm AI. You think you can predict the future? Well, if you do, you probably can't. And if you do, with any degree of accuracy, we'd like to probably talk to you. Let me see if this is working. So, okay. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm so bad at Twitter.
It's okay. And the good thing about this is, like, dude, when I was doing this shit, I was like, I hope it doesn't fuck up. I hope it doesn't fuck up. Right? Because when you're doing it, you feel like everybody's looking at you. I don't know. I was like, maybe I'm like paranoid.
If this works, this is amazing because I have all these essays from Lewis.
It'd be amazing, right?
That I can do and sectionalize, and this will be amazing. It looks like it's working already because my engagement's going off the freaking chain.
What do you mean? What are you seeing on your end?
I'm getting a lot of likes that I don't normally get, and then it seems like they're liking every one of them, not just one of them. So it's starting to cause quite a bit of like.
Yeah, then the next step would really be like, comments and blah, blah, blah. And what's interesting is that sometimes what happens is you get like quote tweets, right? And then tags. So, yeah, like to me, this is just an experiment. I don't care if it doesn't work. I don't care if it works. I just want to validate or invalidate or learn about this threat hypothesis. And the more we can practice it, I've seen what happened with Brad. I've seen what happened with myself, and I wrote a thread on the similarities between a stand-up comic and a stand-up startup founder. Right, and I got some great engagement off of that. So, yeah.
Did Dan comment on that? Because that would be great for Dan.
Yeah, right. I just kind of uploaded it without tagging anyone. But,
I love Dan's sense of humor.
Dan's the best.
He has such a dry sense of humor; it's almost clinical. It's so funny.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of sarcasm, and I will say that it's difficult to tell when Dan is being sarcastic or not. And perhaps one argument might be that he's never being sarcastic.
I think that's what makes the joke so powerful.
That's my Swarmer IP?
Swarmer eye.
Oh, it's so badass.
Oh, bees. Swarm. Hive. It's all coming together.
Dude, that is sick.
Well, I'm gonna try
Tyler, if
this.
someone says when Lambo, you just say now Lambo.
It's the only response.
So I have a couple things that I want to try this thing out, but I think I'd like to try this with the South by Southwest thing, and I can report the outcome and see if the
Yeah,
engagement.
I would. Before doing anything, I would just go to Google and type in Alfred North Whitehead, The Aims of Education. The Aims of Education by Alfred North Whitehead. Very short essay. Change your life.
I guess what I should really focus on is this interview tomorrow, because it's tomorrow morning. I should get to that. I actually have to prepare for it. I have to teach the Bechdel test to the principal, but I'm supposed to pretend that the principal is a classroom full of students.
So teach it to us.
Well, so the thing is, I have a script, so it's the
It's okay.
delivery of the
Imagine you
script.
just walked into class. We're all seated at our desks. You know, you tell us to shut up, we shut up, right? And now what? Today's lesson will be on.
So should I pull up the script?
If you need a script, but you should be off script if you're going to be a teacher.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I need to learn the script.
Good. Learn it with us. Teach it to us right now. I mean, if you know it, you shouldn't have to look at your notes, right?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I know the Bechdel test, and I feel comfortable teaching it, but they want me to stick to the script. So.
All right, give us the script then.
Yep. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out. Okay. So actually, yeah, it's a little complicated. The documents they gave me are kind of hard to.
Well, if you want to get your head around it, and let us know when you're ready.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. A lot going on. So what's going on in the ask? You good?
Mike,
What's going on, Zach?
so remember the paper how I wrote those 3 papers?
Yep.
I got my feedback. I got 100 on all 3 of them. And the feedback I got from 2 of them, I'll read you the feedback. This is so well done. One of the top tier papers for this assignment I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot. That was the feedback I got.
Zach, is this the 6-part question about your availability?
Oh no, hold on. I'll see if I can pull up that one. Let's see. Okay, I got 100. I haven't even looked at this. Okay, review released. Click. Okay. Well done is the only thing that they said on it. I got 100 on the tip. That was the 6-part paper. The other one was a feasibility assignment, talking about the feasibility of the startup idea that I had.
What about the diversity one?
That's the one that they just said, well done. And that was it, and gave me 100.
Well done. 100.
Amazing. So did we help at all? Did you use any of the ideas from the group?
Yeah. I mean, I think I used the overall theme, but I think that it was pretty consistent with where I was heading.
Awesome.
I think that I don't think I used any direct quotes from the Swarm, from the Syndicate, but I appreciated the support though in my having to sit there.
Yeah, because you were with us all day while you're just banging out one paper after another.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that again, but I'm probably gonna have to do it Sunday because I think I have another 3 due this Sunday.
Remember, the plan was that we would start on Monday, right?
Yeah, that fell through.
Oh shit! It's Friday already.
Yeah.
Fuck. Holy shit! It's Friday. Never mind.
Maybe next week's. We'll just have to set a reminder.
This is a busy week.
Yeah, because the goal was just to see if AI could write my whole college paper and what grade would I get.
Wow.
Okay, I have something. It's not about the Bechdel test, but I have a block of text that I have to learn. That is about process of elimination, which is what the school really encourages for multiple choice questions. Okay. So today we're going to review a skill you've been using for years and have already been practicing, right? POE, or process of elimination. In high school, teachers will already expect you to be perfect at this, right? Because it's one of the secrets to high SAT score and a high AA score too. At first, you may find this strategy forces you to take your time and think really critically about small details. That's what's going to make you some of the strongest readers. The more you practice, the more you'll master this important strategy. That's it. I'm supposed to sound compassionate and with rigor, authoritative.
Yeah, I think you're just gonna have to remove the Christopher Walken, William Shatner, and I think it'll be good.
Christopher Walken, William Shatner. I'm not going to do the impression. I know you said the opposite of that. Sorry. Okay, today we're going to review a skill you've been using for years and have already been practicing. POE, process of elimination, right? In high school, teachers will already expect you to be perfect at this because it's one of the secrets to high SAT scores and a high IA score too. At first, you may find this strategy forces you to take your time and think really critically about small details. That's what's going to make you some of the strongest readers. The more you practice, the more you'll master this important strategy.
I think if you say it 20 more times.
Just say it 20 more times?
Yeah, that's it. Until you're not thinking about it.
Yep. Sounded enthusiastic.
Enthusiastic's good. I think that's one of the things. It's like, hey, let's do this. I believe in this. But yeah, that's a good note, and for the memorization too.
As one of the students listening to this lecture, what are you trying to teach me?
I'm trying to. So this is sort of the prelude to an exercise that we're doing, which is to examine an example of a multiple choice question and look at how some student has gone through POE on the multiple choice, which is this very specific way of marking up and thinking through multiple choice. What they're encouraging the students to do is to slow down. One of the things is to read the question and just think about what the right answer is before you look at the answers. And then one of the other things is to start crossing stuff out that you know is wrong. It's also, you're looking at things that are too general, too specific, or not applicable. So it's what I'm hoping to teach is a sort of a reintroduction, because the students who are in this school have already learned it. So it's saying we're going to be focusing on this thing that you already know. It's really important, and it's in your best interest to really invest in it and give it your all. But then there's actually like a module looking at the question itself and what this student in the model did wrong.
Okay, cool.
Amazing. I'm noticing more engagement and some. We even got a quote tweet.
I like to quote tweet.
We got,
I feel like quote tweeting has more algorithmic weight.
well, you were able to generate a quote tweet from your quote tweet. So you see how the layers are working? I'll post it to the top.
Fucking layers, bro.
So someone named Arguable Exorcist liked my tweet that none of us seem to know.
Interesting. I do not know this human either. Maybe this is not a human. Maybe this is a robot. A robot.
Well, they seem to. So they have something called they're part of toastpunk.eth.
Okay.
And they have 75.5 thousand followers.
That's cool.
Followed by like Kim.com, OpenSea, Andrew Gazdecki, some people. That's interesting.
Yeah, so the true, I mean, what our mission was to increase the follower base. So he's at 1714 now. So the success we're looking for is 2714. I think the other thing that I would accept is if he saw a significant increase in people going to the Discord, right? We haven't added a call to action anywhere here. We might think about doing that. Or I didn't want to, go too hard with it. I just wanted to see if people would be naturally interested in the text itself.
Well, I think we have our KPI, which is more followers. The question is, do you want? Because one thing you could do is see how the engagement is.
Two Discord people joined
perhaps,
just now. Two Discord people just joined.
Nice. Can you talk to them? And
I'll find out where they heard about it.
Yeah, and just ask them even deeper, like, is there something that resonated with you about it? All that kind of stuff. Or have you been following the project for a while and you finally said, fuck it, I'm going to do it? I want to know if it's like someone from 0 to 100 or someone who is like at 70 that goes to 90, Because the Discord following is the true sign of success. Followers is a vanity metric. Money is the actual metric. And the way to get money is Discord followers for a project that's about to launch.
So what I'd be interested in is if this is sort of a Twitter question, but if you were to sort of hold and watch the engagement over 24 hours, and then you were to add a tweet to the thread, would there be notifications for everybody who engaged?
Everyone at the bottom. You're exactly right. Some of the highest engagement I've ever gotten is like, so for example, CryptoSwarm, what you could do is take that whole thread and then look at people talking about predictive analytics, and then you add that whole thread as a reply to their thread, right? And so everyone looking at that thread that scrolls through will see yours.
Oh, yeah, that's genius. So I will do that. Holy hell.
One thing that could be nice, I know that likes are a sort of a lower priority, but if you liked everything that people said, or if you liked the retweets, it's kind of like a nice, like, hey, they're paying attention to me, yay.
You respond to everything. Yeah.
I've noticed that helps with people retweeting it when they've been liked. Like someone liked my stuff, so I'll retweet it. Do you know what I mean?
If anything, what might really take this further is if crypto, you tag a bunch of people that you know that might be interested in it. Like tags, people getting added and things is also great for the algorithm.
Yeah, I found tags to be really effective. Also for people who are following the people that you tag. Or at least that's how sort of LinkedIn.
Yeah, let me send it to Legacy, the guy who taught us this. One sec. The Legacy, because he has 141,000 followers.
One thing that would be interesting that I should have done is tag Nas in the actual thing that I did, because then you have people who are following Nas and it might show up. I've seen that before.
That's how I ended up talking to Lib Quali one time on Twitter. Like, a bunch of people were shitting on him in this thread, and I fucking hopped in there and I was like, look, man, I'm not trying to tell y'all what to think, but this dude has just been making dope as fuck shit since I was a kid, and I'm like 40 years old. Like, how the fuck are you fucking gonna talk shit about Talib Kweli? Like, this is like one of the most productive fucking artists to ever live. Like, this dude is prolific. Anyway,
was
he
it stuff
fucking
about
actually
his like attitude?
Yeah, like I guess he's like people. I guess like half of Black Twitter hates Talib Kweli. I didn't know this, right? Obviously. Anyway, he ended up fucking talking to me in the thread, and like I DM'd him. It was cool. It was really cool. He was like, "Wow, I think you're the first white person I've ever heard like jump into a thread on Black Twitter and defend me." He was like, "Thanks for taking one for the team, because they're about to fucking go after you." And they did, bro. They did. Yeah, I made a mistake, but it got me a conversation with Talib Kweli, so it was worth it. Twitter's a magical place. Oh, and also I got to have a one-on-one conversation with Dane Cook on a Twitter space. Fitz was there. It was pretty cool. I just saw Dane Cook was hosting a Twitter space, and I went in there and requested to speak. And I think at the time my profile picture was a photograph of me, and it had like 70s text on it that said "Get wrecked, pussy." And he was like, "I'm going to pick this guy to talk because I think this guy is fucking hilarious." And yeah, we had a conversation for like 15 minutes. It was really, really cool.
Twitter can be a magical place. Find LinkedIn is a really interesting place as well.
I made a LinkedIn account yesterday.
You should connect. Let's connect.
I will
Good.
actually fill out my account.
I have like 6,000 friends on LinkedIn.
6,000
the connections.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I've done a lot of business, just not in Twitter. Like, no joke, my first tweet was 2 months ago.
How old are you?
I'm 52.
Say it again.
52.
No fucking way you're 52.
Swear to God.
Nope.
52. Yep. Let go of my ego. What do you want? Like Saturday cartoons? What do you want me to tell you?
I want you to tell me why you sound 20.
Because I do.
One second. I think crypto, when you're unmuted, the audio is all fucked. What's that all about? You guys hear that?
Really?
Yeah,
yes,
it might be crypto that's causing the feedback, the warm fuzzy feedback.
Could be
Android.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we have to just make sure that if anyone's talking, just mute up.
Is crypto really 52, guys? Is
Go
he
look
fucking
up Kenneth Kimball on cryptoswarm.ai.
All
It's a
right.
picture in front of the White House.
Okay. Crypto.
This is on LinkedIn.
Yeah, you can see Ken Kimball on LinkedIn or cryptoswarm.ai on computer.
I'm going to your website. I've never actually gone to your website, bro. I'm a dick. I'm just now realizing I should have gone to your website.
I'm
Self-acceptance. But yeah, other people figured that out a long time ago. Yeah.
I need a website.
What do you
Also, my
say?
podcast. I need a website. I have my podcast.
Wix and $20 and you're done.
Wix and $20. Yeah, I should do it.
Yeah, it's easy. Believe me, Wix.com, $20, you're done. You don't even have to pay to create the website. I created a website today for a guy called The Bottom Drawer.
The bottom drawer.
Yeah.
Or where is the? It's on drawer, I guess. The bottom drawer. It's
Let
not
me
the
see if I can
bottom
find it.
drawer.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I gotta ask. Hey, Ken, are you Emmy's dad?
Yes.
No.
Because y'all look a lot alike. Like
Ken
weird.
Kimball looks like me?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Are you Jewish?
No, I'm not Jewish.
Are you sure?
I'm German.
I'm so my last name is Schwab. It's Schwabenland. It's in Germany.
My
Technically,
name
I'm
is
part.
Kimball, and I'm super German.
Would you say you're Uber?
Would you say that you are an Ubermensch?
No, I wouldn't. I'd say I'm actually split between English and German.
By the way, this guy Louis Rosenberg, he looks like he's a ton of fun.
He actually is wicked cool.
Yeah, this dude looks like the kind of guy that I would hang out with.
Dude, he is so fun to work with. It's unbelievable. He has he's such an open mind about different things in the project. It's amazing. It really is.
What's his PhD in?
Man, I think it's I can't remember. I think it's something science. I really don't remember, but I know that he sold his first company to BlackRock, and he's already made some projects, and he's just super fun to work with. Like we've had problems where we were in a disagreement on one side of the company, and then he was like, if you show him a logical reason to do something, he'll do it. That's it. And it's really cool working with someone that thinks of logic before emotion, which is just fantastic. He's hella smart too.
I'm looking at his LinkedIn right now.
Oh my God, read some of his stories. They're amazing. Like the essays about future. Holy hell, he writes amazing stuff. I can't wait to break that up into streams.
Man, I'd love to talk to this guy.
Well, wasn't he here yesterday? No, that was Josh. Yeah, I'll set it up.
Man, yeah, that would be awesome. This is the kind of guy that I would schedule time. I would make an appointment with him to talk to him.
Too soon?
What I'm gonna do is have him come visit the syndicate, but we got to make sure that there's like 40 or 50 people here, so that it makes it worth his time. As in, he wants to have at least a lot of people to talk to, because he likes having a lot of questions. So, maybe 30 men. If we had 30 people, he'd be down.
I got 30 people.
We
do look alike.
Fitz is here. Yay!
Fitz is here.
I love Fitz. Fitz hasn't heard the news yet.
What news?
About the thing with me.
Your good news.
Mm-hmm.
Spread the gospel.
I'm gonna invite him to speak. Wait, Mike, you tell him.
No, I love hearing it from you.
Ah, man. So, Fitz, hi, buddy.
Hey, man, I love good news. What's the good news?
Oh, I have good news. Crypto Oracle Capital is like about to be a real legit official company, like an actual company. Um, I'll be. I've got $12,000 of capital that I raised yesterday, somewhat by accident, somewhat on purpose. Um,
Nice,
yeah,
dude.
yeah. So basically, I was on the phone with Mike, and we were just chilling and talking about stuff, and we were working on like a show thing, like making content. We're still working on that. And I don't know. He
Dude, I
just
raised $100,000 on accident. Like, I made 5 phone calls and raised $100,000 for a fund. They took it and ripped all my friends off.
damn. That's fucking awful.
Yeah, it was awful. None of them will talk to me now. So now, if I freaking need to raise money, I gotta call different friends.
Also, we
That
should
was a
talk
beautiful-
about a collaboration between
Oh, let's mute her. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. We should talk about a collaboration between your swarm and my fund.
Sure. Why
Yeah.
don't we why don't we talk about something like making a fund with the swarm, doing an index fund too? Because we as a swarm have been thinking about doing a fund, and then we got a
Yeah.
trade with Travis that you haven't met, and we can work something out.
Yeah, actually, I've been putting together a little bundle index fund of my own with crypto assets over the years. Just a list of stuff that I've been watching over the years that I believe in and I trust.
Yeah, we were thinking about we could make a pretty hefty index fund that could do pretty well. So I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
let's definitely have a discussion about that.
Yeah. Anyway, so Fitz, Crypto Oracle Capital, it's real, and it's an acronym.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Basically, some rich people are giving me money so that I can degen it on Bitcoin. And
Okay.
I'm going to make them a fuckload of money.
And
Like,
so they're investors, and there's a return, I assume.
yeah. I'm keeping 20%
Okay, interesting. That's cool.
of profit, like
Sweet.
not of initial investment. Obviously, keep nothing of initial investment. But yeah, and also I don't intend to personally keep that 20%. The 20% is going into the fund, and I am going to DCA the fund into holding Bitcoin and a few other crypto assets long term. So, within a few years, the assets of the firm will keep the leverage trading afloat, even on bad days.
Well
And
done.
and I'll take a salary, right? Just like whatever is a fair salary. And obviously, there's going to be a board. It's not going to be a publicly traded company, but there will be a board. I need, you can't become a megalomaniac when you're running a fund. I've watched a lot of documentaries about guys who like get their first fund, and they fucking basically lose their mind, and then they lose all the money because no one will talk to them anymore, and they're crazy and they're making bad choices. So there has to be a board.
Is it currently just you?
Right now it's me and Mike. Zach is an investor. You know Zach.
Yep. I would
Yeah.
recommend an LLC for you guys right off the bat.
Well, Zach is sending me the info for a guy he knows who basically makes a kit that lets you have set up it's a hedge fund in a box. It's a kit of all the paperwork and filings you need to be a hedge fund legally.
Yep. You could be a hedge fund, but the hedge fund could be listed under the LLC so that you're
Oh,
not.
okay. Well, I'm gonna as soon as I take the deposits, I'll be doing the registering with the state. and getting that thing so I'll register with the state as an LLC.
Yeah, I have several. It's great because then if like anything goes wrong, it's just a little protection. So
Yeah.
it's a good idea.
So do you wanna be a part of the board?
Oh fuck yeah! What do you want me to do?
Just like use your business acumen. Tell me when I'm making a bad choice. Vote on things that go to the board. I don't know, whatever the fuck people do when they're on a board. I don't know what the fuck board people do. I've never been on a board.
I can't
The
help
only job is to be a lawyer or make money.
They get bored.
I think all of our board meetings should happen in a strip club, though.
Then they wouldn't be boring.
Right. They'd be
Very
stiff.
cool. Good for you, by the way.
Fuck you,
Congratulations.
Fitz. I love you. You're my best friend, Fitz.
You
Fucking
must be
homie.
happy. Fucking right on.
I am happy. Yeah. I'm trying really hard not to be like, I'm trying really hard to put neutral energy into it. Right? Because, like, when you're doing something like trading with leverage.
I gotta bail, guys. I'm gonna go fucking lay down or something.
Oh God, go have a nap.
Feel better, Crypto Swarm. Great work.
Thank you so much.
I love you, buddy. Get some rest.
But Brad, it's interesting you bring that up because we were talking about this as a core strength for you.
What's that?
The ability to resist emotion.
Yeah. Well, emotions lie to you, and they're also temporary. But like losing money, that's forever.
Yes,
it's like a diamond.
other people's money too is something.
Dude, and when your friends are like, "Hey, I'm going to call my very rich friend," and you're like one of the only people I've ever introduced to this guy, right? And then that guy is like, "Oh, I'll give you $10,000," and you didn't know 10 minutes before that phone call that phone call was even going to happen. That shit makes you feel like you're going to throw up.
And then what did he say to you about the money he was going to send?
He was like, "I don't even care if you run away with it." He was like, I think he said that he about half expects that I will. It's like, I half expect that you'll run away with it. He's like, you can pay your rent for 3 months, or you can do the thing you said you can do, and then you'll become a very rich guy. And you won't have to ever worry about anything ever again, basically.
That's what I need. I should start a startup. 99% of startups succeed, right?
Yeah, and it's 100% dependent on your own performance, and it has nothing to do with the input or finances of others. So you're good.
I had an idea for a startup that I thought was pretty good.
What is it?
It's an innovation management platform for biotech innovation that incorporates back-end regulatory. So basically, your
Stop talking.
Yep.
That's a really good idea. You shouldn't finish talking about it in public because it's too good of an idea. And there's too many highly technical people that hang out with us.
Dude, you should see my because I remember we were talking about I was shadow banned on LinkedIn and still am. There's like, if I go back to my LinkedIn right now, because I know, there's somebody I want to invite to this space. I want to talk to him. He's a sales guy. Maybe he can take sales off my hands. Yeah. Okay. If I look at the people looking at my account right now, profile views, head of service quality analytics division at Anderson Lab. head of service quality analytics division at Anderson Lab. So what's Anderson Lab? They have 3,400 developers, QA engineers, and BAs. So that's them. Who else is looking? We have someone who is with Radiomics, and Radiomics is the next generation Liège-based image research organization for healthcare. Who else is looking? Leadcore. Leadcore is one of North America's most diversified construction companies. Janu Pactor is a headhunting agency out of New York.
These are folks
RBC
looking
is,
at your Twitter account or LinkedIn?
they're coming from my Twitter account to my LinkedIn.
Got it.
RBC, which is a bank, and CIBC, which is another bank. So we have two of Canada's largest four banks hanging out in the background, not saying shit.
Are
Right
they
now?
trying to? What's going on? They're trying to recruit. I think I missed the beginning of that.
Oh, they're just checking. They're listening to this space and checking us out, and listening in the background to our conversations.
Oh, for sure.
Well, hi, Banks. My name's Brad. I'm real good at money, and would really like it if you just went ahead and wired me some, and I can make it more. And then I'll give like most of it back to you, and then I'll keep some of it. And we can just
Sorry,
keep
Brad.
doing it.
These are executives, so give them the asshole pitch.
The asshole
Yeah,
pitch.
give them the asshole pitch.
The asshole pitch is it's real fucking stupid not to give me $100 million because most of the time you're not even using it right. Like,
What are they
honestly,
using it on right now? What are they wasting their time trying to do?
fractionalizing it. It's a waste of time. No one's ever going to pay the debt. It doesn't matter. You can't print money that no one's going to pay back. So give me some money and let me actually make it more money that you could have.
Wait a minute. I actually was going to do this yesterday, and you told me not to.
No, I mean these are banks. These are like gigantic banks that I'm talking in this hypothetical situation to. So I'm like, transfer me $100 million.
But they make money on interest.
No, they don't. They make up money on interest. That's not the same thing.
I would also like to add, if there are bankers, that the check is in the mail. So if you could just pause any interests, just know that. And also, what do you expect? 2% return on that shit anyway? I'm going to go to a damn debt consolidation, and I know what you guys do, and I'm the victim. That's it.
And I'm interested in your shadow inventory if you want to reach out to me. Thank you.
Yeah, let Fitz have your shadow inventory. Come on.
Fitz, what would you say to a bank if they were listening to you right now? Exactly who do you need to talk to in the bank, and what do they need to do, or what decision-making authority do they need?
I mean, I'm mostly connected with credit unions in Phoenix. Like I'm friends with a couple of people who are, make a lot of the decisions with credit unions, but like not banks.
I would need to basically talk to somebody who is in their, I guess the department would be.
Yeah, talk to them as if you're speaking to them now, because you are technically speaking to them now. They just haven't identified or have anonymized themselves. And people on desktop, we might not see their thing. And again, people are listening to the replays of this. So talk to them as if they were talking in the room. Yeah.
I would rather not at this, actually.
Is it
Not a problem.
KYC?
Yeah, this is Canadian banks. We don't print money like you guys do.
KYC is the way to be.
Know your Canada.
Know your Canada.
Know your Canada.
Also, Canadian banks that are listening, I am a Canadian citizen. I was born in Toronto. And so, yeah, Holla at your boy. I'm really, really good at Bitcoin.
Spitz, you want to hear something wild?
Every day.
Brad and I grew up in the same place, basically.
Yeah, we were like
Yeah.
basically born in the same hospital.
We could have been, yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And we're
We
basically
were,
the same age too. So it was like
yeah.
happening at the same
So
time.
I probably knew him like when I was a kid. We don't even know. Like,
Wait.
yeah.
The same time, the same day you were born? You have
Not the
I
same
mean,
day. He's like 39 and I'm 40.
yeah. So we might have been like in the same class.
A year apart.
Yeah. That's fucking wild, right? Like we could have played at the same park when we were kids. We probably did.
Absolutely, probably did. And we
What
came
is
from a
the-
place in Toronto that nobody would ever go, which is Scarborough.
Yeah.
What is the greatest interval for twin birth between two babies? Could it be a year? And could you be long lost twins?
No. Well,
That's a
technically,
fair.
if it was like
well,
New Year's, you know.
I thought about it though. He's too brown. There's no way we're related genetically. I'm white as white can be. I'm clear. I'm Casper the fucking sunburnt ghost.
friendly.
The first
sunburned.
twin comes out at like, 11:58, and the second twin comes out at like 1:01. You'd be a year apart.
Yeah.
Well, you'd be born in different years. I don't know if that's the same thing though.
Well,
Yeah,
hey,
that doesn't work.
hey, it worked. It kind of answered. You could be a year apart.
You're right. I'm sorry.
I love that he said he was sorry.
They, that me.
Sorry.
but-
Sorry. My apologies.
Okay, the last thing I'll say is it's build legit. Yo, tired of the FDA slowing down your go-to-market with regulatory bullshit? Forget about it. Build legit.
Forget about it. I like it.
You're going to use AI for novel protein folding synthesis?
That's a good question.
That is a good question. That's a
But I'm
very
more.
that's a
Well, that's.
Yo, I
I'm more
watched everything by Martin Shkreli. What are you talking about? Martin Shkreli's School of Management out here.
bro. See, I knew there was a reason why we fucking yeah.
So I'm focused more on the devices,
Go on.
medical devices.
Mm-hmm. In what regard?
I have to brush up on this. I haven't thought about this in a while, so I feel I can talk about it later. But basically, yeah, I have to like sharpen up this thing because I haven't thought about it in a while. But I do think it's a good idea.
I was almost in medical equipment sales. And
I was offered a job to headhunt pharmaceutical executives a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, I can't. No, I can't.
One of the things that I'm really interested in is VR therapy. And there's a sort of growing conversation around, software as a medical device. So my feeling is that there's going to be a market for folks who don't know anything about regulatory, who just want to build. So the idea is you have guardrails to work through that process without having to necessarily deal with like quality management systems, which are quite robust, and or consultants who will say, "I'll take care of it," and that's what the platform would be.
this is it equipment, or is it more like mental health, or where did I lose you there in that description somehow?
So my focus at least what I think of as version 1 is software as a medical device.
Yeah.
What do you do for a job? Like
so I was recruiter, did that for a while, focused on product management, and I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. So right now I'm a consultant at a virtual reality company called VR Workout, and looking for the next thing. I have this interview for teaching, but trying to figure it out.
What's your education?
I was an English and classics major.
Did you get a master's?
I did not.
Okay. Bachelor's then?
Yeah, almost a double bachelor's, but I got a D in one class because I stopped showing up.
Yeah.
So you
But
technically, I got a triple bachelor's.
What's that?
Technically, I got a triple bachelor's, but I don't like to bring that up because, like, I feel like it's like, I don't know, it becomes overwhelming. But yeah, it was they overlap so much. That's why I got a triple major. It was computer science, math, and physics undergraduate.
Nice.
Yeah, but like, dude, they overlap so much. It's like 2 extra semesters to get 3 bachelors instead of 2, instead of 1.
Smart.
Yes.
Smart. I did as little as possible so I could get out by the skin of my teeth. And I was like, they were like, you want to specialize? I'm like, is there a possibility that I just don't specialize? Because I really don't want to do any of the, like, who wants to learn fucking HR? Like, right? Oh, you're going to do HR? Get the fuck out of here. What
Bro,
else?
I was going to ask you if you wanted
That's boring.
I was going to ask you if you wanted to be the head of HR.
Yeah, I guess, because we don't need that many people, right? My job is to keep people away from the company, not attract them.
Actually, and you don't even need an HR. You can have an AI HR.
I want to hire as few people as possible. If the company could just be a handful of people that didn't say anything to each other, that would be perfect.
Dude, can we get like an awesome old retired baseball player to be like, yeah, this is the HR department. Like, this guy just fucking crushes it.
Yeah, dude.
You just bring in a baseball bat at people all day. I like it.
Well, like HR is in like the home run connection of it. You just have like
nice.
Yeah, like Big Poppy is like the head of HR. Like, he's the HR department. It's like David.
You could also
I like it. Home run resources.
Solution.
An
AI baseball player though.
Shit, we could market a business for this guy running HR. Actually,
you could also get HR the lead singer or lead vocalist of Bad Brains. He's pretty cool. He can head of HR is just.
Is he sober?
Bad Brains.
Slightly lesser known than like David Ortiz.
The amount of communication that needs to occur in the organization has an inverse relationship with the amount of money we make. If we are sending messages to each other, that means we are not making money. I want to minimize the amount of contact I have with everyone.
Hey,
we should have nothing to talk about.
First of all, I'm making money right now.
Exactly. See? And we don't need to talk about it, do we? It's just happening.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it.
It is happening, though.
I don't want to talk about anything with nobody. We hired you for something? Good. We hired you for something because I don't want to talk to nobody. I don't want to meet anyone.
Says the guy I was on the phone with till 1:30 in the morning, my time.
I like talking to you, but you fucking read Terry Pratchett. You have the secret key. Anyone who reads Terry Pratchett gets a call.
I was going to say, says the guy who runs daily audio conferences.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just here to talk to Brad. Just other people Brad, Web3. You know what I mean?
I usually, like, before I met you guys, the only reason I came to Twitter was to talk to Fitz. And now the only reason I come to Twitter is to talk to all of you guys, including Fitz.
That's it.
I gotta say, I was on Twitter Spaces a lot because there was a guy named Zen. I think I mentioned it, Michael, to you. Was doing XR Tech Talks daily, and they were great. And then he disappeared. Now I come here instead.
I mean, I feel like I'm about to disappear because most of the stuff that I want to have happen are happening. So you know what I mean? Like, there might be one day where it's like, this just disappears, you know?
Yeah, and folks like me who like to talk will find something else, and the cycle continues.
I'll send you my phone number. You can call me. We can talk about hip hop while I sit here and look at charts.
The better
Cool.
you do, the thing is, again, I'm a glorified recruiter. I used to have to talk to people separately to recruit them. Now I just bubble sort their talent through Socratic dialogue while I stay on mute.
Recruiting.
Socratic dialogue.
That's it. It's the warring of ideas, and whoever wins the war of ideas gets to take the next step. So far, Brad's the only person who's won the war of ideas.
I didn't play fair.
You shouldn't play fair in the war of ideas. Nobody is.
That's
the
true.
War of ideas.
Should I use my the profile photo I'm using now for my LinkedIn photo, or should I use one that makes me look like a little bit less like
No,
gay
I like
Iron
this
Man?
one. You have to. The thing is, it's cock, right? It's not CIBC or RBC. This is cock. I want somebody to look cocky.
I guess that's true. Yeah. Damn, you approved that request fast, man. I was on my way.
This is a war of ideas. You can't just be wishy-washy about this. That's why Michael just blew you away with that idea.
That's true.
What are we discussing here?
And plus, we're always going to be wrong. None of us are going to be right. I just want to make a decision so we can move on with our lives.
What are you guys into? Are you like shorting the market or buying puts or calls? Like, what are these money moves that you're making?
Oh, I trade Bitcoin on leverage.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing.
Whatever you want, man. What do you do?
What do? I work for government.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah. No, I'm not one of you cool guys. I don't do any, coding or any of that shit.
Working for the government is cool. What do you do for the government?
Working for the government is cool.
I think it's cool.
to work for the government. Work for the fucking man.
Well, the man, I think, is particular. I think of the private sector when I think of the man.
No, that
right?
is,
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's the man, and then there's Big Brother.
That's well put. Yeah, I like it.
Absolutely.
The child is the father of the man.
Let me look at
It's
your
hard
profile.
to know where
Have
one
we met
starts
before?
and one ends sometimes. So
Sometimes, my dad is a Big Brother.
Oh yeah, he's
my
a real,
my Uncle
Ted?
John is. No, I was just saying my Uncle John is younger than my dad, so he's both a dad. He's the man. That's weird. We weren't even talking about dads, and I just introduced that. I think I'm still thinking about the idea that Ken is my dad.
I think Ken should be your dad, dude. You guys look a lot alike. Did you go to his website and look at his picture?
No, we actually do look alike.
Yeah, I was not fucking around, dude.
No, we do. Glasses, a bit, clean shaven. We do look alike. He's like older version of me. I was taken aback.
I gotta say, fed by law, Dark Boca, you have actually one of the more intelligent accounts I've seen on here. You actually author your own tweets. What a concept!
Oh,
Yeah, and you definitely don't work for the government based on what I'm reading.
No, I
as
do
well.
work for the government actually. Not the the state government, but yeah, I work for government.
Yeah, that would make sense actually. It's a little inverse. I like it.
So, you guys mostly like tech guys, or you Silicon Valley guys?
My education background, I have 2 PhDs. One's in computer science, one's in theoretical physics. And I used to work at OpenAI, but working in technology doesn't fucking pay like anything unless you fucking own the company. So I quit doing that, and now I trade crypto. And I have my finance sponsorship from Banker's Life. So I'm waiting on some stuff to go through, some licenses. But yeah, I just started a fund yesterday.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. It doesn't have a lot of money yet, but it's a lot of money to me. and it's enough. It's enough to turn into more money. And, you know, I'm really excited about it personally.
Yeah, that's cool.
Long way from living in a car a year ago.
Oh my God. Tell me about that experience. What I do specifically for government is I'm an urban planner, so I'm concerned with like these questions of housing and that sort of thing.
Interesting.
Wait. What was that again? You're what? Urban what?
I'm an urban
planning. I got kind of interested in urban planning there for a while. I fell down a YouTube rabbit hole. This dude who designs city layouts in Europe. It's like he's worked in the Netherlands and all kinds of cool places that like are minimizing cars in their cities by redesigning them and making them walkable. I thought it was fucking fascinating. I got really interested in that for a while. But basically...
Hey, Dark, follow me.
Which one?
Fits.
Follow you where?
All right.
Yeah. Just follow. Yeah, I'll send you a message. Oh, it'll be interesting.
Speaking of following Dark Boca, could you share if you're like on the coasts? Are you central, west, northwest?
I'm coastal. Coastal elite.
Portland, Oregon.
Coastal elite.
Where I live.
We've
got homeless people.
Yeah, but the homelessness is really it's quite serious. It's getting out of hand. And I will say just about my discipline, I find it to be a little bit underwhelming overall. I've got a master's in it, and it's I don't think it's adequately seriously addressing questions like homelessness.
Well, do you think it should be? Do you think fields of like urban planning should be addressing homelessness directly?
Insofar as they should understand it and its causes, and maybe put forward policy on how to address it. Yeah, I think they should understand it. I don't think they should necessarily have to solve it, but you know, his government can't do anything. It's
they have the economic development zones, right? And then you have like your your developed, like your 40Bs. You guys are, I'm sure, overseeing some of that, right?
I'm not familiar with 40Bs. What are you referring to?
It's basically it's a workaround zoning if you are setting aside a certain percentage of whatever housing you're developing for low income.
Oh, okay. So it's like an incentive program. Yeah, we've got some of those where I live. I don't know about those. I mean, it doesn't seem to me that that's working on any scale enough to actually do anything other than allow for some clever people to game that and make, slightly higher margins.
Well,
that's what I would assume is going on. So
you're not wrong, and it's interesting because like the lower income, those are like teachers, firefighters. You know, it's not what you think.
Well, one thing that I'm interested in, I live in New York. This is a bit reductionist, but it comes to point. So we have commercial real estate, right? We've got some empty stuff, and then we've got lots of homeless people right outside those buildings. But do I think that if you were to sort of reroute from a zoning perspective and just fill that commercial real estate building up and get these people homes, I don't know if that would necessarily solve homelessness. And I think housing is part of it, but I think to address homelessness, that goes, in my opinion, beyond housing, and you get into social services and quality of care, the ability to care for these people. But it's very difficult. I live in a certain part of Brooklyn where you have a sort of melange of folks that are homeless. You have folks in the shelter. You have folks that prefer homelessness to the shelter. And sort of how do you help those folks? It's a very difficult question. I think I guess ideally you'd want to get into you'd want to offer therapy to homeless folks and quality therapy to help them, and that is a very, I don't know if the resources exist for that. It's really like a mix between the therapy for individuals as well as the urban environment, because where I live is I think the environmental experience is in itself conducive to feelings of hopelessness and things like that. So those are the things that come to mind just from living where I live, and wishing that I could do something. It's difficult because I walk down a street on Broadway and people ask me to buy them stuff or ask me for money, and I've sort of gone through the motions of saying yes every time or picking one person to say yes to a day. It's quite difficult.
I think we have to separate urban planning from creating gardens of Eden in our mind in the future, right? I think those are two different things.
Urban planning is more like herding,
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
I was going to say, what is involved with like the oversight behind this, and what does it take? Are you approving plans? Are you coming up with plans?
No, it's kind of a hierarchy of, government. You have elected bodies that ultimately approve the plans. Most of the bureaucrats are just forwarding these along. And quite honestly, most of the work is being subbed out to the private sector, who does the actual planning, urban design, all of that.
Would you say that there's conflicts of interest in that system?
Probably. Most likely, yeah.
There are no systems that conflicts of interest don't exist.
It's politics. It's, so it gets messy.
Look, you can look at rap, you can look at comedy, you can look at acting. I don't know if there's any system that doesn't have conflicts of interest. You just can't see them.
But isn't there a possibility for harm reduction in looking at those conflicts of interest?
I should.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I should clarify it. That's not a statement on the state of, government or urban planning necessarily. Just to say that there are certainly opportunities to act inappropriately. But I wouldn't say it's particularly corrupted.
Yeah, I don't think it's any more corrupted than any other industry if you actually knew how things... corruption is a weird word too. People think that, really large companies working together, that's corruption. No, that's the fucking world. Large companies work with other large companies. That's just how things happen. It's called the theory of oligarchical collectivism. And it's been working for millennia.
Yeah, well,
it's pretty
I didn't say
now.
Corruption. I was referring to conflicts of interest. The idea, like if you think about a research paper, they report conflicts of interest to comment on the fact that there may be bias in the paper itself. So
that's what's
the question is.
Yeah.
So the question is, if there's bias in a system like that, for example, urban planning, are you saying there's no way to reduce the level of bias?
There are no solutions, only trade-offs. Whatever you do to try to clear up one of man's sins, you end up creating more. Thomas Sowell.
That's absolutely true. You see the displacement of harm constantly in planning.
Says every Indian reservation in America.
So I'm curious about this in a general sense, Michael. Are you saying that one should just do nothing and play, just look out for oneself?
If you have a thesis, implement it. If not, you can get your hair cut Right? You know what I mean?
I don't.
The future is not to be predicted; it's to be achieved.
Work it until it works.
If you want to change it. Go for it. When you try to change it, you'll realize how hard it is, and you'll either keep trying or you'll give up. Most people give up.
Pussies.
I would agree that with you, but walking that road alone is not a fun road, and I don't blame people with families for not walking that alone road.
That's why you make homies and you walk it with them.
Exactly. Or you just get a dog and be like, look, it's just me and this dog because everyone's going to fuck me anyways.
Yeah, you could pretend to be Will Smith and I Am Legend.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Am I wrong? Someone tell me when I'm wrong. I don't try to tell you the truth. I try to just tell you my opinion, hoping that you guys will rosy color glasses me back into a Garden of Eden.
You're not wrong, and you get audited, and you get fucking businesses, and they want to have all your information, and they come after you, and it sucks because everybody asks you what to do, but you just do it, and then you feel slightly proud of yourself sometimes, and then also it's a huge pain in the ass.
People forget that we are loath to add risk to our portfolio, and if you don't know how to play ball, they're going to kick you down to AAA baseball.
But also, you don't have to work for anybody else, which is fucking awesome.
Yeah, that's also a fact.
I'd like to add that everybody in this room has pretty much been so right. It's wrong that I can't stop coming back or listening. So it's like the greatest balance.
Yeah. I'm not happy about any of these statements.
Yeah. Well, it's like, who wants to be the smartest guy in the room? And then you jump in this fucking place and you realize you're not anywhere near what the fuck you're supposed to be for understanding.
Like, I'm just a fucking recruiter. I'm the dumbest person in the room. I hire other people to do the job as a job.
Right.
Well, I
would not assume that you would be dumb.
I might be as dumb as you.
I talk to a lot of smart people and I take notes.
Yeah, you're analytic.
I'm basically a degenerate gambler that wins.
That's how the investor looked at it. He's like, either I can go to Vegas for a weekend or I can just enjoy it from here in my home over here.
I'm like your friend that can guess horses right. Yeah. Dude, I have a fucking reader, like a lit up reader board hanging above my desk that says 100x degenerate. Well, it says 100x degen, but yeah. And there's 3 emojis on it. There's a laughing face, a shocked face, and a crying face. It's symbolic.
The stages.
Jackie, what are you saying?
Huh?
There's somebody. Thanks to Jackie has her hand up down below. What's up?
Oh, what's up?
Oh, hey, let me first off, how do I remove this hand? Can I take it? Well, anyway, I was prompted to speak.
Your hand's still up.
It is, yeah. I don't know. It doesn't. Oh wait, let's see. Nah, it's not gonna let me take it off. I don't know.
There you go.
Anyway, oh thanks. So I was prompted to speak with the slight, discussion into conflicts of interest, and I mean that kind of almost got. I mean, I had to disconnect for a little bit because it froze on me, but it got a little meta, I think, and I don't know if any of you are still in that train of thought at all, but definitely my interest, because I'm trying to propose basically as decentralized money as possible, and I'm really trying to open up the economy, and just the concept of conflicts of interest. That's a really broad stroke, and I don't know how you guys, if you're still thinking about that at all, or I'm just shooting it out there. That's all.
What industry are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
I can think about anything you want me to think about.
That's a great answer.
I'm very flexible.
Well, for me, conflicts of interest means that you have a job to do, that with a job description that you've been assigned to, and you've said you're going to do that job, but because of conflicts of interest, you don't do the job, instead you do something that's more self-serving.
So as far as fairness goes, in whatever exchange you're happening upon, whatever deal you're performing this action, there's infidelity essentially, right? I mean, you're not being true to whatever the deal was, assuming you.
Well, they can't tell you the deal on the first day. You have to work there 5 years until you figure out the deal. If they trust you enough, they can't put what's actually. Imagine, join Facebook. We're going to sell your data to Cambridge Analytica, and guess what? We won't show it on the balance sheet because that's illegal. Welcome to Facebook accounting data. They can't say that. They can't put that in the job description. They have to trust you first.
But you can just look up the Wikipedia page for Facebook, and you already know all that.
No, I'm talking about like back in the day, like 10 years ago,
Sure.
right? They couldn't put that on the job description. They couldn't even put the profit they made on the balance sheet.
But I would say that Facebook's job is to generate revenue through social media. So,
Honored their stakeholders by selling to Cambridge Analytica, correct?
So that's not a conflict of interest. It's in the interest of Facebook.
One might argue that they're in a conflict of interest with their users, and their users have accepted that conflict of interest implicitly by logging in every morning.
I would agree with that.
Okay, I think I'm more interested in conflict resolution then, because because there's always going to be conflict, but it's about how do we remove as much of that as possible? How do we make things more fluid?
What do you mean by fluid?
Yeah.
Seamless.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, what were you saying?
No, please go first. I want to hear what you had to say.
I just said seamless, but really seamless. Make things not so laggy, not so. We're dealing in lifetimes here, right? We have our whole life ahead of us, and it's held up by conflict in every direction you go. There's always something, and primarily it's the economy. Primarily it's the state of the countries we're in and the enclosure that's being put on us. At least I feel.
Well, I mean, there's I think two things. Society, science advances one funeral at a time, right? And what we're engaging in is a Hegelian dialectic of thesis, antithesis, synthesis. To get this synthesis, you have to have the battle between the thesis and the antithesis. So I think there's an optimal amount of friction in the process. We just have to build up or tear down our ego so we don't take conflict personally.
It's easy for you to say.
Very easy for me to say.
The way that I think about resolving conflict is I look at every possible resolution, right, as an archetype. So how can I solve this conflict with positive outcomes that are either beneficial to me or neutral, right? If there's a bunch of that, then I try to go for one of those. But the way that I decide what path I'm going to take through causality is what is the path of the least thermodynamic resistance. Like, what is the path that requires the least amount of energy output from me to have it move forth the way that it's supposed to? And generally speaking, that is the best path to conflict resolution.
So, case study that.
I feel like
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, I feel like this is a good ethic for you people, since you're all business people. But for government, I think that we're inclined to always be this force that is trying to slow things or control things or understand things. I think this is to the detriment of government. But
Probably
nevertheless, I do think government has kind of a contemplative, ponderous aspect to it. And I think that's the best aspect of it.
I think we can't expect private business to be government and government to be private business, right? Those must dance together.
I would agree with that. I mean, yeah.
I mean, it's interesting that's sort of like why I'm interested in being able to sort of government as a service, you know, like if there's a consensus to automate it, that would be
What is this,
good.
like Justin Murphy stuff?
Who's Justin Murphy?
He's this interesting guy. He's like a
I'll look him up.
philosopher, but he's kind of like a, I don't know what you would call it, maybe a technologist, you know, kind of like a communist who just maybe now believes in the efficiency of agglomerating capital to achieve things. I don't know. That's my assessment of it.
Yeah, the challenge with innovation with government is if we have innovation, we end up firing people from the largest employer in the United States. There are like 4 people that employ people: Walmart, Amazon, the Army, and the government. Those are the 4 major employers. And if you start innovating in those areas, you end up taking money out of people's pockets to copy and paste things into Excel spreadsheets instead of having it automatically done with a function. We can't afford these people.
And that's an issue. That's what I would call sort of a legacy system, right? And the idea that legacy systems work for some people, even though they don't work for everybody. So the incentive for migration is frictionalized.
We've never not had a stratified society.
There's certainly a lot of fat that can be trimmed in government. I think that all of this is really a result of regulatory mission creep. I think government is doing too much to begin with. I think if you had probably the right amount of people in the job, actually doing the job, and you weren't, doing P3s and these sorts of, or privatizing your services, to save the buck, then
I was
you might
on
actually.
I was on the FDA, the CDRH ran a what they call a patient engagement advisory council for AR/VR medical devices, and for me it was sort of this armchair discussion to gather information, and the technology is moving so much faster than the government. Than regulatory, and what was interesting about that is, there was an industry representative and a patient representative, but the industry representative and the patient representative worked at the same company, which is received funding from NIH, and I have no problem, like that's fine, but why is this panel really happening if there's already this relationship? Like, what does it mean? What is it for?
Not that I have anything productive to add to that, but this is still, this is lag that you're describing. And I want to loop a couple other things that were said, specifically Genesis and is saying, I think he was basically saying, take the easy route, take the most, bang for your buck. Right. And then we talk about, there's already legacy systems. We already have Walmart. We already have this, that, and the other. And it's like, okay, well, at what point does stratification become suffocation? And, yes, there needs to be roles.
I think that was about 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
What was?
When stratification of society or even business became suffocating to society.
I don't know if people would take issue with the terminology of late capitalists, but it feels like kind of an oligarchical moment.
Yeah, stage capitalism.
Yeah.
I mean, it reminds me a bit of, there's this Jack London novel called The Iron Heel. Obviously, it's not quite to that level yet, but there was this sort of part where the protagonist is arguing with this like farmers guild, and they're these smaller farmers, and they're going to try to resist, I guess, like, state power or something. And, he was telling them that, well, you're just less efficient than this bigger nastier machine, and it's going to come gobble you up, and there's nothing that you can really do about it. And maybe it's good even that it happens. But
I think one of the things, like, there's going to be a couple ways where it's going to scream a little louder than it is right now. One of those are who has the privilege of surviving climate change, and also life extension and biomechatronics. I think you will literally have rich people in like
But are you going to let that
cyborg
happen?
suits.
how advanced is that kind of, what do you call it, biometronics? I've heard some rich people come in and talk about this. It's kind of funny. They come in and they tell me about, their mothers, and they tell me about how they want to live forever. And I was like, oh no.
This is it, right? The life extension market and biomechatronics, where you have super powered transformer rich people. Maybe they even figure out how to get AI in their brain. Who knows? That's what Elon wants to do.
I would be scared to death of it personally. I think it sounds like the quickest way to go to hell. But
yeah, invasive BCIs are, I think, 50% of the time it works every time. But that's sort of like, you talk about like late stage capitalism and like a oligarchy. That's what I see. It's like, who can afford the bunkers, who can afford the biomechatronics and the neurotech. And it's interesting because this is like, you could easily say, oh, this is like sci-fi, whatever. It's like, we're nowhere near something like that. My feeling is like, how close does something have to be for you to give a shit?
And keep in mind, though, like, when you talk about this stuff, you have to understand, okay, who are the players already involved in this, right? A lot of the stuff we're talking about already exists. It's just leaking out into the public, right? Yeah. And we're engaged in comms teleology, where there's this idea that history is inexorably moving towards a singular point. And I think that point that we're reaching is that we are not going to be completely human. We're not even completely human now.
Yep, and it's interesting when like cybernetics and brain-computer interfaces. Like cybernetics is it's a system science. Like, it's not like cyborgianism is a tangent. And with brain-computer interfaces right now, it's all about smart prosthetics and enabling quadriplegics and the like to communicate, right? But it brings out people who get really excited about it because they want to be post-human, transhumanist, and I think that the market is there, and that's the R&D is there.
Yeah, that's what my buddy he founded Plethy. P as in Paul, L as in Larry, E as in Edward, T as in Thomas, H as in Harry, Y as in yellow, Plethy.com. They were just like a very simple sensor you put on your leg so that your doctor can make sure you're doing your leg raises after knee surgery. Because apparently people don't do their exercises after knee surgery. So instead of babysitting them, just strap this sensor and make sure it goes up and down 10 times a day.
Yeah, and like, so you have your brain-computer interface, but that's just your brain, right? But what you're going to see more, I think, is your sort of body-computer interface. Mapping the entire anatomy to.
And keep in mind that like anything that we're talking about now has been being implemented with the Army 20 years ago.
Exactly, right?
So I think it's leaking out towards us. But I think we're past the idea of considering what might happen. It's already happening.
So the question is like, if things go from federal to sort of to B2B to B2C, like what can we do for a more equitable society? If we don't want to have that.
Definitely take action. Whatever you do, let's not talk about it too much. Let's make sure we take action. And taking action is very difficult.
Yes, it is.
I would like to return to the point, which I understood as we are moving towards technological integration with the human, or we are past the point of thinking about it. I'm not sure that this is correct. I think that we may be past the point of thinking about it. Some people may be past the point of thinking about it, but I think it's entirely unclear at this point as to whether we're even going to get that far. I think it's incredibly presumptuous to assume that. I think that our little technological project, in the grand scheme of things, is balanced very precariously and could all come tumbling down very quickly. And I think these could all just be delusions of a twilight in this civilizational epoch. So that's my take.
I hope you're right. Dude, I hope you're right. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah. It's all human computer interaction, right? The degree to which people are attached to their phones, of course, it doesn't take into account biological integration, but I feel that my phone sometimes is an extension of myself, you know?
Of course.
So
we're a tool using species. I mean, we have incredible tools now. It's a very special time.
Hey, Mike. So I've been replying woo, woo, woo to everybody to see if that makes any difference.
How
yeah, I was curious about that.
How many people signed up for the Discord?
4 so far.
So 4 people, if one of those people out of the 4, is there any way to gauge how interested they are in the project?
Not yet. They're not answering. No one answers right off. Like, they're doing other stuff. They like it, and then they might start looking around, but seems to be no one replies after, and it's been like as a rule. But I'm definitely getting a lot of engagement in Twitter, and I just got liked by someone I've never, does not follow me, that has 92,000 followers.
Congratulations. So do you think that it is true that Legacy's theory of thread development towards building your marketing, building your follower base, and selling actual things like NFTs, do you think that's a validated strategy from what you've seen?
I absolutely agree that it is, because just mine is a weird situation. If you did something like a picture, like an NFT, and it was an artwork, this would be just genius, because you would have the picture over and over. It's a way to get around the algorithm of tweeting over and over again, because it's essentially a bunch of tweets, but you've put them together. It's genius.
Legacy, if you're listening to this, all love. Thank you for the advice. So far, you've helped Brad start a fucking cock. And crypto, we have 4 people joining a Discord for a project that costs 1 ETH each.
Also, just a little announcement regarding the cock. We just received our first our second cash deposit. If we don't count your wife.
Oh, nice! Congratulations! Yeah. Congratulations! How's it feel?
Ridiculous.
It is pretty ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still doesn't make sense to me, but whatever.
Yeah, we're gonna make money. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, and even if we don't, who cares?
I do.
Good. Yeah. Because when I present something, I have to present it knowing that it could go to 0 for any myriad of reasons. You understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's how I look at things. Oh yeah, you agree? Okay, good. So you understand that everything could be gone tomorrow? Okay, great. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Everything goes to 0 eventually, man.
Uh-huh.
Entropy is a real bitch.
Michael Huang went from $20 billion to 0 in maybe 2 days. So tell me more about your great event. You know what I mean? I can give a shit.
Yeah, but that guy was fucking crazy, though.
Uh-huh.
It worked for him for a while, and then it turned on him.
That guy was hitting it out of the park, falling. He was doing the home run derby during
Head of HR.
right? Head of HR, right? That's what probably the downfall is. Too many home runs go to the brain.
Yeah, that's right.
$20 billion, 2 days, all of it gone. And so it's like, I know it's very clear that people who are winning can lose everything in a moment. So that's why I don't put that much emotion or thought into it. It's like, all right, you excited? Great. Not excited? Who gives a fuck?
It doesn't matter how much, it all can be lost. Like, it doesn't matter because, like, I was up $7,000 on a poker table and I left with zero. It doesn't matter. It's the mentality. If you have the mentality that you're going to walk away a winner, you walk away a winner. If you have a mentality that you think you're going to always win, you're going to always lose.
My feeling is with any of this stuff, I won't put any money in if I'm not prepared to lose all of it. So for now, I'm not playing.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, to be honest with you, after we talked to the people we talked to, we were like, you know what? We have to keep this thing very simple because the two initial people who put their hands up, they're too important to mess around with.
Yeah. Honestly.
Like, honestly, like one guy walks probably around with a gun for a living. Like
more than one.
18 all over again, eh? Fucking. You're in your second childhood, Nas. Congratulations.
I don't think he'd shoot me. He loves me too much.
Wait, don't you want to get shot?
Yeah. I just don't think he'd shoot me.
No. And if you try to convince him, that breaks the whole thing because you need to be surprised. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
But NFTs, you think this stuff works for NFTs? These kind of threads? That's the idea.
It is working for NFTs right now. It's working for Crypto Swarm.
Yeah.
Yep.
What about audio NFTs?
The thing is, it's you got to understand. The only reason I'm doing this with Crypto Swarm is Dr. Louis Rosenberg. That is the only. I'm a recruiter, right? I looked at Dr. Louis Rosenberg, and that guy's one of the most accomplished people on the planet with a lot of patents. So that's why I'm doing this. Not like if he was the only.
You're good. You gotta send me your information because I'm gonna mention you in the next meeting next coming Wednesday. So you should. You've talked to Josh, but now you got to talk to Louis.
Amazing. I'm going to send you this, but if you go to my profile, my LinkedIn's right there. So I'm like half doxed. Half doxed sounds like a documentary thing. All right, there you go. There's my LinkedIn.
Louis is a super cool dude.
Oh, I can't wait.
Unanimous?
Yep.
Looks like he's done a lot of AR, VR for the Air Force.
Dude, that guy walks on water. What are you talking about?
Louis doesn't have...
In the 90s.
No, Louis has enough money that he doesn't even have to do unanimous. It's all a passion project. He could be on a friggin' island. It's not about that. It's about he wants to be part of the metaverse because he thinks if he's not, that it could go really bad and he thinks he can do good. That's all. That's Louis Rosenberg in a nutshell. If you go to his LinkedIn, you'll see like he writes essay after essay after essay about we need to regulate the metaverse. We also be careful about the metaverse and all the things that could go wrong and all the things that could go right.
Have a use case for Crypto Swarm. So what I would like to potentially do with Crypto Swarm is to be able to swarm the best thermoelectric power generators talent in the world. That's what I would like to do.
Yeah, we could do that. And this is the thing.
Hey, do you guys want to drill a hole in a volcano and mine Bitcoin?
Let me tell you what's really cool. So, you know that I showed you the companies that we currently work with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, a few of those companies have heard about Crypto Swarm and already are very interested in what they want to do is do their swarm, but then they want to bounce that swarm off of the bigger swarm to see if it has a difference. So it would actually be like almost a control. And that's what they want to be able to do to have a bigger swarm.
So the good thing about this is the professor who's a part of the project, he's the godfather of thermoelectric power generation. He has an H index of 66. So if he was going to, guide the right questions, guide the right prompts, we have the godfather of thermoelectric power guiding everything. So yeah, I'll pitch it to the guys, see what they think, and if they're good, we'll figure it out. Amy, what's up?
So CryptoSwarm. So like the technology that you're using, like it can be applied to not just crypto, but like to identifying other kinds of other things that people are seeking or something.
Oh, absolutely.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the best way to think about it is it's just taking people and putting them together and then coming to a consensus of all the people, and we measure all the process that develops the consensus. So we use it for governments as well as prediction. So, I mean, I know I read a little bit about your stuff, but I mean, it looks like you kind of do some stuff with sentiment, but this is like, that's why I was super excited to talk to you, and I still am. I just got really sick. I'm not feeling super great today, but I did reschedule for Monday.
Yeah, I saw that. So I guess the reason why I was kind of interested in it is like, does it swarm? Like basically, does it like just take like the identifiers or like descriptions of what a person is seeking, and then like swarm through all of the possible outcomes?
No, it's kind of like a gamified system where we show multiple answers and then we bring the swarm to the conclusion. Like the swarm decides which one is the correct conclusion.
Okay, so an example of what basically something that I'm kind of seeking is a school or some kind of like education organization or something that would best suit the needs of my daughter. Like, is that something that I could use, that I could possibly use CryptoSwarm in the future for, or now, or whatever?
Yes, in a way, but what it would mean is like, say if it was you and your husband, it's not
no husband, but thank you.
Okay, or a girlfriend or anything. It doesn't matter. Your partner or not partner. It doesn't. I'm trying to say is it's not one person. It would be you and a team of other people that were making that decision. We would help you make that decision. We can't help you make a decision of one person because then there's no people to bounce the idea off of. So, do you know what I mean? Like, if it was you, your parents, and your friends, and you guys are all going to pick where you're going to put your kid in school, then you could do a swarm and come to a consensus.
Is it like we would put in like a few of our choices or something, or criteria?
I'm gonna DM you a video. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Keep in mind, it's hard to explain this because there are actually 21 patents behind this, all on non-linear probabilistic weighting. I put CryptoSwarm AI at the top. If you scroll down, you can see some of its predictions, and most importantly, the center of the whole universe, Dr. Louis Rosenberg.
Oh, Vey, so what are you selling my brain to the robot now?
Uh-huh.
Sent you a video of a swarm.
Well, I don't like that at all. That's a little dishonest. What do you have to say for yourself?
We already sold Dan's brain.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. So all right. So the swarm AI, just like, like had the option of, in this case, like, there were, so many horses that were competing in the Kentucky Derby, right? And given the information on each of those horses, Swarm AI was able to correctly predict like order of of which horses won. But is that based on like of the the bets that were placed on those horses?
No,
Or
it wasn't. It was 20 horse fans.
wait, what? What did
It
you
was
say?
20 horse fans, people that were considered themselves a fan of horse racing.
Oh, and so those horse fans were sharing their what they knew about each horse.
Correct.
Okay.
In a live manner in like 60 seconds, and then that's how they picked. They used the magnets. If you're very sure of your answer, you put your magnet really close to the ball, and it has more power. And then other people see that you're moving toward. They decide that maybe they're not right, and they're more right.
Okay, so the case with like a school or whatever, right? Like where to put your, which is the best school to put your kid in, then it would be like you're getting the feedback from maybe 20 different parents who maybe fit a similar profile, or like whose children fit a similar profile to my kids, right? And then then decision, the outcome of their assessments of the schools would then be the answer or something, right?
Yeah, it would be better for something like a question like that.
Okay. I
What
think I understand that now.
what have you used this on thus far, and what is its percentage of accuracy?
Is somebody getting rugged, or like, am I getting rugged? Because no one's.
We were waiting for Crypto Swarm. The question was, how might you describe the accuracy of the system?
All right. The best way to do that is to look at past tweets or go to Unanimous AI, and it's listed there at previous things like press releases and stuff like that. I don't have the time to go through all of them. Sorry.
I just put it to the top, Unanimous AI. Believe me, if you look into it, I don't think you'll be disappointed. And I say that I don't have a NFT or anything. I didn't buy anything. I'm more like, again, I'm just a glorified recruiter. So when I see someone that's done something, especially someone dabbling in VR for the Army 20 years ago, my ears perk up.
So what have you used this technology for? What are you assessing primarily? Just market strategies?
They did the Kentucky Derby Superfecta 1, 2, 3, 4. Then they did the Oscars, and I think they were able to predict Donald Trump's approval rating after 100 days. Those were the doubts.
So this has been around for a while.
Yep, it's been around for a while. Yeah.
So you were able to correctly, like accurately predict the outcome for the Oscars?
Let me see if I can look it up. If I go Unanimous AI Oscars, Unanimous, this AI Oscars,
75.5% this year.
Yeah, Oscar 20 for 6 years now. Unanimous AI has been predicting Oscar winners, and with some incredible results. Using its patented swarm technology, the company has averaged a 90% accuracy level in predicting which actors and films will come out on top in 16 award categories.
So let me ask you, what do you think your machine is doing? Because it seems to me that it's picking out little bits of information out of the ether and deciding what the consensus is going to be amongst the decision-making people, so to speak. Is that
Nope,
what you're doing here essentially?
not at all. We're using human intelligence. So we use 20 people that are, I think we use 30 people that are cinema, like people that watch movies a lot. And that's how we do the Oscars. Just like for the Kentucky Derby, it was 20 horse fans.
I see. So you're not necessarily creating like groups of people that may be tangentially related to these things. You're just taking laymen essentially. Or
Well, not
people
laymen.
who
I mean,
are
the
sorry.
reality is it's the better skilled people we have, the better our predictions are. The bigger players that we predict for are the United Nations. So 190 countries trust us with helping them predict where the next famine will occur. We also work for the United States United States Air Force and the United States Navy. So we have the second highest clearance that there is available.
Oh, wonderful.
We work with, CNN, Credit Suisse, DLOT, Red Bull, a lot of companies for market research, but a lot of companies for predictions as well as some hedge funds for predictions. One is a $300 million hedge fund that we help predict the price of wheat.
So, just the thought in my mind is, so you're essentially being the spear for all of these interests. You're being proactive, and to me, that's like, wait, isn't that already their job? Shouldn't they already know where the next famine is going to be?
And if they should, and if they don't, how might we improve their decision-making process?
Yeah, it's interesting to me that I guess your swarm technology and whatever. I'm loosely listening, but it just seems like it's it's almost that stepping stone where it's like, okay, AI, go ahead and do for us what we would otherwise do ourselves. I mean, in the most real, like telling people, hey, look here.
No, I think you're loosely listening and also loosely understanding it. It's not AI. AI is just used to correlate it. It just has the software that works with it. The only thing the software has no value. The only value that has is the input that goes into it. This is the whole proof. The reason exists is because Louis Rosenberg wants us to continue using HI, which is human intelligence, because it's actually smarter than AI and can make better predictions. So I wouldn't say it's a stepping stone. I think it's actually something that we need to realize more, that we can actually make accurate predictions than computers, because one we've done is we did a contest against machine language very recently. And this machine language had been trained for years to predict, to find pneumonia in lung x-rays. And they use machine language to do this. And then we use Swarm, and we used 7 people that were radiologists and doctors. And we beat the machine language by 30%. So saying AI is the only solution that's not accurate. So I'm just saying is that there's human intelligence and there's artificial intelligence. They can work together, but one is not necessarily better than the other.
So where is the real disconnect then? Because you're creating a solution. Are humans just so disorganized? I mean, is it really that? I mean, yes, right? Is it really that difficult for people to come together and say, "Oh, this seems better"?
Well, in this group right here, I doubt we could agree on a restaurant. So yes, it is. There is a disconnect. People don't agree. People want to be right. And that's how it is. Like, I don't know if you've ever been in a boardroom. I mean, you can see where the disconnect is between people. Usually the loudest voice, gets something done. Well, you can look at the history and see what happened when the loudest voice gets the vote. just look recently, or look as far as back in 1930 or so. You can see when the loudest voice gets their way. What we do is a true unanimous way, so that there is no loud voice, and then there is an anonymous vote with no loud voice, so you get to a true democratic consensus.
I mean, sounds good, yeah. And if we could all enjoy that restaurant, I mean, of course we're going to use it.
Yeah, I think the challenge here is that, and I put it to the top. Any way that we could explain this with words is doing a disservice to what's actually happening in the background. And so the patents held by Unanimous AI is up at the top. And I think if you just read the titles, you'll get a good insight into what they're actually doing in the Ghost in the Machine.
You guys publicly traded?
If you're just joining us, we're having this conversation because we want to have some fun today. We were like, all right, Legacy told us that we can grow our accounts by creating threads instead of just writing individual tweets randomly when we feel like it. So we've been chatting with Crypto Swarm AI for a while, and I did a bit of research and I felt confident enough to even just keep chatting about it. And we said, hey, what if we implemented this idea that Legacy has of writing threads? And I wrote one for myself and did pretty well. And I wrote one with Brad yesterday, and that's going fucking really well. if anyone wants to know if you can turn content into currency, well, that's happening. And so we want to just kind of build this out a little bit more. So we're like, all right, let's see if we can do it for Crypto Swarm. And if I look back at the tweet, how's it doing? You got 5 retweets, 13 likes, and 2 quote tweets. That's Zach and that's Brad. Let's see who liked it. Bot Yacht Club. Ooh, dopes. Right? That's a great guy to know. That guy's on his grind. And a lot of people from this group. Yeah, so we're just, testing out and practicing. Yeah, we're just practicing marketing. Practice marketing.
Practice marketing. It's like masturbation with other people's money.
Yes, absolutely. With your money and my ideas, how could we go wrong?
With your car and my wheels, we could find some gas.
We put some magnets on those wheels and put some magnets on the ground. We can make that car fly.
Bro, magnets, how do they work?
You're fine.
Dude, there's so many juggalos in Portland. It's so weird.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, man, that's a real thing.
What's a juggalo?
A juggalo is a person who is like a super fan of the Insane Clown Posse.
Oh my God, that's amazing. ICP did a song with Eminem, right?
I don't know, man. I have class.
You're not a juggalo?
No.
I've heard of a gigolo. Never heard of a juggalo. Is it gigolo?
Yeah.
What does Amy have to say about the juggalos? I'm very interested.
Okay, so I have a crazy, insane story that has to do with Insane Clown Posse and Juggalos. And this happened, this was in, I think it was like 2015. So and this was, in the days of when people were still using Craigslist. I don't know, maybe people use Craigslist for some reasons. I don't know. But at the time, I live in Phoenix, Arizona, and I had kind of a like a rural type of house space with like front yard, backyard, and I was raising chickens for eggs, right? And so I had like, I don't know, something like maybe about 5 chickens, and a friend of mine said like, hey, we can like
get into business together and sell eggs and stuff, and I was like, yeah, all right, that sounds great. Like, we were having a lot of fun with it. And so I got on Craigslist and found, somebody who was selling some really nice chickens. And so I went to this guy's, place, and it was like, somewhere around in, I don't know, Tempe area. And so I drive out there, it's middle of the night, because he was like, well, you got to come over at night because the chickens will be more settled in and you'll be able to get them into a cage, and and it'll be a lot easier, at nighttime. So drive over there, and I didn't realize until I was driving back that that my car was running out of gas. And I didn't really know the area very well, because at the time I just I hadn't really been living in Phoenix for that long. And I and my phone was not really telling me where the nearest gas station was, because at the time GPS didn't really work that way, as efficiently, or at least my phone didn't work that way as efficiently. But anyway, so I'm driving around trying to figure out where there's a gas station, and my car's starting to I don't know, get a little bit shaky, and I could see it's clearly on empty. So I pull into a parking lot, and I'm like, oh my God, I need to call somebody, have somebody come help me and get gas in this car or whatever. So I'm calling this guy that I was dating at the time, and he's not answering the phone. I'm like, what the heck, this guy, why isn't he answering the phone? And so then my phone dies because it's running out of battery charge. And I'm in this parking lot, and all these kids who have their faces painted, all crazy, are walking around this parking lot. And I'm like, what's going on around here? And they're like, oh yeah, it's an ICP concert. And I'm like, well, listen, I need to find a gas station because my car ran out of gas, and I think it was 5 chickens in a cage in my back seat. I'm like, I got 5 chickens in a cage in my back seat, and I need to find a gas station. Do you guys know where there's a gas station nearby? And nobody could tell me anything. So then I see that there are cops in front of this arena area, and that all these kids are crowding around. And I'm like, well, maybe one of these cops can tell me where I can find a gas station, or help me with getting in touch with my boyfriend or whatever. And so I go up there, and I'm like, hey, my phone died, my car ran out of gas, and I have 5 chickens in my my back seat, and I need to contact somebody to help me get some gas for my car, and I can't reach anyone because my phone died. And so when the cops are like, all right, well, tell me the number for who you're trying to call. So I give him the number for my boyfriend. It's the only person really I could contact at the time. So he calls him, and he's not picking up the phone. I'm like, oh my God, is this guy what's wrong? And I'm like, well, can you tell me where there's a gas station nearby? Anything. And so finally my boyfriend calls the police officer back, because he wanted to know, because I think the police officer left a message on his answering machine or whatever. It was like, listen, we have this woman here. She claims she's your girlfriend. Her name is Amy, and her car ran out of gas. Her phone died. She's got some chickens in her backseat. And already my boyfriend's like, oh my God, Amy, of course this would be my crazy girlfriend. And so he calls back, and he's like, well, I wasn't answering the phone because because at the time we were kind of fighting, and he was like, I thought you wanted to take a break, so I wasn't going to answer the phone, whatever. All right. So he drives out there, and I'm like, what's going on over here? And they're like, oh, it's an ICP concert, Insane Clown Posse, juggalos and everything. And I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. Just this whole story is just nuts. And so he comes out there, and he's like, all right, what's going on here? Okay, I'll guide you to the nearest gas station. And actually an officer had to like lead us to the nearest gas station. We had to follow him out there and got like a gallon of gas to put into my car. And we finally, I don't know, after a couple of hours of trying to figure it out, like finally got home. So that's my story about Insane Clown Posse and chickens and just, yeah, a crazy night back in 2015. Did I get rugged or something? Like, it's like just crickets. Like, nobody fucking cares about what I just said.
Well, I was going to take off. It's good talking to you all.
Oh my God. All right.
It's very
I'm
interesting.
late. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Amy, Amy, I just popped up to speaker because I just want to tell you that's the most epic story I've ever heard. Like, that was like so cool and so intense. Oh, she dipped. Okay. What's up, Zach? What's up at Web3? What's up, Fitz? Mike, how are you guys? What's up, Gangsta?
We going to the house. We got no power.
Oh, dang. What happened?
I don't know. We had a little storm. We're traveling back, and we're about 10 minutes away. And had one of them afternoon thunderstorms, and after it finished, my nephew told me, it said power went out, and I went, really? So we're just a little bit away. So we'll find out. Probably a tree limb somewhere.
I hope you get it all worked out, man.
We got generators and gas.
There you go. That sounds like a good time. Fitz, how was kickball?
Oh, it's fantastic. No, it was good. We lost all of our games, and then I stayed and played another team, and we lost as well. But nobody really cares.
That's cool.
Actually, it was kind of funny. At the end of the game, the sprinklers turned on, and like just by like third base. So if you foul the ball 3 times, it's a strikeout. So I was like kicking the first pitch I would just kick it over into the sprinklers, so it would be all wet, and that worked out pretty well. So kicking a wet ball when they pitch it the second time.
That sounds like an effective strategy. I was really grumpy, and then my daughter came home with chocolate ice cream, and I'm happy now.
How are you, Lauren?
I'm good now. I'm eating chocolate ice cream.
What kind?
It's called Jenny's Blackout Chocolate Cake, and it's so freaking good.
Nice. Well, I'm heading out. I'm gonna go watch the Patriots game with some buddies, even though it's preseason and no one gives a shit. It'll be entertaining.
Later, Fitz.
And I'll catch you all later.
Just a few of us. We can make it if we try. Just a few of us. You and them. That's right, gang. That's right. You're back on the Syndicate channel, folks. Digital creators, artificial intelligence. Letter of the day is America. That's right. A. If you can use it, stand up and make an A. That's right. Come on, you got it. Ooh, that's right. Get in that stretch and try to relax. I had a good day. Really, Dan? What'd you do? I did. I had a bank call me. A bank? What did they want? I wasn't sure. They invited me to lunch. Ooh, a lunch date. Did you dress nice? I did. Did you get your hair cut? No, I just went with shag hair. Did you wear a hat? No, I didn't. All right. How was the lunch? Good. Did you eat much? No, I never eat at a business lunch. Why? I always want to draw with paper and like figure out the next job. It's hard to eat when someone's trying to tell you they're going to give you work. What's the work? It's cool. We don't know what to fucking do. We don't know what's coming next. The bank wants to figure out what the next 15, 30 years is going to look like. They actually want to know what they should be doing in the next 5 years, and they're not doing much. So it's an opportunity to go in there and say, dude, we can do all of this cool stuff and maybe get paid for it. But what's nice is they actually said something that I never thought about. Actually, it's wrong. I always think about it, but I've never actually formalized it. And this motherfucker just told me it. He's like, hey, have you ever done CEO kind of consulting, come in and basically work with leadership and walk them through these exercises that you're telling us about right now? No, but I'd really like to. And that's actually very true. That's the business I really want to do. That's the business I'm really great at. Just come in, tell me your whole line of business, tell me everything you're trying to do. Actually, tell me how much of it's legacy, meaning how much of it probably won't change. And then try to tell me how much you think might change, or at least be flexible. Make sure you have champions on the flexible side. So then we had to go to the next idea, which was basically we work on candidates. So we're going to have a year to play with, and every quarter we have to have basically 20 candidates, 20 concepts that could potentially be on-roaded into a larger sort of program. And that's kind of cool. They never thought of it. I dreamed it up. I said it'd be cool. It's kind of dreamed up, but it also makes sense. And then we had a big discussion, really, actually, about the syndicate, believe it or not, about the new age of hustle and about how people are realizing technologies and doing things new and sort of like, NFTs are happening and crypto and everything. And even though they had nothing, they didn't even understand the space. It was less about, even when they're like, we don't really understand the space. I was like, yeah, that's just it. The next $10 trillion that you don't understand on doesn't come to you because you don't know about that space. You can't afford not to know about that space. Hell, 85% of your customers are headed toward that space and you're not. So you don't get the option not to care about that space, especially if you're looking at a 5-year window. In fact, if anything, you're already fucked. This is a funeral party. This is what this is. Hell, let's change this up. Get the champagne. Anyways,
This is a
it was a good meeting, and I look back and I think about how did I get that meeting? Well, I worked with a gal that's starting it up. That's another woman. It's great. I have great relationships with women. I don't know why. It's interesting though. But she was great. I worked with her for about 6 years. We worked in user experience and design research together. And then she went to go work for an insurance company. And then she went to go work for this bank. And now she's like, you know what? I need somebody to come in here and do prototypes and help us go faster. And she thought of me. And that's how that works. It works. It's so interesting. It's like you have to remember about, even right now in this moment, you're on the fucking clock. Like you're on the clock all the time. And you're on the clock thinking about, who that connection could be. And, even when you're with like the enemy, you still have to sort of play a certain card and be open for the chance. I mean, it's just really interesting. And here's the other thing too. They told me, there's going to be RFPs, but we'll get you on a retainer first and then we'll work on the bigger pieces. I don't even know what those pieces are. And I know there's going to be other partners I'm going to have to work with. So now that's going to be interesting. What's really funny is I'm the biggest fucking underdog in town. And they're going to put me in a room with somebody like from McKinsey, right? Or whatever, right? So they're going to be like, all right, what's your PhD in? Oh, my PhD is actually in disrupting your business. Yeah.
Congratulations. That's better to disrupt McKinsey than someone without a degree, right?
It's amazing.
Right?
It's good. I also, we talked about like metaverse stuff. I was like, what are you guys doing in the AR VR space? Yeah, we don't, again, it was like, we don't care about that yet. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You know, you're actually in the real estate business. Did you know you're in the real estate business? I thought you guys were a fucking bank. Do you know you're in the real estate business? You're actually in the business. Every one of your fucking banks just turned into a fucking theme park. Did you know that? You know what I mean? And it doesn't have to necessarily connect on the primary message. And we talked about all the opportunities in the space. Like, I talked a lot about KC and, like, you know, sort of financial literacy. I'm like, here's a huge opportunity for you to actually step out of the brand and into the wheelhouse of true stuff. And we even talked about, what about you just launch your own startup? Look, what's funny is there were so many things that they would do, but they couldn't do because of the brand hit. I'm like, take that shit off the fucking table, man. Yeah.
That's the whole idea behind Alphabet. You go from Google to Alphabet, and then you have a bunch of micro companies, so they can each have their own brand.
Yep.
And by the way, you're not a monopoly anymore because you've broken yourself up before they can accuse you of it.
Exactly.
That also really helps.
Yeah, and you know, even the Rubin's notion of tokenized time, it came up to, who else do you think we should be talking to? And so I had to sort of go through my brain, and there's a part of me that's like, you know what? I want my fucking Syndicate app. I want to fire that app up, and I type in a keyword, and it brings up all the 64 people that are part of it. I've been thinking about that a lot. I'm actually trying to design a kind of Syndicate CRM for us. It's just everybody's, representation on that and our context. And so we can send each other referrals, good referrals, warm referrals that we actually know the people.
Bottom line up front,
Yeah.
Dan will software and save you millions of dollars. Bottom line up front, Zach will whip that startup into shape that's not performing.
Yeah.
Bottom
So, I think we all have,
right?
everybody's got a piece, which is cool. So, and that was the cool thing. And then earlier, I talked to my friend who lives in Colombia, and he's coming back to the States and kind of goes back and forth between Colombia and here. And, he's like, Dan, I want to come back to Columbus. Man, I just don't want to go to the gym every fucking day. Like, what the fuck's going on in Columbus? Like, I want to know the scene, who do I trust? And he starts asking me about people. He's asking me about this guy. What do you know about the King guy? I'm like, yeah. He's like, what do you mean, yeah? Jane, you hesitated. That means he's not good. I'm like, no, he's not complete. Like, what are you using him for? Like, every person you tell me, what are you trying to do with that chess piece? You think you got a job there, or what are you going to do with that guy? You know what I mean? Are you looking for he's, a lot of the question is sort of like, who can I trust in the scene? Who can actually help me get true momentum and not total fucking bullshit? Because if you've been pitching and doing things, you know what wasted time feels like. You absolutely hate that shit, and you just don't want it whatsoever. So you're like being laser about it. And, I told him about the Syndicate. I was like, you know what? The thing you're looking for does actually exist, although it's decentralized. and I'm like, it's, right now your access point is Twitter. You got to get on Twitter. You can follow me. And he did today. And
like, I'll centralize for $10 million.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But, he's a good guy. He's a musician. He's a great innovation guy. Yeah, he's another. And I was telling him about the space and about, tokenized time, which he liked that concept. But then I told him, it started with that notion of tokenized time, but then we kind of just rolled into getting to know each other and our backgrounds and what we do. And then we started working on small experiments. All right, I'm going to try somebody out, give them a job. Okay, cool. You're going to go and do that. All right, great. We're going to build this tool over here. And then Michael, I really loved it when you sort of got me into making content every day. In fact, I actually do make content every day, but I'm not always posting it, So right now I'm sort of creating archive content. Some of the content is just like, it's either YouTube content. A lot of it actually goes to WeedTube because I like talking about my cannabis stuff. And then, I don't know, I can do a character there and just go completely into the zone. But it's also a great space for a lot of spoken word stuff. Every day I do spoken word stuff just as a way of like therapy, So it's good. I think it's moving along. I'm excited about it. And I just want to let you guys all know that because it's Thursday, goddammit. So take a bow. If you've been kicking ass all fucking week or getting your ass kicked, well, just everyone take a fucking bow because you deserve it. We're trunking along. We see people on here, and every day we see them on here, and we're connected. We're a connected family. And I seriously mean that. My DMs are open. Anybody, whoever, whatever. I'll take the meeting. Doesn't mean I can always help. And sometimes I'm not going to be able to get to you right back in time. But in general, yeah, the fabric is set. You're in the mycelium. And whether or not you decide to actually be part of the network is up to you. But you're fucking already in it. And we don't want more bad signal in it. We do want all signals, you know. But, yeah, it's all good.
I think bad signal is more illustrative than good signals, to be honest with you.
Well, you like to hunt those bad signals, Michael. You're the kind of
I'm a
military
weird.
researcher guy that's like, well, has anyone ever tried to just strap a bomb on Joey and send him into town? Well, I mean, you know, he can get
I mean,
past the guards. He's really charming. It's another way to blow up that restaurant. You know, like, yes, Michael, that's true, but
yeah, that restaurant, you know, it gives people diarrhea, and so we found that net. If we look at the impact on the hospitals, we're gonna have to get rid of this.
there you go. You're doing the stats now.
I'm just looking at the knock-on effects of diarrhea during a Taco Supreme midnight binge, you know? To be honest with you, all of this is kind of surreal, but it crystallized kind of yesterday very viscerally with Brad. And it doesn't matter what happens with Brad. If it's good, bad, ugly, I've already almost forgot about it. If he's messaging me, it means there's something wrong. If he's not messaging me, I assume everything's fine. Unless I never hear from him again, which we've already made peace with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean,
like,
and that's really a unique story, man. You don't see somebody just send, you know, 10K in an instant like that. A lot of that was your reputation, more likely than
my reputation.
Brad's.
And you know, if things go sideways, then I may never be able to call that person again. And but at the same time, that person told me, you know what? I half expect you to run away with this money. So if you do, we'll have a good laugh over it. But if you don't, we actually have something fucking significant. So let's see what happens.
Well, the thing is too is that, you know, what's interesting is that that's kind of a bonus challenge for you in a lot of ways. Let's say Brad does run away with it. It's not like we would necessarily accept that fate. You know what I'm saying? In other words, we wouldn't accept that difference. I think in a lot of ways, the syndicate would take on that debt and then find a way to repay that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. I would make Lincoln whole, right? I would make one whole any way I could, right? But it's one of those things where it's like, you know, when I'm talking to people, I'm talking to them, right? They might not be talking to me. They're talking to a horse.
Yeah. I was thinking about this kind of model today. I was thinking about just talking to a lot of people about different ways. You know, everyone has a hustle and doing different things. But I was thinking about a consulting model where it's like, basically, I pay you. You actually pay the prospect. You pay them $50. You pay them for their hour of they tell you their story. You know what I mean? It's like I want to value everything that comes to the table, right? I haven't valued enough my own word of mouth, right? And what I can do for people. I definitely want to monetize it better. So there's like a part of me that says I'll pay first. In other words, I'll put $50 down and pay you, Michael, for you to sit with me and tell me your life story, and then you'll pay $100 for me to tell you where it could go. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And I'll invest $40 you pay me with Brad, so I can have money left over after I pay you.
Yeah, and actually, what's great about that is that, you know, the service and the validity of it and how good it is actually less in question. And what's more interesting is that approach. So that approach alone could get you on freaking Oprah, right? Regardless of whether or not your service is actually meritable, you know what I mean? Just because of the approach.
If I
like that a lot.
If I cold called you, we would never talk. You realize that?
Right.
We would never. I mean, unless I got lucky. But it's hard to get lucky because you don't know what someone's going through in their day before you call them. You could have food and they might be sleeping, and if they woke up on the wrong side of the bed, they'll slap the pancake out of your hand. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
So the other thing that is happening here is we are doing a peer-to-peer interview. I don't think people realize that the peer-to-peer interview is happening, but it's happening all of the time. And so when I actually, you know, have enough confidence, I'll be like, all right, Brad, so you want to get on a call today? You can show me your magic? And we spent a good, hour, 2 hours on the phone. He just walking me through everything, making fun of the Lightning Network, calling it the proof of stake of Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Like, we just got along, right? We're both fan of not so much Solana, but of the Solana fans, right? We just got along.
Yeah.
And he saw through the bullshit, and he recognized that 70% of all Bitcoin purchases happen in Tether pairs, USDT pairs. So that all is a part of me interviewing this, right? I'm just interviewing him the whole time. Show me what it is, and then I asked him, hey, why don't you just send me an Excel spreadsheet of your trades? And he sent it to me in 2 seconds. You know how many people will not do that?
Yeah.
And I sent it to the investor. Here you go. Here's his trades. What do you think? I don't know. I think it's worth going to Vegas. All right, sounds good. Talk to you later. That's what he looks at it as. You want to go to Vegas? I know, I'm kind of busy. All right, let's put some money on red. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, we need more access to that. But they have to be good candidates. That's the thing.
It was a 2-minute conversation, dude. Because I could bluff it up front. Bottom line up front. That's literally what I sent a message bottom line up front. Here's what it is. Here's where the bodies are buried. Here's what the felonies are like. And Lincoln was like, you know what? I think it'd be interesting to see what happens if we started trusting those people that society has decided are untrustworthy. That's what Lincoln said to him. Right? So, but again, he's from St. Lucia, right? So their investors look differently than you guys.
It's just I keep seeing I see more opportunities than solutions sometimes. You know what I mean? Like I see all the work I need to do, and then I also see you still have the same limited resources. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm walking around with, an Amex card that you want to max. Actually, I'm walking around with no money, and I'm trying to see how much money to get from the natural environment. What are you doing? Why are you doing standing next to the Walmart so close? Well, this red box machine, actually, I can exude cash from it. I'm always here from 4 to 5 every day, getting the maximum drip. You know what I mean? That's really what I'm doing. It's trying to do that.
So how do you get it? Oh, I used the reverse Heimlich technique to pick up the wet feathers and dry them. What? The reverse Heimlich technique? I didn't know you could reconstitute, mushed up paper into dollars. Okay, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
Show me the Excel spreadsheet. Okay, it checks out. All right, well, whatever.
The stuff I love to do is like orchestration, where I sort of try to frame up the opportunities between multiple partners, So, okay, this guy's got one piece of the puzzle. That gal's got the other piece. And then here's this grant, and then here's this college over here that just put in this special division. Oh my God, that special division is working on X, but they have no story.
Launching startups. So that's what I call myself on LinkedIn. A headhunter launching startups. Find the talent, find where they're complementary, put them together, hire quickly, fire quickly. That's it.
Yeah, man, that's beautiful.
And that's what you're doing, right? It just, who said that? Vinod Khosla, the VC guy, said he's a glorified recruiter. That's why I call myself a glorified recruiter, because I'm like, hey, if that guy can do it, why not me?
I still feel like one of my books will be called The Merchant of Failure, because it's a kind of fun play on Merchant of Venice. But, when you build, I built so many, startups and companies, and, they're not all successful, right? And so you carry that weight sometimes. You carry the weight of a startup that didn't work out, even though it wasn't your choice, it wasn't decisions you made or whatnot.
How venture capital Y Combinator had to have 500 DoorDashes fail for one DoorDash to succeed. Just a power law.
Yeah. They also had a better, they had a more, I don't know, the Y Combinator in the Valley has a very different ecosystem than most other, areas. East Coast into Boston is kind of close to it, but there's really nothing that is. And I don't know. There's no one thing that you can point at. Oh, that's that factor. It's Y factor. It's C factor. It's a buildup of tech and wealth in that region that then got to the point to understand. There was a certain amount of people in wealth there that understood the value of moonshots and really designed a system to go after it. Whereas the Midwest and much of the East Coast was really either focused on farming and
But
mainline
like,
research, I guess.
you have those niches, because if you look at like Toronto versus Montreal, Montreal is where all the action is happening. Maybe because they speak French and English, but they get language in both directions. I wonder. Anyways, it's like if you want to get a game developed, well, Ubisoft is right there. That's where Rockstar Games is, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
where engineers are going to be to do whatever physics you're dreaming up today. And imagine what the impact of that community of practice, iron sharpening iron, incredible.
I do think there's going to be a bigger, sort of stronger wedge between Canada, Toronto, Michigan, Ohio. I think that strike down the middle is going to be really powerful, and that's largely because of the CHIP Act, the number of companies bringing advanced manufacturing. We're talking, things like the GigaPress, where you can basically, you can press a car, right? You can press 70% of the car parts in one press. I mean, that's really insane that you can, basically go, and chunk out a car for the most part. And that technology is going to trickle down, right? This notion of our 3D printers, that stuff is, 3D printing was the start, but pretty soon we're going to have our own pressing, right? We'll be able to get a block of something that has a certain amount of, actually, it'd probably be either a material that's actually either can conduct electricity and other things, you'll be able to put it in and be able to ship an object and be able to stamp something out, and it has a base level of energy connectivity that it needs, and then you have to maybe outfit it with things, but that's already happening,
I did it with a guy today. He was like, hey, I want to have a t-shirt company. I'm like, all right, so let's jump on a Zoom. And we go to Shopify.com. It's like $2 for the first 3 months because it's a down market and they're trying to get people to sign up. So it's like $2 just for the Shopify. And it's like, all right, so here's what's going to happen. You are going to be your own customer. Imagine walking into your store. You're going to pay $30 for this t-shirt. And then you're going to run around to the other side of the cash, take the money from yourself and put it in the cash register. They're going to take a separate $30 and buy the t-shirt and then send it to yourself. And in 2 weeks, you're going to have the ability to take that money out of the cash register. Sound good to you? Okay. And we created the t-shirt. We misspelled the words on purpose for fun. And he bought 2 of them. And we'll see what happens when he gets them.
That's cool, man.
It's one of the things, like, I can't believe this is possible. It's like, yeah, drop shipping of t-shirts, it's pretty easy right now.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of, that's where I'm excited to see, like, I keep a list, like all the things I can do now because of AI. Well, I've done symphony grade orchestral music, not a problem. Check. Total voiceover. I want all languages, all voices, not a problem. Check. I need to work on my fucking novel idea I've been trying to work on. Let's put my bad stuff in and get it cleaned up, but I don't want to change my voice, so I can find a tool that kind of does that, right? Check. I really love that illicit.org. That's a really powerful site. Amy, I'll actually send that to you. Because that's kind of a cool research site. And you got a question, so go ahead, Amy.
No, actually, I was going to say, you're looking for a ghostwriter for a book you're writing or something?
No, well, I'm always sort of.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm a ghostwriter, all right? But I know a really excellent ghostwriter.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's not so much ghostwriting as I've been using some of these. Like, I'm using a tool right now called Sudoku Write, which is SUDOU. I'll put it up in the nest. But it's a really cool AI program that's kind of like lets me do brainstorming and cleans up my writing. I'm terrible at spelling and grammar and other things. So it's kind of helping me go through all that. And I'm just kind of getting the feel of it, but it's going to help me close the gap on the book, right? I'll be able to close the gap. And there's a part of me that's like, I just need to do an ebook, period. Even if it's an ebook on essays, like thoughts, I've just got to go and do that because like I'm waiting for that level of perfection that I know will never come. And that is the thing I have to get past. Like, so there's a part of me that's like, I have to ship all the bad things, just ship.
Also, I got to tell you something right now is that like all of these people who said they're bestsellers on Amazon, like, I mean, nobody is really, I mean, like the reason why it's bestseller is because they're selling the ebook for like 99 cents. And it's bestseller in the category that they created. Like you can easily create like
whatever kind of category you want on Amazon, and then automatically become a bestseller on Amazon.
Yeah.
Good for
Yeah.
them.
It for me, it's more about completing the arc of manifestation. Meaning, I got to go from having. I mean, seriously, I don't need to make money right away. I don't want to make money right away in a lot of ways. But I do need to complete the notion that I know how that process works. I won't know how to do a good brisket until I cook brisket probably 7 times and throw a lot of brisket down the drain to get my temperature right when I got to cook it for 12 or 34 hours straight. That's all I'm doing. But that's super key, though, because if I can complete it, now I have a completed known scenario on how to make that said thing. I can quantify it by how many hours I took. I can find the acceleration for it. And now that I have an AI tool, I can go, okay, tee up the next, loose framework and now crank out the next one. The same thing with music. I haven't published an album yet. I'm going to learn how to do that. But once it's done, that'll be in my tool set. I'll check it off. I can optimize better later. I mean, that's how I kind of think.
Well, the thing is, like the goal with you though is comedy, and I'm working with comedians right now, making thousands of dollars a month royalties from getting played on SiriusXM. So to me, it's the written word is one thing, but nobody reads anymore. I'm not sure if they can. They're just listening to Audible books or taking in comedy albums. So I just look at everything you're doing and being a straight, comedy album released. That's cool.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say that too. So really, Dan, you don't have to worry so much about like grammar, spelling, all that kind of stuff. Because to be honest with you, like people really most people can't really tell the difference between good grammar and bad grammar for the most part.
Yeah.
But and also really, really quickly, I want to say congratulations on your success today. That's really, really great, and I'm so happy for you.
Thanks, Amy. I do want to say too. I heard your story. I wasn't chatting up at the time. I think there was a disconnect there for people jumping in and talking about that story, but I heard it. And I, just wanted to say that because I know you're doing spaces, and I know that's new and hard, and it's not easy, and you need, I don't know. I'm trying to say is I see you trying, right? I'm trying to be real. I'm just saying I see you trying, and you're working on it, and I know your heart is in the right spot, and it's just like you're going through those spaces, and not everyone always gives us that sort of notion, like, am I even on the right fucking track? Am I in the right room? I thought I was in the right fucking room. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I've had that so many times, and that's why you even get that feeling where you actually tell yourself, am I in the right room? Of course I'm in the right room. Came to this fucking meeting place, already parked the car, I'm here. Like, you actually respond to yourself because you're so desperate for someone in the room that's got a fucking pulse. Hey, I'm trying to do something. Does anyone fucking give a shit? And in fact, you actually want to stand up and say that before you even talk to anyone. Hi, I'm here to see if anybody's real. Can anyone have a pulse? Nobody? Sweet. I thought you all were assholes. I'll be outside. Like, you want that kind of delivery because that's the kind of stuff. I know it's kind of like, well, Dan, not everyone can be as boisterous assholes like you can. And people tell me that all the time. Dan, it's great. You're funny as hell. We are not. We can't do that. I'm like, okay, let's talk about what you're doing then. All right, so let's get more evidence of what you're doing. Let's get more fuck you money in your deck. You know what I mean? Fuck you money is more things that are sort of laid out that show other parts of that narrative that what you're working on, or XYZ or PDQ, so that you can build up that defense. I always want people to pitch and not even use any of that VC. They don't need your fucking VC because they're not going to get on their fucking knees. You're going to get on your fucking knees to get in this fucking company because this is the base hit that leads to all the games that we're going to win. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's just really important that it's like that. It should not be that sort of on prey. And I really believe that. I told that to the bank today. I was telling the bank, I said, you know what? I'm not going to need VC. The more AI tools I use, I don't need VC. So what does that mean? That means that I can be content with making whatever salary I want, with whatever tools I want. I can have my job here. I can trade crypto and do NFTs. You know what I'm saying? There is a new arc of hustle happening. And I'm like, So what does that mean? That actually gives the bank a new opportunity. Why isn't it the bank? Like we used to go to the bank for loans and stuff. We don't even think about that anymore because we always think the bank is just to get keep our money and fuck us, right? There's actually an opportunity for the banks to actually maybe get into that investing narrative. Why would they do that? Why would we think that? Because they could maybe be part of the connected investing method of the actual, ongoing metaverse / crypto market, right? Like the bank has another way to make money. They're always looking for ways to make money. If they actually approach where the population was going, they would see the 12 exits in everybody's mind. Like every time I meet a hustler, they have 12x in their head. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're working this thing and they're going to work that thing. Like I don't know. It was just a real big point to the bank. And it was interesting because I see, I don't know, it's not just AI. Like people are changing in terms of their ability to be empowered. And that's not going to go back in the genie. It's not going to go back in the bottle. And it's exciting to see. I'm probably
Yeah.
a little too energetic tonight. So yeah.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. You sound good to me. Yeah. You know what? I honestly thought that I was being rugged or something when I was telling that story because I've always gotten really great response to that story. And I was like, well, maybe it's my timing or my delivery or something. Because I mean, like, yeah, I mean, or maybe people have a bias against people who raise chickens or something, and they're like, "Oh my God, Amy,
This is
you back in the day used to raise chickens for
No,
eggs.
no, I don't
Like,
think it was
you're
that.
disgusting."
I think
the most beautiful
there were
thing
some
about
points of it where we got lost at times. But we
stand-up.
wanted to ask questions, but I couldn't ask questions.
The most beautiful thing about stand-up, the thing that got me most interested in stand-up is that the first time I did comedy, I did pretty good. And then the second time I did the exact same set and I died slowly on stage. And I was like, how is it possible that one set can kill in this room and it bombs in another one? And it was so, and I realized that like every time you walk into a room, it's a different room. It may look like the same people, but they could be completely different depending on what happened to them that day. So it's yeah, communication is crazy because even if you're talking to the same people, you don't know what the opposites are going to be. Fascinating.
Yeah, I guess I just really, really was not expecting to chase that many people out of the room with my story. I was like, wow, okay, well,
Stand up is
whatever, okay.
stand up will
That's all good.
need to love yourself because after you do bad on stage, then you have to take a 90-minute train ride back home and be like, what the fuck are you doing with your life? It's 1:47. You're not sure if this bus is going to show up anymore because you think you may have missed the last one, in which case you have to take 2.5 hours to get home. And you're like, why did I wait after 19 comics went on stage and I'm going to go up there for 5 minutes, ball my ass off, and now I'm going home? Why am I doing this again?
Yeah, I mean, well, I had a really bad, like a really difficult experience with bombing. Like I bombed a live televised pitch competition recently. I mean, I didn't feel like I bombed, but like the judges really like their reception was just not very nice. And they it was pretty devastating because I worked really, really hard. Zach knows this actually. Like I worked really, really hard at it. And the worst part about it is that after the I did the pitch and the judges gave their reactions, I had to hold it together to come back at the end of and this is like televised, right? So I had to come back at the end after all the other contestants went on, and really like look my absolute best. Which I did. I don't know, man. You know what, Mike? I feel like today
Comedy.
is not the day that I should be sharing these
Comedy.
recorded. I swear.
Doing comedy can be the best thing in the world and the worst thing in the world, right? And it's doing comedy is the same thing as anything we're doing here. We're just going back and forth. The only difference between this and stand-up is that we all have a microphone in our hands. That's the only difference, right? And even the best comics workshop their material over and over. Like, I saw comics do the same set 4 times in a night by doing one set, getting into a car, next club, next club, next club. And they would do that 5 days a week because they needed to hone jokes for that weekend. So, like, you know, the question is, like, a stand-up pitches 20 times a week, technically. So it's not easy. If people make it easy, it's because they've been talking for a long time.
You know, I mean, I wonder if there's some kind of form of hypnotism or something, because, like, I will give a really great pitch or do any kind of presentation when it's not the time, you know, like when it's the practice. But then when it's go time, there's something chemically that happens in my brain. It's off really great, and then something will happen, and I'll just be like, oh, what? Oh no, I don't remember. You know, I did acting in high school and college, and I remember one night I was Laura in the Glass Menagerie, and I had been doing really great for so the shows, and one night I totally blanked, and it was for my monologue, so I couldn't even make things up. I my mind just totally just forgot the words, and I froze, and then basically what happened was the director just had to cue the lights to just go down because I was not saying anything. I was sitting there and staring out into the audience, and the director knew that there was trouble or something, like I was not going to come back. And ever since then, it'll happen periodically where just oh God, I just totally forgot everything. And mostly I'm able to pull myself back, but yeah, it's a very strange thing. Anyway.
The natural occurrence. You know, if you think that I can talk halfway good, it's because of yourvoicesmoney.com. That's right, yourvoicesmoney.com. Because none of us speaks as good as we think we do. And the best speakers on the planet, I would argue, are animated voice actors who are captivating our kids. So that's where I learned it. And if you want to learn it too, yourvoicesmoney.com. Like, it took me stand up and studying with these masters. One of the things is just slowing down. Just slowing down the way I spoke. You know, I had
That's a good practice.
Fucking vomiting.
Slowing down the way you talk.
Yeah, so I got specific training for this. But if anyone in the audience wants to find out more about it and study with Christian Potenza, who is Scott McLean on Total Drama, yourvoicesmoney.com. Yeah, we have a few people that are going through it.
I need to get that because I just have that kind of cheesy, narrator voice. Like, it was dark and lonely. He wasn't sure what to do anymore. He was curious about the door outside, the danger that was lying outside. He didn't know whether or not he'd be successful or not. He just knew he needed a drink. It was late. Afternoon had come past. The sun was about to go down, and he was still sober. They were so wrong in the universe.
Fantastic. Yeah. How soon can we get you a mic to plug into that phone?
Yeah, send me some mics on Amazon that you like, and I'll do it, man.
I think iPhone or Android?
I'm an iPhone. Android?
Oh.
What are you talking about? Talent doesn't use an Android.
Oh, that's
I'm
right.
Talent, man. Talent. I'm iPhone.
Corner and glasses as UX designer. Yeah. Yeah. Anytime I see people with Post-it notes, I'm like, oh no, fucking All right, here, let's hear it. Let me human factors, fucking flow design bullshit. All right, I'm here for it. What are you gonna do? Mask IDO's research and call it your own? Get the fuck out of here. That's Google Design Sprint, Jake Knapp. It's called Sprint. The guy who wrote the book 7 years ago. You're gonna try to change a word and call it your own? Never mind.
Chris, how you doing, man? Welcome to the stage. We got people up here. We got Kappa up here, gang. Any of you guys have any thoughts on Thursday and what relevance it has in the future of society? Please tell us.
Friday, Dan, Friday.
Oh, are you in Friday already, motherfucker?
Yes.
Oh, you
Friday
bastard.
here.
Oh, man. That's
Do you want me to tell you what happens on Friday?
Yeah, tell me what happens on Friday, man. What's going on?
Well, the world's your oyster, Dan. The world is definitely your oyster on Friday. So you grab it with both hands and you strangle it.
Oh, man, I love it. I love that. You know, I think it's because the Lionsgate, you know, I am a Leo, and apparently the Lionsgate has been open the past couple of days. So I've been feeling that energy.
That energy.
It is.
So since I connected with you folks last week, every time I've opened Twitter up, you're in a space, and I'm like, when did these folks do any work? Because they always just seem to be, they're always just chopping it in a space. And when are they doing anything?
It's
Are they
actually
just
a
like
real problem, Chris. You're right. You actually you actually have to work on being a listener more. If you're on the stage, you're fucked. Like, you're always going to be probably present and talking, or if you can sort of walk away. If you have a co-host, you're like, hey, Kappa, can you co-host? And then you like zip out of the room really quick and like say you're gonna be in the restroom. That's the only time you'll be able to work. But you're right. It is hard sometimes, but it can be done.
Yeah, I'm usually on calls a lot of the time, and then I like turn down the volume, and I hear, "Hey, Mike, make someone co-host so they can add someone to the space." I'm like, "Oh, let me just like in the beginning so that."
And I always have to be in earshot of whenever Michael goes like, "Well, you know, Dan can." I'm like, "Oh shit, I gotta go over there."
Back to the phone. What was that? What were you guys talking about for the past 15 minutes? Dan, we want you to pick a project. I didn't hear the whole. I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, Michael just pulls my leash, and then I come over. I'm like, "What do you want me to say?" Dan, and he can make up anything. Dan, can you tell him why the Muppets didn't work out for the Republicans? Yeah, I'll tell you why it didn't.
Bottom
jobs of the future? Jobs of the future. Twitter space counselors for like people who are always in a Twitter space. Everyone in this room seemingly will need some sort of space therapy.
Well, you need space insurance, Chris. For only $38.95 a month, you too can get Twitter space insurance. This is actually a system that's designed to check to see if you have succumbed to too much Twitter space regulation, and then it boots you out of the space and actually ups deadlines by 4 to 5 days.
I worked in insurance for 3 years in Toronto, and I used to teach the class for licensing. So if you ever want to go down the insurance path, I'm fucking down.
There you go. So to pull it back to something else. So Amy, first of all, Amy didn't bomb. It was just that the reaction was a bit late, and the reaction came, and she'd left the room. So Amy didn't bomb. There was no bombing, and everyone loves people that raise chickens. We've got chickens at our house, so don't come with a chicken chat, and don't think you bombed, because there was people coming in the room getting all excited, and then they were going, "Oh, she's gone." So you didn't bomb. There was no bombing there. Coming back to what you were saying, Dan, around this idea of how people are thinking about business and being augmented by tools and thinking differently. I think it was Mike that shared Simon Wardley's research document on like future organizations and like what.
So great! I'm so glad you brought that up. You're like the only one who knows Simon Wardley. Fucking amazing.
Yeah, he's not the only one.
Oh, he's not the only. Yeah, I know. I'm in the circle. I'm in the circle too.
Hey, are you on the bi-weekly chats with the Wardley group? They do a Zoom call every couple.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
No, I'm not. I'm not in the research groups, but I drop into his space on a Friday if I'm still up, because it's like 12 hours time difference, right? So I drop in and chat to him and stuff.
Can you explain? Explain wordly mapping is? Most of the people in this room wouldn't have heard of it, and it's probably the most useful framework on the planet.
Okay, so in a nutshell, very enunciated you there. In a nutshell, Wardley mapping is about value chain mapping related to customer needs. So your customer has a need, and then there's a value chain that delivers on that need. And as you go down the value chain, the way that is enacted is further and further away from the visibility of the customer. Now, Wardley Map, Simon's talks very specifically about maps needing an anchor. And when you change a map and you change something in it, you actually change the landscape. So he talks about how so many things that are called maps aren't maps, they're diagrams. So like customer journey map is actually a diagram. Empathy map is just like a framework diagram, whatever. So maps are very specific, like Wardley mapping is very specific that it has an anchor in the sense of a customer need. And then what there is when Simon did lots of research, when he was a CEO, he talked to people a lot about strategy, and no one really knew what strategy was, and sort of everyone was making up the same things and saying the same memes from the management consultants. So he decided to create a way to try and understand the competitive landscape that he was in, which are Wardley maps, and it's called topographic business intelligence is how it's framed, which I think is really interesting. But the key with Wardley maps is the value chain sits in 4 phases of evolution. The evolution starts with what is it? There are 4 phases.
Yeah, Genesis, custom built,
Genesis,
commodity.
So everything in moves from Genesis, where it's unknown, people are really experimenting with it. It happens in like research labs at MIT or wherever else it happens. And then gradually over time, it moves right through customization, productization, and into commoditization, right? So if you think about the idea of electricity, power, when that was first sort of played with, it was really emergent. No one really knew about it. People were using gas and candles and lighting things at night. It was really expensive. No one knew what to do with it. Gradually over time, that moved through these 4 phases of evolution to now it's commoditized and we don't think about it. But a commodity is really apparent when it's not there anymore. So if when the power goes off, suddenly we can't do stuff, that's when we realize how commoditized that power is, right? So the point of Wardley mapping is being able to map that value chain, understand where all the components are within your business, whether they're in this really emergent space where you treat them differently, whether they're down in that commoditized space, and then you start to build strategy around how you build things, how you create businesses, how you build software, whatever it might be, through using that topographic business intelligence. It's really hard for me just to speak about it over the space because obviously it's very visual also. So yeah.
So that's a great way to introduce probably one of the most important slides for the next one. I'll just put it to the top. It's called This Will Make Sense Very Soon. I write that on purpose a lot of times with tweets. So, Chris, we got on this map by Wardley, this list here. Can you describe how it made you feel, or
Well, what I think is really so. Simon used like all his Twitter network and lots of people that he works with, and there's a big Wardley mapping community. When you start getting into Wardley mapping and other things like Cynefin framework and all this stuff starts to connect up, and like suddenly it opens up this whole world of sort of complexity science and strategy that's I'm super interested in and sort of excited about. But Simon surveyed lots of people within different size organizations to start to understand where the future of organizations lie, and how you'll see things in there like sort of, I'm just sort of riffing off the top of my head, but there's things he compares it to the last survey that he did, and how that's changed, and how the perception of things like artificial intelligence has changed from like taking away jobs from humans to sort of augmenting them and focusing on tasks, and things like cell-based structures. I was just talking to him whilst I was on this call, flicking around this idea of chaos engines, because there's a chaos engine sort of cell in there. So I'm like, what's a chaos engine? And Simon came back and said it's the idea of introducing points of failure into a system to enable it to build sort of more resilience within that. Netflix used Chaos Monkey in the early 2000s, something like that. So there's these different examples of things like that. There's things like leaderless leadership, and so it's all these different ways to start to look at where organizations will start to go to, accelerated by the pandemic and sort of remote working, and also the attitudes of new generations of people coming into the workforce, like about things like having real purpose within your work, and that sort of driving what people do for the future. So yeah, it just, so now what I'm doing is I've taken a load of those terms, and I'm actually doing environmental and horizon and environmental scanning for those terms, and I want to see where the stories start to emerge of some of those terms, and then where that starts to lead, and what companies are doing stuff, so you can start to anticipate change.
So the great thing about this is, I remember talking to Kappa, and it was the first time we actually talked to Zach. We met Zach randomly, and I was like, "All right, Kappa. So we're gonna be doing this thing with Zach. I need to catch you up on like the last 10 years of non-McKinsey, non-university business doctrine." And that's kind of in framework by Dave Snowden, and that's a Wardley mapping by, you know what I mean, by Wardley, obviously, right? And if you start there, it changes your complete language and lenses that you look at things, probability-wise, space-wise. But I wanted to ask Kappa, right? Because Kappa, you know, you're not like a software security engineer, right? You're not an AI engineer, right? So when you approached the kind of framework by Snowden and Wardley mapping, what did you see? Because I know, like, you were telling me that you were really digging Wardley mapping and the kind of framework when you first came across it.
Well, first off, it's nice to speak to you again, Michael, and nice to see everybody. When I first was introduced to Simon Wardley, it was the feeling the stones by crossing the river. To be honest with you, a lot of the terminologies I've still come to find as a hindrance of my own true understanding. But basically, the gist of what I've gathered is pretty much being open to fail, understanding your environment, the landscape of the environment, and tying it down to two pretty much whys, the why of purpose and the why of motion. And yeah, I mean it's a very broad, very broad. I've actually it's funny you test my knowledge here, because I was actually about to go right back into that either tonight or tomorrow. Something was just driving me to go back, and I feel like I didn't really take it. I listened, but I did not understand, and I know you know what that means. But yeah, pretty much just observing the landscape and deciding on the route that you want to move, and understanding where it's safe to fail, and what to learn from those failures, and what kind of things come out of certain systems, such as ordered systems and chaotic systems, and how to use those as well. I'm no expert by any means, and I can't give the description that Chris over here gave. But yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts.
The best thing to do, I think, like there's a funny meme about worldly mapping, right? That people get interested in it, they read about it for like 1, 2, 3 years. They're scared, like it's one of those things. It's one of those practices, a bit like anthro-complexity. There's a lot of jargon that sits around it. There's all this other stuff, and it like the best way to learn it is just try and do it. And that sounds really obvious and sort of trite, right? But getting into doing it and just like putting things on a map and like whatever they are, because you can map anything really. You can map like ideas, you can map businesses, you can map strategies. There's so much stuff that you can do, but getting into the practice and just doing it and testing it out is the most valuable. Like doing some reading or just enough reading to go, right, I'm just going to go and do this stuff. And there's lots of great resources online where you can just like get in and try and do a map in like 5 minutes. Like Ben Moissier's got like the best like do a map in 5-minute video resources and things like that. And like Simon says, it doesn't work for everyone, right? It's a tool, it's a model, and if you like it, use it, and if you don't. And I think that's really good advice, because we're all trying to find things that work for us and like work for the way that we think about things and the sort of domains that we're in. And not everything works for everyone, and and not everyone works for everyone thinking styles or whatever it might be. So like bricolage around you the tools that work for you and the stuff that creates results for you, and don't be too like, don't get FOMO about what everyone else is tweeting about or what everyone else says you should be doing, but test things out, run some little experiments, and start to do what works for you. That's what I say about all of this stuff.
Amen. Yeah, Michael sent me on a journey. It started with Simon Wardley, and then it went to Snowden. And then I ended up at Zen Mind, and my path has been a little bit different. After reading Zen Mind, it really stuck with me for like a week. It's all I listened to at work, just on repeat, trying to really embody the philosophy of an empty cup. And then from there, it led me into an intrigue in Buddhism, and then Buddhism led me to God. And recently, I've been reading the Bible. So it's been a wonderful journey, and it'll continue until my death, and then some. But really, honestly, like when I see the maps and stuff like that, I know we all have various different interpretations on how we relate to the content we're absorbing, because I think that's a powerful tool as well, the power of relatability. For a mechanic, you'd break things down in a car sense. For a salesman, you break things down in kind of like a pitchy sense. For me, like even when I hear you speak, I'm like human beings. Like I'm like human beings. So like, how can you map a human being? Because a human being is constantly changing and never in one mindset, and the environment's constantly changing. So therefore, the map itself must constantly change. And I think that's one of the principles he hits upon too as well, is when creating a somewhat of a foundation of a route that you want to take, you must understand that this may crumble on itself, because the people you're trying to reach, they may have changed. Their needs may have changed. Their desires, the way they perceive things may have changed due to outside circumstances beyond your control.
Yeah, and the point that he always drills home is like all models are wrong, some models are useful, right? So all maps are wrong. Like you can't prove any map correct, but the point of having a map is that everyone in your team or your organization or whatever it is has a single point of reference on a wall or a Miro board or a mural or whatever else it is, that they can look at objectively and go, what do you think about this? And you can have a conversation about something that's in front of you that's objective, and it's not a story, it's not something that someone's heard, so it's not something said, it's the landscape that's in front of you, and you can pull that apart and make new maps and do other stuff, but it gives you a position to go, now we can run some experiments. Now we can test out some hypotheses that we're all looking at the same thing because we think that's what the landscape looks like. So now let's think of some ways that we can test some of these things out. Amen. So and that's the thing, right? It's objective. It uses collective intelligence. So no one person has the right view of whatever the landscape is. So having a tool that brings that collective intelligence around it to get a more holistic picture is just a useful and beneficial activity that organizations just don't do.
Wow. Profoundly spoken, my friend.
Howard. So I feel like a bad Hindu because I took you to Buddhism and then you led back to Jesus Christ. Maybe I'm a Christian after all. So what led you back to Jesus? Look, the Bible hits different when you get older. I'm telling you, it hits a lot different when you get older.
So this is just my interpretation. I don't want to step on anybody's toes religiously.
You can step on them. It's okay if they can.
Crossing the river while feeling the stones, my friend.
Yeah, exactly.
But Buddhism brought me a sense of self-abandonment, to be specific. To become the empty cup, you must render your own thoughts and cognitive biases useless. And this is my interpretation. But it felt to me that in the removal of self, something needs to take its place. And in Zen mind, they talk about at least one of the things is where you steal a negative from yourself, you replace with a positive. And I don't know why it happened or how it happened this way. I just feel like not to go all preachy on you, but I feel like God wanted it to go. He understood that for me to become closer in the sense of understanding my purpose, I needed to abandon myself. And I also feel like God spread seeds of religion throughout the world this way, no matter where you are or where you're from, or he understood the power of relatability. Different cultures, different traditions, we all pretty much have an idea of this God, and we know, or at least have a feeling of not being alone. I don't know, many people say God is the universe. Many people worship different people and deities and things like that. But I do truthfully believe that God is so kind that he has spread these philosophies, so to speak, around the world so that we may come to know him without even knowing him or calling him a name or understanding the time that we were going to go through as a species and how we were going to consistently change throughout this world, and for these words to carry through the testing of time. I'm a big believer in consistency is credibility, and there's this rhetoric has got us here so far, and just to see the beauty in people. I feel like that's what God has bestowed upon me. He's bringing me back to my roots. I used to look at people like blank pieces of paper, and they'd write out their own stories before me, and I'd just sit there and I'd say, "Wow." And since I picked this up, my brother, I recently spoke to I got to see my grandpa the other day. I haven't seen him in roughly about 10 years, and I spent a lot of time with him as a kid, and it really hurt to see him as old as he is now. He barely remembers my name. But I feel like this is all just a part of the journey. Like it feels right. Like it felt like the transition from, like I said, from the Simon Wardley to Snowden to Zen mind, from Zen mind to Buddhism, from Buddhism to Christianity. And even then, I can't sit here with a straight face and tell you, well, my brother, I am a through and through Christian. I am a believer of God. I believe in the word and the philosophy and what it is in its entirety. I do not think God is selfish in the sense in which he says, you must be Christian, you must be Buddhist, you must be Muslim, you must be this. I believe that he spread his faith throughout the world so that many people may come to know him through various different ways via the power of relatability.
Kappa, you've got the title for your book, From Worldly Mapping to Christianity, My Journey.
We have to do the best to Kappa. Dan, file that away. The best to Kappa, speaker diarization. We'll figure it out.
I've come to like really give some deep thought about the things you said, Michael, like about silence and what silence is. I spent a lot of time in the noise of silence these past few weeks, and just really listening to myself, listening to what life is telling me, without thought, I'm trying to remove my own cognitive bias, which to some degree may be perceived as an effortless journey. But for me, it's about I've been tainted. I'm a human being. I have my life experiences, and I don't want those life experiences to dictate how I perceive things, because I will miss out on so much. So I just really, to remain that empty cup. That's really what just drove it home for me. Was the one lesson where he's talking about, having a friend over who wants to learn zazen, and he just continues to pour the tea until the man fiercely stands up and says, "What the heck are you doing? There's no more room for it." And he said, "And so you want to learn zazen, but you have your own thoughts and you have your own meaning. I cannot fill this cup because it is already full." Amy, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no! Listen, please, continue. I don't want to interrupt your thought.
No, you're not interrupting anything.
I mean, unless you're finished with your thought,
I am finished with my thought. The floor is all yours.
Well, so what's interesting is, I grew up as a Christian. It's a very Christian home where we were reading the Bible and, going to church like several times a week. Pentecostal Christian home. And one of the first ideas of relating God to Buddhist practices or like any other kind of religion, and this is actually what opened me up to wanting to learn more other religions when I was a teenager, was when asked the voice of God, like, who are you? And the voice said, I am that I am. And so then the idea was is that God is I am. And what that relates to is that when we are at the point of our own like self-realization, I mean, what I understood was that when we're at the point of our own like self-realization without without fear and total acceptance and love of ourselves, then that is the closest place to God. And like all the the things that they say, affirmations, right? Like, I am this, you say like the idea of looking in the mirror and being like, I am smart, I am beautiful, I am a good friend, and all of those kind of things. The idea as far as what I had understood was that you're getting closer to that kind of God, the idea of the concept of God. And I mean, I guess that was just what I had believed, and then I started to really want to learn more about like Buddhism and Hinduism and other religions, and then I found out many years later. I found out like when in my 20s that because I'm Armenian, I found out that the first Christians were Armenians. Was the Armenian country, because Christ had come to to Armenia and spoken to the king of Armenia, and had and then the king of Armenia then determined that Armenia was a Christian country. And when I knew that, I was like, oh wow, that's so cool. Like Armenians were the first Christians. But then many years later, when I was in my late 30s, what I realized was that what had really happened was that that people were forced to convert from paganism to Christianity, and that many of the pagan practices were demonized and vilified, when actually, like, a lot of those kinds of practices were changed through Christianity. And then I started to study a bit of paganism and realized that it was just a connection to nature, and that pagans were not these debaucherous, evil people, that they were really people were very connected to farming and the earth and the seasons and all of that. Yeah. Anyway, so I don't have anything against Christianity, but I think that teachings of Christ very much related to like lots of other teachings that I've always really loved and admired, but that it's like how they translate on a mass scale, like that anytime when you have money and power integrated with any of that, then it becomes something that that induces a little bit more fear, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
Absolutely. No, I completely understand. And for the longest time, as I say, funny, associated with religion and Christianity in its entirety, all of the negative spectrums, right? So I was educated on the Christian Crusades and many negative aspects of religion, as I feel most people of today's era are. We are informed of the negative, but once again, I cannot sit here and say to you in my entirety I am a Christian, because I still do not understand what it means to be a Christian. I do believe in Christ, but I believe that Christ himself was not Christianity. He wasn't. We throw these categorical terminologies in which we often see people that we perceive as representative of such commit bad acts and stuff like that, and we see the harmfulness and the certainty, right? Like well, prime example, the Christian Crusades, and even the conversion of paganism. These are men and women that took this and interpret it in their own way at that time of living and being, and decided to go on a path in which they thought was righteous. Unfortunately, you know, if I were to sit here and tell you, the best way to get through suffrage is to be at peace with what is happening, and then for you to see me go through suffrage and me struggle with that application itself, I don't think it renders the philosophy wrong. I think it shows that I'm a poor applicator of such. Um, and I think that's really all it is. Like I said, I think that God spread multiple seeds throughout the world so that people may come to know Him in various different ways. Like, you may love nature, and that's perfectly fine. I'm not here to say that you can't love nature. And I for a longest time was one of those people, and still am. I love nature, but I also love what created nature. I also want to know more about what created nature. I also just want to know what created people, and why we have these certain thoughts and beliefs, and why most people truthfully do believe in some sort of higher power, albeit the universe, whatever you call it. I don't think that God is selfish to the degree in which he cares that you throw a categorical terminology, because that is man's doing. Um, and that's just us trying to simplify the understanding. But then again, that ties into the Zen mind, which is, um, who am I really, and how am I interpreting this, and why am I interpreting it this way? And am I reading this with thought? Am I Do I have thoughts of my own that are causing my own interpretation instead of just reading to read? Am I reading to gain something? Am I reading to learn something? Am I practicing to obtain a certain goal? Well, when you do that, you already set your focus in a very narrow way, I believe. Um, it's actually it's actually really funny. Um, I went to church this past weekend, and at the church, I ran into this lady who has been in Taiwan for the past 14 years, and she is basically converting a large portion of the youth into Christianity via peaceful means, obviously. And one of the things,
You just have to add that. Hold on.
yeah,
You should
well,
start
given the,
with a pen, not a sword. Then
yeah,
I guess
with
that's
a pen,
fine.
guys.
Never mind. I heard it
But
was much. Yeah, go on.
yeah, but I'm also aware of the fact that times were different then. You know,
Absolutely.
we kind of lost our backbone and our certainty. We are very compromising, which I don't think is necessarily a negative thing, but I think that some things you just should not compromise on. Too much compromise leads to no certainty or ground that you speak on, that you stand on. But yeah, so this lady Stacy, 14 years in Taiwan, she had told me that a huge part of Buddhism is that, or a huge issue with Buddhism from the youth, is that it's a continuous cycle. You rise up the ranks only to be knocked down to where you started, and to rise up to the ranks and to be knocked down where you started, which to me, I think, this is why I think I was led to Christianity in this moment, um, is because that endless cycle is one piece of a puzzle. Um, and I plan to, throughout my life, study many religions and kind of put that puzzle together and see how God has managed to find his way into every land, into every crack, into every crevice, um, and how we have come to know him without even speaking his name. God works through us all, whether we're aware of his presence or not. I believe that if you truthfully have good in your heart, you have goodwill, you have good intention, to be educated on terminologies does not matter at that point. It is the matter of energy. It's the matter of light that is vibrating through your being in its entirety. And I think that Buddhism fails to deliver that. I think it's a lot of destruction of self, destruction of self, destruction of self, destruction of self. And at some point, like I spoke on earlier, you can destroy something, but you must rebuild something in its place. Um, and you cannot walk throughout life just not knowing anything. Like, of course, we know now that we do not know much at all. Um, but to know how the trees are, to understand what's certainly here and what God has placed before us to see with our own eyes and to witness with our own eyes and identify via our own senses. Um, yeah, I mean, I just think it's going to be an interesting journey. It feels right to me. I can't lie. Philosophy provided relatability in the sense of intellect. I'm not going to sit up here and pat myself in the back, but I, I grew up in a shell of a household, 1 of 10, and I'm nothing like most of the people around me. For some reason, I do believe, not to sound too preachy, that God personally gave his divine presence and bestowed that upon me because I shouldn't be who I am. I look around me often and I say, the hate, the judgment, the so many flaws and errors, and I grew up in all of that and just looked at it and I said, this is so wrong. And I had the thoughts of many, many, when I read philosophers' writings, I'm like, I fucking said that before without even knowing that this has been said before. I've thought this before without even knowing that this person thought this. So really, philosophy connected that power of relatability to me, but then the Zen destroyed my perception of self intellect, and then Christianity reunited myself with a higher being. That's the best way to put it, I guess.
It's fucking amazing.
Killed the room. I'm sorry.
No, I think just drop the mic is the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's been a journey, Michael, and it's funny. I lost my best friend Mike, and I gained a new friend in you, and you sent me on this journey. Um, and I often think about it, even though I don't speak to you every day, because I still embody the lessons I learned through the Zen mind. The teacher, the student must leave the teacher. And I had to go and experience this stuff and just follow what it was without thinking where I was going. Like to practice without an objective, and to kind of just and what you were doing the whole time. You were trying to teach me that without teaching me that in the same terms. You were like, "Listen, dude, write. Just fucking write. Stop thinking about who you're writing to, what you're writing about. Just write, dude." And then I saw how quick you did it, and I'm like, "Oh man, I felt some sort of jealousy and despair override me." And just the like I said, the journey you set me on with your words, and understanding that the silence and being okay with that now. And I'm sure I can just feel the difference in myself, and I'm nowhere close to being done growing. But I can just feel the difference, and I know I'm on the right path.
Kappa's not going to be happy until everyone cries in the space, and then when everyone weeps, like he'll drop the mic and go, "Right, my work here is done, and we can all leave."
Well, I don't want anyone to stop Kappa from praising me, so keep going, Kappa. Let's get some.
And it was at this moment. No, but I'm so serious. Like
I'll down to listener. Just have you speak.
I just I started this journey with an NFT project, and I'm often reminded of that whenever I go on my page. I'm like, fuck, this is where it started.
We got to put that into the book for sure.
Yeah, it all started with NFTs and profile pictures.
And non-fungible technology led me to a fungible way of life.
Yeah, I've got NFTs for NFTs. No fucking time for NFTs. But the thing,
NFTs are the way of the future, sir.
No, to think that's where it's all started is so beautiful. I feel like a character in a story right now, and I'm just witnessing my adversity. And I've already been through a shit ton, and my perception of such, I think, led me to people like you and the people that are in this room right now, like Mr. Rogers, Dan, KC, Alascoshi, Lagartha, Zach. So many people I've had conversations with at different phases. It's just like I said, it's been a wonderful journey, and I have nothing but gratefulness in my heart for the fact that I do believe, once again, not to sound preachy, but that God sent you to me. And it's kind of ironic that your name's Michael, and the Archangel Michael was the one is a spiritual guide, and you guided me down this path. And I do not think that coincidence exists.
I just want to make fun of him right now so that his ego doesn't get too big. Hey, I also want to welcome Mr. G to the room.
What up, my G?
Hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing tonight?
Good. Thanks for joining. How you doing?
Doing great. I can't hang out too long. I actually am presenting in a space in about 30 minutes our new music project. So just wanted to hang out, see how the conversation's going.
Nice. You want to maybe fill us in on the music project a little bit?
I thought you were going to ask him to sing, Casey. I swear to God.
Because it happens a lot, but not this time. However, we should get Mr. G's son in here and see what his music sounds like. That's for real.
Really?
But for reals. But Mr. G, can you tell us a little bit about the project you're going to be speaking on?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, we're creating an album. We're putting together a collaboration of a total of 9 projects. We have 5 already that we're working with, and 3 songs finalized. And so the album's going to get released tomorrow in basically parts: 3 songs, 3 songs, 3 songs, till we finally mint it out with these different communities. So I call them fanfare songs. Maybe they're anthem songs, and we work with the community to see what they want, what genre, and collaborate with them. And we've come up with some pretty hype songs. I like them.
So now, what's really interesting to me from our conversation the other day is that you're into the music scene effectively through NFTs, but your background and passion is geared more towards financial literacy and financial education. And that's That's a heck of a combo. I love that combo.
Yeah, I've been an educator for going on 11 years here in the state of Florida, teaching computers to high school students, getting them industry certified, and just realizing a need. So I created a nonprofit, and then after school taught my students, how to do their taxes and financial literacy, and just literally wound up finding out that a lot of the parents needed it as much as my students did. So that was my last 10 years, and prior to that, I was a financial consultant and doing estate taxes and estate planning for businesses and continuity planning for businesses that wanted to hand it down to generations. So that was my background.
Super interesting. What are you thinking about, Amy?
Oh my gosh. Okay. Casey, you need to connect with a guy who's in this room right now, Chandeep. I've been trying to get you connected with Chandeep to talk about buying a home, because he was talking about wanting to buy a home, and I know that you have a lot of resources for that. So
I followed
can
him.
you?
Feel free to follow me
Okay.
back. DM anytime. Happy to help always.
Chandeep, Casey is a very, very valuable resource, and he knows a lot about like any kind of, like a lot about this kind of stuff. So yeah, I wanted to like say that because I was really wanting to get you guys connected. All right, so that's all. Sorry to get things off.
No, not at all, not at all. I mean, it's not like I'm an archangel or anything like Michael, but I do my best.
Yeah, you're
Oh yeah. So yeah, maybe one of the thanks. And it's 1:49 a.m. in London. I was trying my best not to speak because I know sometimes it's like, oh, I'll just pop in for 15 minutes and it's 5 hours. So I think it was Monday night. It was 7 a.m. I finished Twitter Spaces, and then slept till 12. So I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, but I'm in here. But yeah, I keep reading articles around, the recession, the housing market. The challenges were going to be first-time buyers, but yeah, at the same time, I've got a 6-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 1-year-old. So you need to have like a sizable property, and we're not just.
Oh man, how is the? Oh, no wonder you work on your sleep schedule.
Yes,
that's. God bless you. That's rough.
Thanks, but I guess I've got a bit of a unique situation where my family's originally from Punjab in India, and my dad came over in 1981, and he's basically been a truck driver. We've been fortunate to kind of build a small property portfolio from a lot of that hard work. So as soon as one of those properties gets sold, hopefully for the right price, it's been on the market not getting the right price, then I'll be in a position to stop renting and then buy. But kind of thinking about escaping, big capital city where it's so expensive. So for me to get a 4-bedroom house here, which would be probably what we need for the number of people we have, it's looking like it's about 800k pounds, and I currently have 64 in my bank account. So there's a bit of a gap, but from a sale, I should get somewhere in the region of 455, and then maybe get a mortgage for 4, so I can make it just work. It's but in the middle of all this, I just kind of want to hide in Portugal, get some kind of converted farm in the countryside and just, have all the space and go around speaking Portuguese, where I learnt from 8 months living in Brazil, and, go to the lovely. They've got such great food and drink there, and culture and music and people. London's great, but I almost feel like I'll be 38 in September. A little bit bored, some new excitement. Plus, the 6-year-old has 1 more year until he hits language peak. I think so. I've read that 7 years old is that thing. So if he can quickly learn Portuguese, he'll then have the ability to do the authentic accent. And our plan was to already have moved out there in July last year, The only little hiccup was we ended up having another baby. So we made the plan in the February just before the pandemic. But that whole plan got put on hold when we found out we were pregnant in December 1 year ago. And that baby will turn 1 year old in a week. So we delayed the plan, but now it's just like, oh, do we just give up on the plan? Was it even a plan? Was it just a dream? Was it a crazy dream? So yeah, London, the countryside in the UK, or slightly outside of London, or maybe Portugal. So probably got to figure all that stuff out
Wow.
first.
So if I gotta ask, so how many through the portfolio of properties, how many properties are there now?
4 in total. 1.
And are they effectively free and clear of liens, or are they already leveraged?
Let me try to remember. I think they're all more or less clear. One my parents live in, and of the other 3, 2 are a little bit more basic. But then there's the original family home that we left when I was 15, which we've carried on having tenants in. But it's kind of like a larger one that's kind of divided up in multiple little properties to an extent. So that's the one we've put on sale.
Sure.
But yeah, there's probably about 100k, maybe 150 that needs paying off.
Sure. It's interesting because I don't know how it works exactly in London, but it seems like the lending over there is kind of universal rates to a point. But like over here in the US, the majority of the advice or what the path people take frequently is they leverage the properties they already have to get the money to buy the new property they want, which I'm not necessarily a fan of, but a lot of people will use lines of credit for a bridge to bridge the equity out to the property they want while the one they're going to sell is on the market. I don't know if anything like that's available to you or not, or if that'd be good for you or not.
I think my parents did that in the past, but I mean, I'm kind of thinking because it's a bit messy and everything's in my parents' names, and my wife hasn't been working for the last 6 years, and I'm a freelancer. It's just
right.
Well, it's more complex than it needs to be.
Oh yeah, and if you're not salaried or hourly, then the income becomes pretty tough. Over here, if you're self-employed making 100,000, but you have 80,000 in deductions and you're only taxed on 20, you also only get to qualify with 20. Do you know if it's similar for you there?
I didn't dig into loads of detail, but I did try and make sure my last financial year was a very good year, so that I'd be in a stronger position. But what's changed is I've basically been a freelance web developer for the last 15 years. I've never really worked as a permanent employee more than 10 months. Then the next time was 3 months, and the next time was 3 weeks, and I had a feeling maybe I'm not supposed to work for other people. But I could be tempted to maybe, with the whole, sell the house, keep some money in the bank, and then try and get a mortgage and be employed for 3 months just to tick that box to make it easier to get a mortgage. But at my current rate, I might last 1 week.
Ha ha ha! Again, I don't know how the U.S. lending translates to London. Right, I'm not so sure. But over here, like you'd be required to have a 2-year history before you'd be allowed, or at least a 1-year history before you'd be allowed to use that income. And I don't know what the rules are over there.
Oh,
but
that's interesting.
Yeah.
I think with if you're self-employed and you have your own limited company, which is the equivalent of your LLC, they look at the last 2 years there. But my understanding from some preliminary research I did is the moment that you're at 3 months or 6 months into a permanent role, they then considered that payroll.
Especially if it's salary, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's so it's mimicking Fannie Mae standards.
Well, I've no
or
idea
I don't know. Maybe
Fannie
they
Mae
were
is.
the original.
What's Fannie Mae?
Fannie Mae is one of the biggest mortgage-backed security purchasers they like 90% of all mortgages get bought by Fannie Mae. And so they more or less set the rules to the lending.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've mostly got banks in charge of that in most cases.
Yep. Okay. So I wonder, so normally what happens is like you get a loan, so you buy your house, the bank will say, the lender fronts the money, and then once the transaction's completed and the money is moved, they look to package it with other similar loans and sell them on the open bond market. So if they write a loan for $100,000, they will sell it for $102,000, and then the bond market gains the yield from the interest that you pay on. And so it's not like banks can't hold their mortgages, but they typically try to sell them because they want their money back now versus waiting 30 years to gain the yield.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think both of our property markets are quite similar. That mortgage rates have shot up. Your Fed and our Bank of England are trying to control interest rates. We've just made a prediction that is going to happen for the next 5 quarters in terms of recession.
Wow, okay.
Our interest rate from the Bank of England, if I'm not mistaken, was 1.25 and it's now just gone up to 1.5. And they're talking about they're going to have to keep on doing it. But I think I haven't really heard that narrative from the UK. I've heard a lot around the US market, but I basically had all of my savings in US equities until about 3 months ago, where I just got a bit too spooked and pulled it all out. And I'd been riding that for about the last year and a half. And instead of actually, putting my attention to my freelance clients, I got a bit too excited about the stock market. It was way more fun. And the bit where I made, there was a point where I had $100K dollars, and I'd be like, oh yeah, throw it all on Tesla. And I'd have to make 10 transactions because I could do 10K at a time. I was like, yeah, it's dropped a lot. Everyone's buying it. It's bound to go up. And as soon as it made a little run, I'd sell it and be like, ooh, I've made $100 or whatever it was. But yeah, very dangerous. I kind of just wish 10 years ago I bought a house instead. Now I can
Right.
start looking forward to retirement, maybe. But yeah, there's a lot of things going on with me, I guess.
No, it's fair. I'm curious.
But in terms of deposit, I think we used to have 10%. I now heard 20 is better, but they've started making 5% mortgages as well. And I think the maximum typical age of one is 30 years. But my wife is 2 years older, so I can get 30 years, but she can only get 28. So then we can only get 28.
No. That's
so she's
did they tell you that?
Well, this is me using some kind of calculator online and put the date of birth in, and then it says you can't get 30. Then I put 29 and said no, and then said 28 and said yeah. So I think based on the retirement age of 60, 65, yeah.
That's wildly interesting to me because over here, like 2 months ago, I closed a 30-year loan for a 75-year-old. Like, we're not allowed to discriminate based on age, sex, religion, marital status, protected fields.
That sounds very different to me.
Possibly.
There's specifically articles I've read where people are worried about even getting a mortgage if they're plus 50 of any form, being accepted at all.
Well, I mean, like if you talk about your financial health and your retirement planning, then that really falls in line. That makes a lot of sense. But just for what I'm used to, discriminating on age is a big no-no. And so that's very interesting to me.
Okay, well if it all goes south, I'll move over.
Right. Come on over. The water's fine.
Yeah,
we'll use international credit and you're good to go. By the way, what I was going to
maybe
ask
somewhere
is
maybe somewhere in the Midwest, away from
that's nice.
the coasts. Hopefully somewhere that has a nice burger diner place, and I don't know, trees, but no like dangerous people with guns. Does that place exist?
It does, actually. There's not a lot of people there, but yes, the fields of Wyoming are vast.
Okay.
So I'm curious, in London, what is the credit situation like? You have a formal credit report, I gather, or no?
We have 3 providers. We share some with you. So we've got
Like
Expedia.
Experian, TransUnion, Equifax.
We've got Equifax. I'm not
Okay.
sure what the third one is, but maybe it's TransUnion. But yeah,
Hmm.
definitely the 2 E's.
Yep.
And I think the third one is less consumer facing. The other 2, normal people know about. So yeah, the third one,
Right.
probably is the same. Makes sense.
It did to a point, yeah, very
But yeah,
much
on
so.
my Expedia, out of 999, I'm somewhere like, I don't know, 850 or 900 or 920. I stopped paying attention recently.
Yeah, it's like over here, it's like 450 to 850, and anything over 740 and up is just for your ego. As long as you clear 740, doesn't make a difference. And beyond the qualifying of can you have it, it's the down payment and your credit score that dictates the pricing on the loan. So if you've got a 640, you can still have the loan, but you might have a 2% higher interest rate.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think normal kind of rates right now are something like 3.5%, something like that.
For a 30 year?
I think so. But it's not where my main research has been. My main research is what can I afford, and we're currently paying a lot for rent in a 3-bedroom that also has a loft conversion, which is like a bedroom / office for me, and then wife and baby have their room, and then the 2 older children have their room, and then we've got the kind of small box room, which is a bed, which was meant to be used as a guest room, but it always has clothes on it that need folding, and a nice garden. But yeah, it's 2,400 a month, and our gas and electric bill is currently like 240, and they're looking at maybe doubling that by January. And it's now like, ooh, do I fix my utility prices or do I keep it variable? So yeah, these are all the conversations I have with myself on a daily basis while updating my business cash flow spreadsheet and my personal one. And then I'm like, all right, perfect. Finally got the plan together. And then my wife's like bought something and not told me about it. So yeah.
Those unexpected hits to the budget.
yeah. But getting better. It probably doesn't help. I was already in a little bit of debt before the pandemic started, owing corporation tax from my company of about £7,000, and then took off. It's partly because I took off 3 months with each child. Well, at least number 1 and 2. So it's like take time off until you got no money left, and that's when you go back to work. And so in both cases, it was about £3,000, 3 months, burning about £6,000. But in both of those cases, it was living in the mortgage-free house that we'd purchased like 20 years ago.
Right.
But it's just in a less desirable area, like right on the edge of London, next to Heathrow Airport. And now we're slightly further in. So, like, if the city centre's zone 1, we used to be in zone 6, now we're in zone 4. So now a 40-minute train to the city centre. So still far enough to not feel like you're in the city, while still having some of the expenses. So I could quite easily be further out and just have a fast train in for the odd occasion where I might need to be in the centre. But that's super rare now with remote working.
I only have had a chance to partially dive into international lending just so briefly that anytime I have the opportunity to learn more, I'm always very curious. So I gave you a follow, and I'll be looking forward to sending you some DMs and chit-chatting with you as we go.
Yeah, sure thing. And it's quite liberating being able to talk about this. You know,
Oh, yeah.
and, like, see that record button. I'm like, ooh. But as long as no one in the UK knows me, yeah, I guess it's fine. Like the conversations you don't even have with your friends, right, or family.
Oh man, there's no better way
Money's
to
definitely a bit of a taboo here.
no better way to kill the vibe at a party than to say mortgage. Like that's a sure shot way to kill the vibe.
Yeah.
Everyone's taking notes furiously. Well, Ken, I'm sure maybe we can take some. Would you ever leave the UK?
I mean, whenever I'm on holiday, whenever I'm not in the UK, I'm like, oh, this place is better. So living in Brazil for 8 months, I was sold. I only came back to the UK because it was the end of a 6-month tourist visa, but that was 2011, before I, met my wife, had kids, and had a proper job. So it's obviously a bit different. Yeah, I think I'm always dreaming about it, especially when so my wife and kids are in Budapest right now, which is why I can be on a Twitter space at 2 a.m. and still not be a complete zombie the next day. But I fly out, I will be flying out on Monday evening. So if anyone wants to rob my house, it'll be completely empty.
Oh man, Chendeep, really glad to meet you. Always enjoy humor, especially when we mix it into finance. That's the best.
I'm gonna come over and steal all your Drupal books.
I only have one, and it's really old.
And you probably wrote it too.
Yeah, but the most expensive asset I own is a £3,000 bike. I just bought it. It's one of the fold-up bikes. It's called a Brompton, and it's an e-bike. It's still in its box.
Oh man, we know a guy who makes a titanium foldable bike in Toronto. Here's one of the machinist friends. That's cool.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'm being called away, and I will be back later. But Chendeep, again, so nice to meet you, and I look forward to chatting with you again soon.
Yeah, you too. See you in a bit.
Welcome, Chendeep. We have some good times in here.
Yeah, thanks. And the main reason I bought the bicycle was, seeing all the kind of gas prices going up, and noticing my belly is getting a bit larger. Haven't really been doing physical exercise, so I'm like, if I can just turn a 30-minute walk into a 10-minute bike ride and do that several times a week, and stop commuting to city centre or long distances, and try to kind of find hotels and co-working spaces near me, that'll get me out of the house, and that should help with a better work-life balance, right? The separation. But yeah, it's also do you have? I don't know what your equivalent is, but we have value-added tax where you pay 20%. You have to charge your clients 20% more.
I'm in Canada, so they take about they follow the Pareto optimal rule of government, where they take 80% and we keep 20. It's a bit different.
So yeah, we have a mandatory threshold when you have 80k pounds turnover in your business, regardless of your profit. You then must register for VAT, but you can optionally do it before that. And I haven't normally been in that category, but I was kind of tempted. Okay, I'll need to be VAT registered for a quarter, because I was trying to make last year look like the best year ever, so that I'd have a better chance of a DEF contract, otherwise known as a mortgage. But then that's pushed me over the threshold, and as a result, I was like, okay, now I'm VAT registered. I can claim VAT back on purchases. Let's just buy everything, even though I'm not really making that much money this year. So the bicycle was purchase one. The AirPods Pro was purchase two, and then I got like a tablet that you can kind of write on. different to an iPad. It's kind of like a Kindle in terms of like a backlight. It's called a
Mhm.
Remarkable. You might know what a Remarkable is, but the Remarkable and the bike are both still in their boxes, probably since they arrived about 3 weeks ago. Just been too busy on Twitter Spaces.
It's easier to buy the workout equipment than to use it oftentimes. You know? Yeah. And maybe it's just because like the thrill is gone after you buy it. Like in terms of like, in the customer satisfaction studies, that all of the values and like expires right before you swipe, and then it's all downhill from there. Yeah. A lot of it is like post-purchase psychology to make sure people don't return shit.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense. And I can't even believe I've never tried folding one of these bikes or sitting on it. But I've just known I wanted one since 2008 when I started freelancing. But I've come to the conclusion the reason I've left it in the box is so that my 6-year-old, once we're back from Hungary on the 24th of August, so that's the day to get out of our house if you are planning to rob us. That's the day then I can kind of open it with him, and then it turns into a bonding opportunity.
I love that.
It's really cute.
That's amazing. Hey, I want to say what's up to John. We've never talked before, but Ahmed Masood introduced me to Svelte, and he said it was amazing, and I saw it in action. I'm like, wow, this is like what JavaScript was supposed to do fucking 30 years ago, finally.
Hello guys. Like, I'm not so too experienced
It's okay.
with the real estate stuff you guys are discussing. That's why I didn't make any suggestion. But with the coding stuff, I have experience with those. So that's why I've been silent for some
No,
time.
it's okay. Whatever.
And Civet is great. Civet is really awesome though. It's a simple framework. I like the fact that they are trying to imitate like the vanilla HTML. So if you have worked with like the plain HTML, so switching to Civet is extremely easy. I remember learning React. It didn't really click, but as soon as I started reading the Civet documentation, it was like it was plain heaven. So that's why I stuck with it for a very long time. But I'm actually surprised that when I go back to other documentation now, it's still like similar. It's just the problem solving aspect is not like the documentation is really the problem. So but I'm glad it sparked the vibe in me. But I want to learn about real estate and investing though. I have a house, and I'm actually thinking if this is the best part, because um owning a house like I do right now, it's like it's a lot of responsibility. So I'm thinking it's pulling me down or making me less productive as opposed to when I was living in rent. So previously it was making me like struggle, making me like want to get more money and do stuff. But now I'm living on my personal house. It's making me kind of lazy. I don't feel that pressure anymore. And yeah, that's it.
The best person to whereabouts are you in the world, John? I'm in Toronto myself.
I'm in Nigeria. Maybe you have heard of Nigeria. So
Oh yeah,
I'm in Nigeria.
absolutely. Yeah,
Sure.
I it's funny. I played music for the Uni of Ife when he came over here. He was a real estate developer. The person to talk to about getting a house, if you want the crash course, if you want an MBA in like 30 minutes, that guy's name in the top, his name is KC, also known as @DrizitMeta. You just let him know that, Mike or the Syndicate, which is up the top, either Mike or the Syndicate said that, you were the guy to talk to about, getting a house. Casey can definitely point you in the direction of some universal truths. You know, we all have different laws about how to get a house, but no matter where you are in the world, there are some basic universal truths. And if you know those truths, you can get a house.
That was awesome. Thank you very much.
It's an honor to have you. I actually was on a call today to start a record label in Ghana. So, you know, we're getting closer to Nigeria.
Yeah, sure. Maybe soon you'll get to Nigeria. And
Yeah, that's where the best music in the world is right now, right?
yeah,
You guys are the. See, the thing is, Toronto used to be the music capital of the world with Drake, and now you guys took it all over, and we're never going to have it again.
Nigeria artist is on fire. Like
On fire.
I'm actually surprised. Like the improvement in such a short time
Nuts.
span is ridiculous. Like it's amazing. It makes me proud though, but just that there are drawbacks, just like in every other country. But the people in power are the main problem of the country. But the youth are trying their best though.
Mm-hmm.
So it's awesome.
It's I'm telling you, once I started listening to it, like I've never stopped. And what's funny is like I would sometimes like play music for these cybersecurity conferences, and the whole time I would just play Tamaya, Burna Boy, and Wizkid, and they loved it. You know, at the what's supposed to be the fancy cybersecurity thing where they're talking about really fancy, expensive things. They all love the music. Nobody told me to change it. Yeah. You guys are the music capital of the world. Maybe Ghana second.
Yes, Ghana is also great. Ghana, South Africa, those guys are doing awesome too. But Nigeria, like maybe it's because it's my country, but Nigeria is on fire, like literally.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a playlist at the top. This is the playlist I used for the cybersecurity conference. It has about like 51 songs. Catch you up on the future of music.
Wow.
You had to
Thanks for
mention
coming.
Ghana. Most of my friends are in Ghana, so thank you.
Oh, you're kidding me. Yeah, man, Ghanaian people are the best.
Yeah.
Are the fucking best.
Have to go into Accra to go up there. Yeah, I know.
Sean, go ahead. We're friends now. You don't need to put up your hand.
No, that was a mistake. It seems like most people here are programmers, right?
No, I'm actually the opposite of a programmer. I'm just a recruiter.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I was in a Twitter space yesterday, and I asked a question, and I really loved the reply that I got. But maybe I can just throw that same question
Yes,
and
please.
maybe get something from it. So basically, I've been coding like for, let's say, 6-7 years now, and I really love coding. I don't think there's a single day which I haven't coded. So I started with Python, and now I mostly do front end and back end. I code most of my back end using like Django or Fast API. Then my front end with Civet or React. So basically, most of the projects I have done are personal projects, which other people are using, and I have monetized them. Most of it, I monetize it based on like as you use, you pay as you use, not like a monthly payment or something also. But I haven't really worked with like a team of programmer. I haven't applied for a job or something because the revenue that is being generated by those projects are actually good, and it helps me, it funds me. I can actually take care of my daughter and my family. So I was
You have a
thinking,
family? That's amazing.
yeah, I have a daughter and my wife too. So I was thinking like maybe it's the fear of being inferior, like in the midst of other developer, that is making me not to apply for a job or something, because
It's not a
I don't.
fear. Developers are not nice people, and they will make you feel inferior if they can. That's just their nature.
So, so
Yeah,
that's what I'm
they love doing that.
that's
It's
what
their favorite thing. Yep.
that's what I'm really terrified of. So I don't want to be like in the midst of people, and especially like we know that the imposter syndrome is mostly common among we developers. So I don't want something to intensify it, but due to my project being used, I was thinking like, should I like apply for a job, or should I just continue on this path? Then maybe when I develop like something really awesome, then I can just convert that into a startup or something, because I don't do well with people. So I'm actually trying to grow my connection now. If you check my Twitter followers, you see that the following base is not, it's not much, because I just started. And yeah, so that's it. I'm actually even scared of contributing to open source, because the I don't want my like my code to be trash. Like, hey, take this thing out of here. This code is trash. I can't even commit it to this repo. So those are the things that I
Hmm.
think that, yeah. So that's it.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I think um, if you have developed software before, right? And software is just a collection of APIs with some Svelte at this point, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And so,
I'm actually working now, and it's 2 a.m. in the morning, and I'm still
I love
coding.
it.
I
I
want
love
to
it.
finish like a
I
project
love
I'm
it.
working on. So yeah,
Well,
um,
what I would do is, I might just like, again, I'm a recruiter, right? So if you want, you can just connect with me on LinkedIn. My LinkedIn's in my bio, right? I probably might know a few people, even startups. Like, I think a lot of startups end up spending a lot of money on software development because they just don't know that Svelte exists. Does that make sense?
like Civet is just the heaven of all framework. Like I don't know how to
No,
put it anymore.
I had
It's
a
just the
Linux,
heaven of all framework.
dude.
Like
I had a
there's
Linux.
nothing more, nothing less.
I had a Linux engineer, like a software engineer who codes in the command line. And when I told him I wanted to learn how to program, he brought me to Svelte. He didn't take me to Python. He didn't take me to Java. He didn't take me to anything. He brought me to Svelte. So when I saw it
Like
in your name, I was like, okay, this guy's chosen the right path.
even if you haven't coded in your entire life, you can work with Civet. At times when I'm even working with React, I miss some of the code. Like, can you imagine? I was coding with React some weeks back, and I tried to assign a variable directly for reactivity, thinking it's Civet. Civet, you just assign the variable and it's reactive. But React is not like that. You have to use function to set state and do those
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah,
Civet,
it's
like,
almost like you have to choke the software language and hold it down and hit it on the backside a
yes,
few times and you know what I mean? Like treat it like an animal just so you can assign a variable. Yeah, it's terrible.
in React to use hook, like I don't even know how to use that thing. I won't lie to you. But in Civet, you just create, like, let's say a writable store and set it to context using the set context variable in any part of your component. You can just use get context and you get that reactivity in whatever part. Like, I don't know how to put it. Like, I
No,
can
it's
just
good.
talk about
So,
Civet
John,
all day. It's
let me break
amazing.
it down for the folks because a lot of the folks in this room may not be a software developer. So long story short,
Sure.
there's a lot of languages out there. There's Python, there's C#, there's JavaScript, a lot of different types of languages out there. And a lot of people, when they're starting out with a software language is difficult because you have to download this and you have to download that and you have to stand on your head and you have to pray to the moon god, just to get everything started. You know what I mean? And most time, when you pray to the moon god, he looks at his watch and he says, you know what, I can slot you in next year. And you're like, well, what am I supposed to do now? Right? And with Svelte, Svelte.dev, I'll put it in the top. You can really collapse not only your development cycles, but most importantly, your prototyping cycles. So if you want to get something live working today,
Like up and
if you
running
have a
as soon as
Svelte and
possible.
API developer, this guy John might be the only person you need. I'm telling you right now.
Thank you very much for the recommendation. Like I love Civet so much, and some major updates are coming to like the Civet kits, the router, like very soon. They are changing some of the core concept, but it's for the better good. Nothing about the component is changing though, but just the core concept of the Civet kit. They want to change some of the stuff, and like the work that those guys are putting into that framework is just amazing, and it pains me that I'm not contributing enough to the community. I think it's high time I drop my imposter syndrome and try to do something beneficial for others, because like most of the library I use for my project are libraries from other people. So imagine if those people didn't do those things. I think it's just silly for me to think my code is inferior compared to others, because every other person started from somewhere. But in a nutshell, like Civet is crazy. I can if you want to learn Civet, like come to me. I will bombard you with everything you need to know. Like seriously, I won't even charge you for real. Like if you can hop into my VS Code right now, I'm ready. Like let's go. So that's just how I do my stuff. So that's it. Yeah, sure. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
I
I,
love it.
I really
Make
appreciate
sure,
the opportunity.
make sure you keep showing up in this space. I'm gonna. What I would love is maybe to spend some time with you, right? And maybe
Sure.
like we can do like a svelte learning how to code podcast together. I'm
Yeah.
okay with JavaScript, and I'm okay with CSS, and I'm okay with HTML, right? But
Yeah. Yeah.
I learned it as a recruiter headhunter to get stuff done, not so much as a
Yeah.
developer. But I've always wanted
No,
to learn how to become a developer, and I think what you know is very, very key right now.
being a developer is awesome. Like it's amazing. You just need to fuse problems together. Anytime like there is a problem, you just have to think outside the box. Like there's I might be talking too much right now, but because I get excited a lot about code.
You should
There's
be excited.
there's a silly problem I'm working on right now. So I want to talk to my front end application with my through my back end application. I'm using Fast API for my back end, which is a Python library, and Civet for my front end. So I wanted to drop the connection to a minimum. So I was thinking maybe I should use like API with the normal REST API gets, post, and whatnot. But I think the connection will be too much, and for reactivity, some things will run in the background. So I want the front end to be open so that the back end will talk to it. So I decided to go with WebSocket to keep the connection open. So the user can get real-time data from the back end. So if maybe let's say your instance of like you create an instance, if your instance fail, you get a real-time feedback even while you are doing something else. Like everything just sync together, and like I don't know how to put it, but it's mind blowing what the brain can do if you try to stress it a little bit. Like it's amazing. So yeah,
So,
I don't want to take all the discussing about
no,
code.
you didn't.
So
It's
like
good. I'm
yeah.
sure there's a look. What you can do for a lot of people is allow them to realize the idea they have in their head in maybe 90 minutes if they have their stuff organized. That's what you're really
Yeah,
talking about.
yeah,
And
yeah,
so,
sure.
yeah,
And the painful thing about a lot of people is like we don't write our ideas, we don't put our ideas down. When you get an idea, you are pumped and like, wow, this idea will change the world. And immediately you open your editor and start coding. You won't get far using those methods. First, when you get an idea, you get a pen or a tab or open a note editor or something. Write those ideas down as detailed as possible, because if you don't write your ideas down, it's just like a fantasy. You wish for it, like, oh, I wish I could do this thing. but you can actually do it if you have a defined goal for it. So in most of my projects, I just started learning how to do it recently. I always create a README to specify everything I want, even if I don't do it like a to-do way. I just write it in a sentence, like I want my application to do this and do this as detailed as possible. So when I open that folder, I'll know this is what I want to target for this project. So whenever a new idea comes, I just append it to the previous one, and it makes it very, very easy for me to stay focused. Because if you don't have a defined goal for a project, you will never launch. That's the problem. That's just the real fact. You will keep on working on a project, but you don't have like a finished product in mind. You can work on the project for like 6 months and then get burnt out at the end of the day without delivering anything. So you should always write your ideas down, and don't think like your brain is like the ultimate capacity to store those ideas. So please, if you are not into coding yet, like please learn coding. And if you want to learn everything in one go, use Cvet, because in a single file you will be able to write your HTML, you'll be able to write your JavaScript and your CSS. If you are lucky enough, like if you want to use Tailwind CSS, go for it. Everything is just like, it's amazing. Seriously, trust me, guys. Learn coding, like learn it right now. There's no better time to start learning it.
To be honest
So
with
yeah,
you, I think they want to learn coding. I think they want to learn how they can pay you money. If someone wanted to build an app with you, what do you charge per hour per project? How does it work?
For me, I haven't really worked with a lot of people. I created an Upwork profile, and I experienced like some racism and
You're kidding. Whoa.
seriously, like
Wow.
because I like for you, like for me to be authentic. So if you are if you want me to solve your problem for you, I just tell you like, let's hop on a Zoom call so that we can break this thing down as detailed as possible so that I can get the call. So this white guy called me, and I was like, he wanted me to build a Civet like a back end for their database so that they can just update like some posts from that back end. So the guy hopped on the Zoom call with me, and he was like, you code, like the way he said it, and it was somehow, and he said, let's just turn off the camera, and I'll let's continue talking. After the discussion, it was like, I'll get back to you. For like weeks, he didn't get back to me. And the other guy did some work for he after I finished the work, which took me like a week or so, and the time frame he gave me was extremely small for such a task. He didn't confirm the payment. I later begged him, and before he released the money, and it was so stressful. But the ideas I developed over the years, some earn me like $2,000 or $2,000 to $3,000 a month, and it's really like huge compared to like Nigeria currency. So those amounts are huge, and it gets me going. Like I have 2 cars and I have a house, like so that's it.
Oh, wow. Congratulations on your success. It's
Thank you
amazing.
very much. Thank you very much. Like
Your setup
coding
was
is
pretty good.
awesome. Like everybody should know how to code for real. Like it's awesome. My baby is playing with my she always plays with my computer most of the time. I know like when she grow up, she'll be like far better than me, and that's what I'm praying for. Like, yeah.
That's it. Yeah, you have to have coding competitions until she beats you. You can have like lead code competitions with your daughter. That's amazing.
Also, John, send me a DM at some point. I've had a look at your portfolio. I've got a couple of suggestions on how you can tighten it up, but I'm only going to give like a one-line, a bit of advice just for now. Don't learn new things just yet. Use this as a moment to consolidate, right? So consolidate the skills you have and focus on putting them into like marketing mode, right? So
Yeah.
find ways to communicate what you already have, put it onto your portfolio website. One of the things I've noticed is you got the same testimonial like 5 times from the same person, and I guess
Those sorry to interrupt you. Those testimonial those are just those projects I didn't. You are talking about my portfolio, right?
yeah. So basically,
So those
just
are just like
tighten it up a bit.
those are the demo text that to populate the website. I haven't worked on that website for a very long time. I just coded it and uploaded it immediately. But
so the ideal
any
way,
advice from you is highly appreciated.
yeah, the ideal way, right? You got your demo version on your local dev environment, or you've got like a test site or a staging site. Do what you want there, but the production version should be, even if you put 5 lines of text on there and 1 image, it should be high quality. But obviously, when you're kind of going through this process and you're still at the early stages of trying to get hired, it's different. But less is more, and whatever you put out there, put it as high quality as you can, and then over time add more things. Like mine isn't great, but I've been web developing since '99 with HTML, 2006 as a freelancer. So I'm in a different position that my portfolio isn't necessary for me to get work. It's more about the network I have on LinkedIn and to a certain extent Twitter and in person. So, but yeah, it's we could definitely go into more detail another time when it's not 2:39 a.m. in Nigeria and London.
Don't worry about it. I'll go to sleep when it's 3 o'clock. I just want to finish this quick function. Yeah. So thank you very much. I'll send you a DM, and I hope you can set me on the right path. I really appreciate any help from anybody. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, seriously.
Yeah, sure thing. And it's probably going to take me a couple of weeks. I've got a bit of a backlog, and I'm about to go on holiday. But maybe 2 weeks from now.
No problem. Whenever you are available,
and I've noticed
I'll
I've
send
got
you a DM. Then you can.
Yeah, Ifo and M Coder are here as well, and they're waiting for me to. They're already in the queue, so you're at the back of the queue for now.
Oh, it's amazing. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Shen. Sandra, how do you feel?
Good. How are you?
I'm alive.
Busy day.
It has been. It's not over yet. It's about 9:40 p.m. Got some more calls to make, but it's good. Orain, I see the Canada flag. What's up? Hamilton says hi.
Who's from Hamilton? Man, nice. I'm from the other side. I'm on the east side.
Like what?
I'm in Bowmanville, far from Hamilton. I'm on the lake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I grew up in Malvern, in Scarborough.
Oh, it's Malvern, man.
Yeah, exactly. See, but they don't know. They think I'm just. Yo, Toronto man's in the house, shorty. Sorry. Yo, what's going on, fam?
Well, just
I'm pretty sure I'm a Brampton guy, probably.
Charlie. Yes, you could be an
Oh man,
guy.
I'm sure I've got family there somewhere.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, most of my direct family though are in Vancouver and Edmonton.
Nice.
Yes, well, Michael Jagdale. Nice to meet all of you. I know I sound white, but I'm from Guyana.
That's great, man. I don't know where to start. Oh man, I'm just out here trying to get some work done in cybersecurity awareness. I'm trying to work on a couple of projects. I'm trying to get in from the security side, but also have a passion for food security, and so I'm basically. Pardon me.
I'm doing. I know a lot of the cybersecurity folks in Toronto.
Yeah.
I actually I play Steel Pan, and I do documentaries every now and then for them, actually. And I played straight Afrobeat for the last cybersecurity conference. It was great.
Dope.
People are like, what is this? I'm like, it's Afrobeat. What? Oh, that's great. I know. Yeah, it's really good. But check out it-harvest.com. I met them through one of the most experienced cybersecurity people I know, who's Ahmed. And yeah, they're basically a cybersecurity data platform built by a guy who started like a practice, I think, at Gartner. So if you want to break apart the industry, that's probably the best place to start.
Yeah.
I want to say shout out to Ifo, and I see your hand up. What's up?
Well, I was gonna give out like another nugget here. There's a company.
Wait.
Pardon me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
No. There's I was giving out a nugget. There's a company called Milk Movement in Halifax. They just got a Series A funding. They do dairy logistics, and they're hiring right now. So it's Milk Movement. So it's MOOVEMENT.com. You can check them out. I'm trying to get a job there. I would love to get a job there, but we're tech Twitter, so we share everything. So you know what's up.
Okay, awesome. I'm in Halifax.
You're kidding.
And yeah, I know of the company. And also, we've got a local Slack here called Holly Hacks. I can connect you to it, and then you can actually talk to people who work there.
Yeah, man.
And see if they can connect you.
Give me the plug. What? Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm just here chilling in Halifax. Go on to hollyhacks.com. You'll see there's a little nonprofit that we started to support developers in Atlantic Canada. So yeah, and connect with me, and I'll connect you with the people too. Just hit me up with your DM me with your email address, and then I'll send you an invite to our Slack channel.
I think John might want to work with you guys. You guys hire people out of Nigeria.
Yeah, there's so many of us, so we're everywhere.
Hold on, where are you from?
I was born in Nigeria, but I live in Halifax now.
Well, John, John.
Yes,
John.
Hey,
Yes, I throw a salute.
I be now, my mom. Hello.
I did. So you're doing some good stuff, man. We should also connect. Actually, I think I already added you like a few days ago or something. So
no problem. I will do that. Yeah. We have connected already. Like I'm following you already.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember. Oh, yes. Now you refer me go Larry at level now.
Yes, so.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Seriously, thank you.
No stress.
Okay.
Anytime. We just have to share the love.
Yeah, seriously.
Or as we say back home, share the Gary.
Don't be lying. Now the grandma is on the way for John.
Yeah, I chopped out last night actually. Chad Deep, man, that pizza you had was looking good.
Oh, thanks.
Yes.
While I was eating the pizza, I noticed I had pain in my throat. So I basically spent 9 a.m. until 8:30 p.m. in this hotel lobby. And the initial 2 hours were kind of business breakfast with the local Chamber of Commerce, where I recently joined, hoping I can kind of, turn some of those local businesses into clients one day. But I think the air conditioning, because it was so hot, it might have got to my throat, and then I was like, oh man, I'm getting ill. So I'm eating the pizza, I'm like, did something get stuck in my throat? Or is it a sore throat? And anyway, after the pizza I had, what was it? Mint tea. But yeah, for anyone who's wondering which pizza I'm talking about, I'll just share it here in the Jumbotron, because that's what, for me, that's what the Jumbotron should be used for.
That's what it is. Yeah.
I have a question. What is this particular space about?
So the Syndicate is something along the lines of like connecting people between startups. So Michael has been, since he graduated from university, he set up a company called Unicorn Launching, and it's helping people to achieve the product market fit doing things like helping people to find their ideal market, team, product, things like that, and they help connecting people and companies together. So as part of that, he does things around recruitment, a bunch of stuff in the wider tech area, AI, blockchain, Web3, but also outside of that, in terms of marketing and headhunting, and most of it's around disruptive startups. Is that more or less
Damn,
how
you're good.
you describe it?
I'm gonna let you introduce me from now on. That was great. All right.
And that's kind of building on top of a foundation where he's got, initially he studied business administration and international management in Toronto, in Scarborough. So yeah.
Cool. So, John Deep, I think you should add something else to your resume or to your list of skills as master introducer.
I was literally just reading his LinkedIn profile, but styling it out.
Hey, Doug, you read it. You read it well.
I was kind of like jumping up and down, and
Scroll down slowly.
But no, I think actually what Michael does and what I do are quite similar. But I guess I do it in less of a formal structure. I'm always introing people to each other, but yeah, it's fun. If I could just get paid to intro people and add value, and also just talk and not actually have to do any code, that'd be great.
Well, you could do that. I got a solution for you.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's very simple. What you do is you hire me and you hire John, and then we'll take care of the coding for you, and you can focus on introductions.
Yeah, but then I'd be putting too much risk in one country, right? So
No. I'm in Canada.
Oh, but you're both from Nigeria. If I suddenly say something offensive to Nigerians, I lost 100% of my dev team, right?
No, you don't, because I actually have no respect for I have no respect for Nigeria as an entity.
Are you planning to say something offensive?
No. But deep, you're still good, right? Because I have no respect for Nigeria as an entity.
All right, have some
because
respect for me while I'm talking. Don't talk over me.
Sorry.
No, I'm just messing around. I'm joking.
No. But in all seriousnly, though, I respect the people of the country, of the people there, but not the entity itself. Because the entity was created by some people who invaded us once upon a time,
I mean, people need to understand. Well, there's loads I could say, but this is being recorded, so I'm not going to say anything at all.
It's all good. No, don't worry. You won't lose this. We'll take good care of you, right, John?
Definitely.
Yesterday I was hosting a space about jollof rice.
Yes, I was there.
It was a little bit controversial at times, but it was a great conversation to have so many Africans on it. Like, we had 2 people from Ghana, about 4 people from Nigeria, people from other places as well, Cameroon, Kenya, just having a nice little chat.
Guess what I'm doing right now? I'm actually cutting up onions and making jollof rice. Yes.
If only there was a way of... I kind of feel like Twitter Spaces, even though a lot of the value is on audio, and it's more accessible to people who, might have sight problems and things, there are times I kind of just wish there was a 30-second video or a screen share option, so it doesn't detract too much. But ultimately, it's kind of weird when you're just looking at people's avatar photos and you don't really get the extra context.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Hello? Can I say something?
Say it.
I actually had this idea because of what you said about the screen sharing option. I had this idea recently, imagine somebody doing live Twitter space while sharing a link to VS Code live share. So it will just be for coding, straight coding. So sharing a link to VS Code live share, maybe you have worked with VS Code live share, where multiple people can collaborate. So you can share a link while discussing about the code on Twitter space. I don't know, maybe it will be a total disaster or something, but I think that
that's a good idea. I agree with it. I'm aware of VS Code livestream. I've just not had a specific use case to use it so far, but I hope to on pair programming. So far,
No,
I tend to just use Zoom.
it's awesome. Like yeah, it's awesome. Like, you can share your screen. You can even use your phone to check the code and whatnot. Like VS Code is just like a browser extension or something of sort. So you can open it on your phone or something. So yeah, that's it.
Cool stuff.
Michael, what's Oh right, okay, I understand now. I was about to say, what did you do with the title? What does that mean? But I guess it means everybody is chopping onions. Everyone for chopping.
Everybody for chop is an idea that when we get together and we do something, everyone needs to get paid.
Chop back home means both eat and also means get money.
Ah, cool. I've been learning a bit of Nigerian pidgin and Ghanaian pidgin recently, just to have a better understanding of a lot of these African tech Twitter people I come across. And I've gone quite deep into that.
Say he wanted to work for Milk Movement. Yeah, I've been learning too. It's great, little by little. It's so much fun when they can talk in their natural language and you can just listen and understand. It's such a joy because it's so much fun hearing them natural language. Like it's boring in English. So much more.
I have to agree with you. There's something extra sweet about pigeon. I don't know what it is, but it's just there. And it crosses so many boundaries, right? Because you can speak pidgin to people in the Caribbean, you can speak pidgin to people in Papua New Guinea, in Asia, in all kinds of places. There are lots of places that actually have pidgin, and it's very similar.
Pidgin like strip the function, like not functionality, like the formality. So when you use pidgin, you are more like connected. You know what I'm saying. Like you are talking locally, but when you are using English, you are talking like somebody dealing with like a formal business, like business stuff. Yeah. So that I like using pidgin, but not everybody speaks it. So. Yeah,
You-
even some
you-
Nigerians don't like speaking it as well.
I
So
know.
yeah,
You get better deals in the market if you speak pidgin.
Yeah,
yeah,
my general plan
definitely,
is
definitely.
go down to Lagos, speak at some kind of tech conference, any conference, anyone will have me on stage, and then afterwards in the kind of in the kind of bar in the evening where people are chilling out. I've heard that's where people kind of switch from business English to pidgin, and hopefully I'll be
No,
able to
you
wow
should
them
give
with
your
some
talk
pidgin
in
phrases.
Lagos in pidgin. You get mad respect.
Okay, I could do that. I mean, when I gave a keynote at a Drupal camp in Poland, I was just doing it in English with a tiny bit of Polish. But when I did it in Moldova, I started with Romanian and Ukrainian and English. It was basically just like, simple stuff like good morning, but I just loved the ability to kind of do that contextual stuff. It's so much more fun than just
Yes.
another talk. It's
True.
personalization, isn't it?
Yes. See, we can create a pigeon layer for all your projects. Oh, by the
Yeah,
way, you can go to BBC and there's BBC Pigeon. So if you want to just hear pigeon or read pigeon, you can do it on BBC.
yeah, I heard about it. I mean, when I was reading the Wikipedia entry for Nigerian English, it talked about how Pidgin had started being a language added to the BBC World Service maybe 4 or 5 years ago, maybe just a few more. So
Yeah,
yeah, that's
something
so
like that.
interesting.
Yeah.
And
What
if anyone
population
here
size?
doesn't know what Pidgin is, it's kind of like an informal colloquial version of English, which is originated from a few places in Africa. I think specifically West Africa, and then it's moved with those people as part of the kind of slave trade over to places like the Caribbean, and then it's taken on differences like kind of Creole, patois from Jamaica, and it's mostly English, but there's a bit of differences in there.
Yeah. There's
I do enjoy
English
it.
and there's Old Portuguese because the Portuguese came to us first. One of the main reasons for it is because There, like in Nigeria alone, there's over 200 languages that are indistinguishable from each other. So when you have people from different parts all together trying to understand each other, but they also knew some words from Portuguese and they knew some words from English and they knew some words from French, and then they combined that with some similar local words, and then it created a language. So it's a language that allowed us to communicate to each other, even though we don't necessarily speak the same language. Because my language is Isoko, which is different from Yoruba, where I grew up. I don't know, John, what's your language?
Wait, you be so common.
Yes, so
There we go.
See this man, oh.
John, John, where are you from?
I've been Benin person, I've been Benin
Benin are our cousins now. The Benin Empire expanded up to our area, so yeah.
And that way, like, I shock when you say this, so as I see Ifo, I see say the Ifo na Isoko name abi Yoruba, I see say na Yoruba.
No. It's Ifogali. This is my full name.
Okay.
Yes, but the Yorubas didn't know how to say my name, so we shortened it to Ifo.
Yeah, and I'm
Not
supposed
like
to
now
understand
some
that,
the
right?
vacations for those people that is where people name more boy if at all.
Yeah.
Not be their fault.
I have no idea what you're saying, but maybe it's
I'm
not
supposed
English.
to understand that.
I'm not sure.
I will translate it.
Sometimes people just talk too fast, and you can't catch them when
What
they're actually just
population
speaking
size?
English, right?
Yeah. No.
What population size of the world speaks pidgin? If it's a big enough market, I'll learn this stuff.
No. It's huge. Basically, if you speak Pidgin, you can go to Nigeria, Cameroon, uh, maybe some parts of
That's
Senegal. Basically, almost all of West Africa, you can cover that.
minimum about 25
Well,
countries
I
based on the
don't see this on
Wikipedia
Google
entry.
More than
Translate.
that, and then you add Papua, you add some places in the in Asia, like Papua New Guinea and all that. And then also, if you understand Pidgin very well, it makes it easier for you to also understand Patois, which is spoken in the Caribbean, because the roots of Patois is actually Pidgin.
Well, I know how to do that, but I don't know how. I don't see this on Google Translate. How am I supposed to learn it?
How you supposed to learn it? You can just there's Pidgin to English translations outside of Google. Google doesn't have Pidgin yet, so they
You
exist.
can also learn things on YouTube. Like YouTube has everything nowadays. You can learn how to anything on YouTube, like basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can also make like Nigerian friends, and they will guide you. Like yeah, you get.
So wait a second. That means we can talk. The AIs won't recognize pidgin. So when we having our conversations, the AI won't pick it up, and we'll stay private.
Within reason. You never know.
It's not that private. It's like English, but if you listen closely, you will understand what we are saying. It's like English, but broken, not formal, but some things are
Yeah.
English.
I refuse to say broken because I think we fixed it. English itself is broken.
Yeah,
We fixed it with Pidgin.
I found that pigeon translation service, and they charge for it. So yeah, there looks like there's a market for it. So this is great.
No, there is a big market for it.
Yeah.
It's a big, almost untapped market.
This is beautiful.
Do you think there's a risk that Pidgin will decrease as English takes over?
Pidgin is actually one of the official languages in Sierra Leone, I believe. So I have much respect for them for that, amongst other things.
Interesting.
So there's a lot of people in this space that are related to crypto and Web3. Maybe connected to that, there's augmented reality, and maybe there's a way of overlaying a conversation in Pidgin and using AR to switch languages or something. I don't know.
Yeah. But then even something's in the blockchain, doesn't that mean it's relatively permanent?
Yeah, I don't know.
And that means that if we're trying to stay secret, blockchain is public.
It'll be deleted eventually.
Say that again?
if you build it off Solana, then it won't be so efficient. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So what is the product that you're thinking of?
Yeah, just because we know Solana is going to break the every now and then, we could use it as a type of blockchain
Is it
solution.
just me, or are you breaking up?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't really understand either.
The voice is breaking up.
Okay, one sec. Let me just plug this place for a sec.
It's just kind of like a little bit less smooth, a little bit less clear.
Like, sorry, Chan, why your voice is like butter smooth? Like, are you using a pro mic or something?
Right this moment. So when I started on this call, I was, just got my iPhone in my hand and I was just talking to it. But because it's a mini heat wave here, I've left the window open. I don't want my neighbors to kind of be disturbed as well. They can still hear me speaking, but they're not hearing everything everyone else is saying because I've put in my AirPods. So yeah, that's it. But I didn't hear exactly what you asked me. Like, I think you were saying, am I using a pro mic? So are you saying the audio quality is good?
Yeah,
Yes,
the
he
audio
said it
quality
was
is good,
butter sweet.
like butter smooth, like it's pleasing to the
Yes.
ear, like.
So,
Or as we say in pidgin, the voice they sweet my belly.
There is, yeah, the way is correct. When you like how they use mic, nice.
Yes.
so hold
Voice
on.
sweet my belly. Oh, this is great.
So all right. So John, we connected Nigeria with Nigeria. They just live in different places. We have all right, you're Nigerian too, or you're from Ghana?
No, I'm from the Caribbean.
Whereabouts in the Caribbean?
I'm from Jamaica, bruv.
Oh,
So
Jamaica,
Jamaica.
bro.
Everything
I,
merry, man.
Yeah, top G. No, I'm just joking.
Sweet.
So that's amazing. I'm working with I do a lot of work with this charity out there called Adopt a Youth Foundation Jamaica, and we send out like laptops and do lectures for them and stuff like that. So
nice.
stay connected.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump on a few calls that I have to make that I've been putting off for about 6 hours. Sandra, if you wanna, or Anne, if you guys wanna open up another space, I know I don't want to
Is
lose
there a
this
way of
momentum. Yeah,
is there a way of transferring a host
I
from one
wish
person to
there
another?
was. Can you imagine if there was? It'd be so good.
That'd be cool. Just
Then I
like
wouldn't
That
have
would
to,
be awesome.
dude. If we can like all petition Twitter Spaces, the thing is like I
if
have been
if
introduced to a
you
lot of different groups, so like
yeah, if
yeah.
you had two co-hosts, but you as a host drop off, the whole thing dies, right?
You want to test it out?
I'm pretty sure that's what's gonna happen.
I think
I'm
that's
pretty
what the
sure.
NFT guys do.
All
Yeah, we
right,
can test it.
And
let's
this one
test
is
it.
usually sweet. They go.
All right, one sec. Let me add two co-hosts. Maybe two co-hosts equal one host. You know what I mean?
God,
Yeah, I'm
Kenny,
still quite sure it's not gonna work, but maybe
Oh,
magically
I'm
if we
positive it's not gonna
all
work.
cross our
But
fingers.
It won't
I'm
work.
crossing my toes as
It won't
well.
work. But let's try it out.
all right, guys, everyone, cross your toes.
But just before you do
Oh,
it, have a look at the
before
three.
Fingers crossed.
You got the kind of
Wait,
options at the
before
top with
you
the
do
three
it,
dots.
does anyone have the last word to say? Like anything?
oh yeah, I have a suggestion. If we want to continue this talk, can someone like I don't know, maybe
Yeah,
John Deep or someone else say if the
I'll
thing
set up
gets
a
dropped, that's who we
yeah.
connect
I
to go
can
to the
I
next
can
space.
I
I'll set
can
up a
start
space.
a space if you guys want. For
Sweet.
now. For I can probably hold it open for like an hour maybe or like 45 minutes at least. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
that'd be
open up.
great.
So,
Perfect. That's
yeah.
as much time I need to finish cooking.
Yeah.
Awesome. So
Amazing.
everyone,
Perfect.
follow Anne Marie. All up. We'll talk to you guys soon.
Awesome. Okay, yeah. Follow me. I'll
Hold
start the
on.
space.
Give us time to do the follows.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll give you time. Anne,
Yeah.
I don't think they've ever heard your voice.
Oh,
All
hi.
these
This
folks.
is me. Hi. Hi, everyone. No, I don't think so. I see a lot of new faces in here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys know Anne. Anne is the best photographer on Twitter.
Aww.
Cool.
Only on
Don't
Twitter?
make me blush. Only on Twitter. No, I'm the least influential photographer on Twitter.
What? We need to fix that.
Well, anyone,
No. I'm just kidding.
anyone that's important is on Twitter. So if she's the best on Twitter, she's the best. Okay.
While they're
Sorry.
while they're following you, I put one of your pictures to the top. This is one of my favorite. The Seeing Red. That's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's incredible.
All right, cool. So I will.
How do we see
you
this
guys.
picture that
Okay,
you're sharing?
so
Scroll up
it
a little
should.
bit.
Yeah,
Scroll
scroll
down.
up.
I've scrolled up to the top. I see a bunch of stuff that's shared.
Yeah, so the first item you should see. If not,
It
make
should
sure
be
you
up
got your
now. Yeah, it should be
first
up now because I
icon.
see it now. Yeah.
I can't see man yet.
It's okay.
No.
I'll pin it to the next space that I
Yeah,
that we
yes,
put
yeah,
up. Yeah.
that's
Okay.
easier. So
Take it
Yeah.
easy,
Sounds
guys.
cool.
All right.
All
Thank you,
right.
We'll talk
Michael.
to you
Okay.
soon.
okay, have a nice
Rush
day.
John, we go see you shortly.
All right.
Don't pin now. Babe, that food ready. Made a count me join the room.
All right. Yeah, we got that room, but quick.
All right.
With